Good morning. We're here for our May 22nd, 2024 continuation of our budget sessions. Our first meeting is with Garrett Rotenheffer with maintenance. So good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes, sir, I'll look for a little bit of guidance on where you'd like me to start. That's how it's the first.
Well, I think I know I have taken a look at your budget. I would thank you for making downward adjustments from last year's budget on a number of items. So what was some of your thinking and your ability to do that? I assume you kind of looked at where we were at and what we needed, but talk about that for just a second, because I do see that in a number of places.
Okay, a lot of it was mainly doing figures on past years and what we expended in those years prior. Mainly a lot of it was in utility service. We budgeted an extra amount that even in our hard winters of 22, 23, didn't expend what I think the previous director had intended. So I just made that cut and kind of picked a mean of the last 4 years, I believe I went back and just tried to play it like that. A lot of the other cuts were smaller cuts in repairs and maintenance, to where I moved it into some contract labor that we had been using, and it was coming out of contract labor and instead of buildings and maintenance. And yeah, I just kind of went with what we have been using and what I believe it takes to keep these buildings going.
Going to the commissioners, again, thank you for doing that. Going to the first page, commissioners' maintenance salaries. This year expended is 286 as of 5/3. Madam Clerk, do you know what that number is presently? I would expect that we'll go into the end of the year under, with some of the vacancies we had and the change of directors' salaries.
Mr. Chairman, currently through April's payroll expended is 286, 591.58.
Okay. And we obviously haven't had May payroll yet. So, Garrett, I do see it's at 380, and I guess that would include the budget request for this coming year's at 380,000. I assume that would take into account full positions at where you're expecting them to be.
It does, yes, sir. It had a pretty good drastic cut just by changing the operations of how we're running things, and being as how we couldn't fill those positions with licensed hands, that we went ahead and just built a team with guys with years of maintenance tech experience, and hoping that they will stay and grow in these buildings with our maintenance department.
I know it's pretty early with some of the new hires you've had. How are those going at this point?
Very good. Our HVAC tech that we hired just recently has shown a lot of knowledge in these older systems that we're running. He's been around it for 30 plus years, and so far been a great addition.
Good. And are you then at full staff?
I am not. I still have one open position.
Which is that?
It is just for a maintenance tech.
Okay.
I have filled one maintenance tech position and the HVAC tech position. The maintenance tech position, the top end of it is $52,922 a year.
Commissioner Friel.
Gary, just a quick question. So do we, you've always kind of had the trades covered in there. Do we have those covered now, or do you foresee over the next year having to go out, let's say you have plumbing issues, do we have that covered, or do you see that we're gonna have to go out and do some contract labor to come in and do some things? And if we do you have that covered in the budget to pay for those services?
Depending on the size of the emergency, I have cushioned that repairs and maintenance to cover, and then also in the capital improvements in each building, I have emergency repairs line in there as well. As far as the small plumbing fixes, for example, I think my staff and I are knowledgeable enough to handle what may come across this.
I just asked that. I just don't want you to cut yourself short on what you budget here if in fact, and I use plumbing as an example, but if there's a trade that we don't have covered and then we have an expense that comes up that we have to go outside, I just want to make sure that that's covered and you're not cutting yourself short on that.
No, I don't believe I am.
Okay, thanks.
And with that too, I will mention, for as much as we can, we still try to use the city and the Joint Powers Board to help with the major emergency or capital repairs that we foresee.
Okay, thank you.
Is this Summit Electric bid for up-to-date lighting part of his?
Yes,
Oh,
Well-
yes, I apologize.
You don't have to
we haven't got there
apologize.
yet.
Yeah.
Yep, I was
We just
gonna-
haven't got there yet.
Yeah, I was gonna wait till we get to that specific building.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the courthouse building.
Mm-hmm.
That is the 527, 5-27. And what I typically do, or one of the things I typically do, is to look at the trend over the prior budget years. And I see a couple items that you reduced operating supplies by 25,000, but still over those last 3 years it was, and I don't know what it'll end up being this year, but May 3rd it was 5,200. Last year it was 5,400. The year before it was 13,000. So I didn't know if there was a little more room to decrease the budgeted amount for operating supplies in that line 8431. And then same observation, I guess, with the one right above that, 8012, buildings, repair, maintenance, and cleaning. And, you know, we've been pretty under budget on that item. And you reduced that by about $1,700, but I didn't know if there was maybe another 10,000 on that. So contract labor services, that actually goes up by, 17,000, even though the prior years, it doesn't look like it went to the budgeted amount. So can you address one or more of those items?
Yes, sir. I'll start with the contract labor. The reason it went up is our main one is I added a service of cleaning windows for all the buildings. I think it's been 4 years since that's been done. Outside windows from ground level all the way up. Adding in that contractor to fulfill that need. Also, I added 10% for 3 of our recent that we use a lot, and that's the TLC cleaning, Kone elevator, and Shirk's trash. Shirk's trash, we got a letter in, I believe it was February. The city raised their bail fill by 10 to 15%. I believe it was 15%. So his charge for hauling trash for us went up 10%. So I added there. Kone elevator, I did that just in my years here. It seems like every July we get a letter from them that their services go up 5 to 10%. It hasn't failed yet. And the TLC cleaning, I have raised that 10% because of the fact, in conversations with her, she is purchased floor scrubbers, and her extra services will be utilized more instead of bringing in an outside contractor to polish and clean these hard floors in our buildings.
Okay,
The buildings repair, I cut the operating expenses just to, and that number that you had, that 7,000, I believe you said that we've expended this year, that will change drastically. Just here recently, I refilled all of our diesel tanks for our backup generators. That comes out of that. We didn't have to use too much diesel for plowing with the buggies and the tractors this year. So that shows. And again, we didn't have to use near the amount of ice melt that we have previous.
okay.
And capital improvements went up just by the requests of our employees and what they'd like to see in the improvements of the building. And as we're on that, this is where the Summit Electric bid comes in. I had them write up some options for us to upgrade all of the lighting in the building. For this building, yes, sir. This is the bid for this building. Kind of gives us a ballpark of what we would run into the other ones, being how this is the oldest.
Don't we need to do it on every
Fixtures.
floor, though?
Yes. So if you turn to page 2, the option 1 and 2 on page 2 are the full building. Option 1 is just replacing the fixtures, replacing fixtures and gives controls. They call it Smart Loop, gives controls to the building, and that gives you the biggest incentive from Rocky Mountain Power. So that's,
So do you investigate whether this is a reasonable bid or not?
I do, yeah, I do.
So what would you say those are reasonable bids?
Yes, sir. And I will say too, this bid will change just because over the years, when we did have a master electrician on hand, he was changing lights and fixtures out. And for example, your guys' new office, the remodels we've done across the hall, those are already updated. This number is not counting in the fact what she's gonna come across.
Can we get this updated like today?
I believe we
I
could try.
think this is, like right now, it's just too dark in here for me.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
It's just not, it changes the ambiance of people's attitudes too.
Yep.
You got brighter lights, they're a little happier, you know?
Mm-hmm. And with the Smart Loop system, everything is on a dimmer. They can pick. And what's nice about the Smart Loop is in this building, it wouldn't be as used as I believe it would in others, just because the public uses this building much more in every room than they do. But say if you're out of the room for 5 minutes, it shuts off on its own. And as soon as it catches motion on the way in the door, they turn right back on. So option 1 includes a Smart Loop, and that is the biggest possible incentive from Rocky Mountain Power. And option 2 is just replacing fixtures with no controls on the lights with the Smart
And
Loop
if we were to
system.
do something like this, when would it start and how long would it take to do it? Approximately.
I believe she said that they would think it would take 3 to 5 months to complete a building this size. And starting is,
And so that would include lights in this room as well?
it would, yep.
Can they start in this room? I'm serious.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can have them start wherever you'd like.
It can be done in pieces, right?
It can.
We can do the lights and then we can do the smart stuff. Smart loop.
I would have to double check on that. I don't know
y'all
What
do
the,
them at the same time.
yeah, I'm not
That's
sure
what
if the,
I'm wondering, in there at the same time, so that
Right.
it's continuous.
and I'm not sure if that smart loop is something that needs to be tied into the fixture right away, or if it's something that you can come back and tie in.
Piece it together where they do the lights and then come back and do the.
Do the smart loop.
Like,
Okay.
Can you check on that?
I can, yep, I definitely can.
Mr. Chairman, these figures on this proposal are not included in your budget figures, just so you're aware.
They are not.
Not included in the book numbers.
Does our procurement policy require us to get additional bids? Maybe it depends on which option we go with. I think that's the answer. If we're doing a $99,000 job, we'd have to look at it probably differently than a $24,000 job, which is on the low end. Because I can't remember if it's a 50 threshold. Commissioner Field?
Gary, just a question on the incentive itself. That incentive amount, is that just deducted off top from Rocky Mountain, or do they give you a check back, or how does that program work?
That would be a check back. Yep.
Do you recommend we do that?
I do, yeah. And it's a lot of money up front, but over time, like
So
with,
we're due.
yeah, you're saving all your energy cost savings, and in the smart loop system for this building was $18,000 a year.
I think I know, recognize these bulbs. They were in here when I tried a case in 1975.
I will say, these can lights, they're an easy swap over to LED. It's the troffer lights that that take a little bit more work, those older fixtures. Luckily, as walking through this building, there's only these two fixtures in this room and the two in the main lobby on first floor. that are
Now,
like that.
would they just do a ballast swap out on these troffers?
They would on these troffers, yep.
Yeah, 'cause
They
you
would
can't
just
really-
bypass the ballast and, yep.
So, yeah. Okay. Other questions or comments from the commission on the other buildings?
They all need tender loving care, don't they, Garrett?
Yes, sir. Yep, there's some updates that need to be done. I will admit, I haven't had the time to go through every building as much as I would like, but,
I wish you
my
would
plan
do that,
is to
though.
have a 5-year plan to bring in front of you guys in the future. To put some time into the software that we have to where everything can be tracked. We can see how much money we're putting into each unit, each boiler, each mechanic, everything.
And looking at it, that kind of brings up one of the thoughts I had, which is, I think that upgrading to LEDs where we can and saving money and, helping Dallas's eyes is good. Actually, I sometimes note the same issue. But as part of a plan that's got the, prioritization of, hey, this is one you guys have to do this year.
Yep.
Versus you ought to do this, if you turn into a rich county like Converse County with oil and gas, I mean, if I knew a little bit better what this building needed and what, and where these lights, fall into that prioritization on this building, I think it'd be more, I'd have more context. So I think that'd be preferable, but I recognize that you have a lot of other things to do than that 5-year plan. I would think that's a priority though for the county when you can get that.
Yes, sir. And I can elaborate more. and as far as this building and all others, in my capital improvements, they are listed in by priority. As far as this building, this bid came in late. I just wanted to present it as an option. Do I think it's a necessity? No, but in the long term, it's gonna pay for itself. It really will. And to elaborate some more on this building, the third floor carpet is probably priority number one in the public defenders. It's ripped up, it's a trip hazard, it's outdated. It needs replaced.
Well, that should get a priority then in your mind, shouldn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Mr. Chairman, I would also ask that on the library, in lieu of our conversation we had yesterday, that maybe we start working on that project to figure out what is needed over there to bring them into compliance across the board. They obviously put us on notice yesterday that we've had fire suppression issues over there, or fire issues since for the last 11 years. And if we're out of compliance ADA wise and things like that, I think we need to start identifying what we need to do to bring that building up to the standards it should be at, and what those costs are going to be behind it.
You know what they estimated at?
Well, it's an estimate, like everything's been
Yeah.
with them, so
Yeah,
I'd
but-
rather get a good solid.
I know, but their
Price on it.
estimate's between 10 and 15 million.
Garrett, can you give us your?
I can. So I met with Lisa yesterday after she met with you guys. I asked her if I could review that MOA condition report, and I quickly scanned through it. In the capital improvements that I put in this year's budget for the library, 3 of them are in that MOA condition report.
Which ones are those? I'm
That-
looking at that page.
Yep. So I just received that yesterday, so that information is the roof fan lighting. And these are not prioritized. I apologize. These are just how they requested them. The roof fan lighting is in the MOA report. The exit lighting with the backup battery, that's under that life safety condition report, and the boiler replacements. Now, after reviewing that MOA and the things I've seen in that building, I haven't had to spend a lot of time over there, but the time I have spent, the rooftop units aren't that bad a shape. The things that we have to fix on them are minimal. So far, they're running good. I could see in 5 years they might need replaced, maybe 7 to 10 years, but fingers, I hate to say fingers crossed or knock on wood, but they've been some fairly strong units. The 2 boiler replacements is in the MOA condition report. There's only 1 boiler serving the basement, so the second one would be for redundancy, to carry on that lifespan of that system,
Can you,
and upgrade them.
Garrett, what size are those boilers?
I'm not sure. I haven't got a chance to look at them yet. With talking with Lisa yesterday, she was glad to walk me through the building and go through their concerns with me. And that's probably something I will do here in the near future.
if there are 2 boilers and one's for redundancy, can you just replace one of them
You can,
at this time?
yeah, yes, we can. And like I said, I'm not up to speed for sure on that building and that system, but if it's in that report, I would assume they put 2 in for redundancy for a reason, depending on how large the loop is that it serves and how hard that boiler has to run.
Do you think you can get to the bottom of that in the next 2 weeks?
Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, Lisa was happy to walk me through, and I can dig into that condition report some more. I will say a lot of the things I did see in the fire suppression of the building have been taken care of.
We took care of the alarm.
We took care of the alarm.
The
There's some,
sprinkler, I don't know if that's changed over the last 12 years.
I'm not too sure about that either.
I know that's one of the things, we didn't dive into that this
Mhm.
last summer.
Yep.
That wasn't part of the Chief Garvin's, requirement.
Mm-hmm.
So we punted on that. But yeah, if
Okay.
you look kind of into the whole library
Yep.
facility and especially on the boiler issue,
I will.
you know, I don't want to cut that in half if it's not, you know, justified or if we really need both of them. So
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'd like to go with him and look at this stuff myself because I'm the liaison, but I do want to address something I think that we need to deal with. And I can tell that it's on Mr. Friel's mind as well, and that is this. The library and us are in kind of a double bind. And of course, the Wyoming term for double bind is between a rock and a hard place. On one issue, you want a new library. On another issue, you have an old building. So I think that this commission needs to have its executive meeting and make a decision on those issues so that there is a clear-cut path of what we expect to happen and what is going to happen. And then we don't get bound up with not wanting to spend 10 million to do this, want 50 million for something, when the 50 million is a difficult proposition right now. I think it would have to be raised in a tax because we're not going to write a check for 50 million for many reasons. But I want to give the library solid footing and a solid message from the commission after a vote of all 5 of us as to what direction we want them to go, so that there isn't any more confusion about maintenance or new building. I really believe we have to make a firm statement about that, and I think it's been a little bit, it's not their fault. They want the best, but until the commission says, here's what we want to see happen right now with this commission, I think we're doing them an injustice by not doing that. And it's not intentional on our parts, but it's just something that seems to have gotten lost along the way. That's my thought about it, Steve.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to piggyback on that though too, is that the conversation that we had yesterday took one item from one company and then they figured out what that difference was and applied it to everything else that they felt was wrong with that building to come up with that number. I would rather that we have a list of what's wrong with the building, how it needs to be brought up to standards to where it needs to be at, with a solid bid behind it. Not a guess, not putting a mathematical formula that you created to it, but a bid so that we know what the cost is gonna be and we can make an educated decision at that point in time.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. That would be in my whole scope of getting something centered that says, so they all know what the commission supports. They asked for the 2 million. I had a long talk with them about all that. I said, you know, it sure doesn't hurt to ask, and you'll find out. That'll be a lively discussion. You'll find out what the commission thinks. And I'm glad they did it, and they heard from the commission. But we have to send,
Jared, can
we
you
have
do
to send a
that
clearer
with
message.
that list?
okay,
Yes.
so here's what we need to do. We recognize and we're all in agreement that the library facility needs to be addressed, and I think we're all in agreement that we can't address all of it in the next couple weeks for this coming budget session. You, I think, have clear direction to, and you're looking at that list, the MOA report, you're digesting it. What we need to do is focus on the items that are listed here and do what we can, and then have a process moving forward. Commissioner Mill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The drinking fountains.
Yes, sir.
Are they replacements, new ones?
These are replacements. In her and Fred or Lisa's explanation, they're 20 years old.
Do
Like
we
I said,
need 4, or can we get away with 2?
I wish I had that answer, you know.
Okay.
It's, I have not been
The
over there
sidewalk,
as much as
like
I need
the
to be.
sidewalk up in Edgerton,
Uh-huh.
is that cracked and damaged, or can we lift it and level it?
It says cracked and damaged in her explanation. Again, I haven't been to Edgerton to see that one.
Okay. Moving on from my
Yeah.
question real quick, if you don't mind, please.
Are you going to another building?
Yes.
Garrett, did you have anything else you wanted to tell us on the library building? I think you have some guidance from us on looking into that a little further. Okay.
I guess my only question would be is when we do sit down and you all decide what the plan is, I think we also need to clarify what my department is in charge of over there and what her maintenance man is in charge of as well. And have that clarity to where we have a set of keys to that building. We can go in there, we can maintain what we believe is necessary.
Yeah, and I think that is key, and I understand that that there maybe isn't full access, or the access that you need to do your job, and so we need to work through that for sure. Commissioner North, did you have a library comment?
Well, I just agree with that 100%. I think that's something that there needs to be that definition, and it needs to be laid out in black and white, so it's clear to everybody. So
Yeah.
I do agree 100%.
Okay, Commissioner Milne.
Yeah, moving on to detention center. Two of the capital improvements that I looked at, I was curious whether they fit within joint powers potentially, or three of them actually. One would be the walk-in condensing units, the carpet and the flooring. The flooring and the carpet I can see is potentially not being joint
What,
powers,
Jim? I didn't
but
hear you
think the condensing units would be.
I didn't hear what you said,
We're on the detention center?
right. But you said something, the carpeting is not potentially.
Well, no, the carpeting and the grout may not be joint powers, just because it's wear tear normal use. But the condensing units, I think, may fit under the joint powers. Have you talked to them yet?
I have not. We have not brought that up in a
So it'd be
meeting.
nice if they, city kicked in a little bit on that one.
And it is part of the kitchen, so I believe it should.
So, and the admin is part of I don't know whether that fits within that scope though or not. That would be a legal question.
Okay. And I can look into that for sure. As far as I knew, I wasn't sure if the admin section was part of that.
Depending on who looks at that, the whole building may fit within joint powers.
That's something I'd like to have a conversation with you offline.
Okay.
Just because of things that we've done in the past and where we were moving
Okay.
on that. So I'd like to get with you later on and talk about that.
Yes, sir.
Of all of our buildings, Garrett, which do you think is the stepchild, the one that needs the most work?
The detention center. I think we've made leaps and bounds in the last 2 years up there. But I don't think we take our foot off the pedal just yet.
Have you estimated the total cost from here on to get everything up to snuff?
No, sir. I'm still working on that 5-year plan. And not to just push the detention center all the way up to the lead. There are a lot of these buildings that do still need quite a bit of our attention.
See, when I hear 5 years too, I'd like to see it done while there's 3 of us who have 2.5 years left to go here on this term. I'd sure like to see all that happen in that period of time. And then have whoever the new commissioners are, they got Mr. Nicolason will be here at least 75, so there'll be no problem there, but it's something that I wish you wouldn't think in terms of 5 years. I wish you'd think in terms more of per year. You could span out to the 5 years, but what can you do in the next year, for instance? I'd like to know.
And I can provide you the list, and give you the discretion of the timeline it takes to get done, but I can prioritize it as what I believe should be fixed right away and what can be held off.
Other buildings, questions, comments, concerns, either from the board or from you, Garrett, things you want to point out to us?
Yes, I will bring up the 1 cent funds.
That's at the, Commissioners, that's at the very end of our board books.
However, Mr. Chairman, those
Oh.
were, they will be moved to the reserve, but yes, they're in the 4-year schedule at the end of your book.
So our 1 cent funds were set for all of in 1 year. What I've used and what I will have left at the end of this fiscal, 289,655. That's not including, payment for the parking lot that has already gone out to bid and the installment of the chiller that's arriving in August. I've purchased 2 domestic hot water boilers for JDC that need to be replaced, and they actually will be delivered next week, or I apologize, 2 weeks. But that's not the labor to install them as well and start up. So I guess what I'm requesting is that 289,655 gets set aside to finish these projects in this fiscal year.
This current fiscal year or this coming fiscal?
I'm sorry, this coming.
Carryover. Okay, so let's do the math, just because I'm a little fuzzy this morning. 493,000 minus, what I see here is 152.
Mm-hmm.
So is that then the 289? I can get my calculator, I suppose.
No, I believe there's still a couple outstanding invoices. One would be the boilers that are being delivered.
Okay, but so, and that's where I started to get confused in those boilers and some of the other things on whether that's going to take away from the, whether it's going to add to the 152 we show here as of 5/3, or whether it's going to take away from the 289. And so what you're saying is there's going to be 289 remaining as of July 1st.
Yes, sir.
And so instead of saying, sorry, sucker, you'd like us to say, okay, let's carry that over into the 1 cent reserve, but then kind of dedicate it to these other items?
Correct, especially since we already have a contract with the parking lot. It's just a timing issue. It's not able to get done this current fiscal.
Contract, schmon, contract.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that's fine. Where does that leave us then after that contract on the parking lot out here? And was there another item that you wanted to,
The installment of the chiller that's arriving in August.
and that's under contract and that's gonna cost what?
It is not under contract yet.
Oh, okay.
The chiller won't arrive until August, middle of August.
And how much is that anticipated?
186, 655,
186.
655.
And the parking lot is, can you refresh my recollection on that?
102.
102, so that's your 289-ish right there. So we have, we do have a contract with Pete Peterson Recycled Materials to tear down that building at 136 West B, 35 grand roughly, 39 grand, I can't remember. Is that gonna come in this fiscal year?
Well, if you have an invoice by June 14th.
I'll check with Heather. I
When's
doubt
he
it.
supposed to do that, you know?
I knew he was ready to go, and now I don't know if we got in time with our signed contract. So I'll check with Heather and or him. So we'll have that. how are we gonna pay for that? And then whatever materials we're gonna put, I don't think we're gonna pave it this coming fiscal year per Mike Hagler's recommendation, for settlement, basically. So maybe put down some base, allow people to park, at their discretion.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a number for, any kind of grading, final grading and base?
I do not, no.
All right.
I will say the leftover 655 that's left after the parking lot contract is completed. I don't have, again, I don't have the right bid number, but to install the chiller and to install the 2 new boilers at JDC, I do not believe we'll reach that 186.55. I could see it being significantly lower.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we don't get the invoice prior to the deadline of June 14th, then I can make a note to put that project in the reserves under these as well, if you would like.
Yeah, we just, it's not a huge item, but we ought to be planning for it. And I don't know if the work to put that 136 West B Street property after Pete Peterson leaves it, it isn't gonna be in parkable condition.
Right.
Just from experience.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's $5,000 of labor and material or 20, but maybe you can visit with Mike Hagler and at least get us kind of a ballpark
Okay.
number, because we will want to do that as soon as we can. And I'll follow up with you after I talk with Heather. In fact, you might even be able to check in with her, since I'm gonna be right here for most of the
I
day.
can. Yep. And just check with her on that contract with Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, start date, completion date,
Okay.
you might mention somebody ought to, maybe we can give them an incentive to, get after it, but
Yeah.
if June 15th is the deadline, I don't know.
It's coming fast.
Okay. Did you have something?
Actually, I was just sitting there thinking about it when you're talking about the parking lot over here. I was just asking Jim why we haven't thought in the past of partnering with the city when they have equipment to do the paving, of potentially getting material and partnering up with them to save us money substantially. And we could do vice versa to help them out in certain ways too. And I kind of look at like the fairgrounds. We're paying private contractors to come in and do that when we could potentially, unless there's something that I'm not seeing here, we could partner with the city and potentially use their equipment to save substantial money out there also in finishing those paving jobs. Just a thought.
What do you mean partner with the city? What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, what I mean by that is they have the equipment to do it.
Right.
We don't have.
So we
papers.
pay them, is that it, or?
Yeah. Yep, pay for their equipment use and their, and the people power and the material to do it. And I think we would save some money by doing that.
Well, at 9:45, the fair's coming in, and I know that phase 4, whatever piece of the parking's be on there, so we can ask Mr. Jones for his thoughts on that. It wouldn't surprise me if they've thought about it. I don't know, maybe not. Okay, you've got 2.5 minutes left. So
I didn't see the 5 up.
what,
Then your seat drops through the ceiling.
There is one edit I will mention, in the Townsend building under capital improvements. Those chairs listed are for district court and not circuit court.
Get them right away, will you?
Yes, sir.
well, these
I
are,
don't like being chewed out by judges.
Me neither.
They don't chew me out.
These
They're
are for
very
the,
nice.
these are for the courtroom, not the staff, right? I mean, other than, I
Correct.
guess. the
These are for
judge
the
and
courtroom.
The clerk
These are for lawyers,
and
the
jury.
jury seating.
Get the ones for the defense bar, get them really hardwood, and the ones for the plaintiff's bar, nice soft chairs.
Yeah, 5, go get the gracious living chairs at Walmart, the plastic.
I'll let the clerk choose those chairs.
Once a plaintiff's PI.
Always a plaintiff, yeah.
PI.
I'll teach those guys.
We're gonna see if the defense counsel has anything to say about it. All right, no, we're not. Thanks for that clarification, and my notes.
Garrett, have we had any problem with the, any flooding down in the basement this year?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, we have not.
About the flooding for her equipment,
I'm sorry, what's that?
flooding for her equipment, the bathroom,
Uh-huh. Oh, just,
in this building.
no, yeah, just the one, one clogged pipe that overflew.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
What can we do to solve that?
Be careful what we flush.
Okay.
In this instance.
Do we need to just shut that bathroom down?
I don't believe so. We cut it. We put a 3-inch cutter blade in there and we cut that cast back open. That had buildup in it.
Oh,
Uh-huh. I think it was just I don't want to say a fluke deal, but
yeah,
it was a
all right.
mistake. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thanks. I'll try.
Next, we have Danielle Kruchek, Human Resources.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mine usually goes pretty fast. Pretty simple budget compared to the last one. So I don't know if you have the narrative in front of you. Only a couple of line items changed, and I tried to separate them out between line additions and line item decreases. The travel expenses line item, we transferred $5,000 from warm travel expenses from the risk management budget. This is not an increase, it's just a budget transfer. And I'm requesting an additional $1,000 for SHRM travel expenses. That $5,000 from the warm travel expenses was previously under the risk management budget. And Tracy and I discussed that truly those should be under travel expenses because that's what they're used for. So that is just a budget transfer. And then also the $1,000 for the SHRM travel expenses. Training and certification, I'm requesting an increase of $2,500 for a total of $3,000. Previously, there was $500 in that account. This will allow the risk specialist to begin working on her ARM certification, her Associate of Risk Management. And then for the HR director to attend the SHRM trainings and conferences that are coming up this year. Excuse me. There are quite a few trainings and things coming down the pike with artificial intelligence coming down and different types of background checks and different ways of drug screening with more states legalizing marijuana and trying to get these things under control. There's also the state SHRM that is looking at salary studies, and I've been contacted by several different HR directors and people throughout the state asking how we conducted ours. Those studies, many entities are paying $50,000 to $100,000 to have those studies completed. I don't know, Commissioner Frill, if you remember, or Commissioner Laird, if you remember how much the city paid, but from what I understand, it was around $70,000 to have one of those studies completed. So we're able to handle that in-house, and they're wondering, you know, the capacity and all the logistics of it. So that will allow me to help them out in return. Then there's line item decreases, that's the risk management budget, and that's just the transfer of the $5,000. Also, with Indeed, I got with Eileen to discuss an Indeed budget. Let me pull this up here. So we need to enhance and get better about our recruiting. Right now, we're just using the free Indeed ads, and we're not able to use the full capacity of Indeed. And that's where we get the majority of our applicants. It's through Indeed. It's not through our county website when we're trying to recruit for jobs. We need to use their subscriptions. It will help us. When I was speaking with Eileen about this, apparently there is something that came out of the last audit. I'm trying to find it here and exactly what she said. Internet. Anyways, long story short, something came out of the last audit with some GASB legislation, and all subscriptions need to be tracked under the IT budget. She's tracking all software subscriptions. So we did get that in the IT budget to help with recruiting. Long story short, to let you know. So that will not be under the HR budget. That will be under the IT budget for that.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Danielle, so are you still requesting the 2,500 in the recruiting budget?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And reason being, for some of these higher level positions, we've had to fly in candidates before for interviews. So that would be used for that.
Could you explain, you mentioned AI, explain to me what your concept of that is and how you want to use it, or where you think it is right now?
Well, there's some different things, and that's part of it, is I need to get educated on it. Just watching initial, I guess their advertisements for the trainings coming down the pikes, there's different ways you can use it for training, and different ways that you can use it for recruiting, and different ways that you can use it for background checks. And I'm not educated, I'm not up on it, and I need to get up on it.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that. The experts I know say if you don't have it right now, you're way behind.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they're telling me. So I'm hoping we can slowly edge our way into that, because I did check out after somebody made a remark on the zoning, and that the whole zoning department could be run by that. It would be an amazing upgrade for the Natrona County, because we're back about the time some of these guys were born. We get back as far as I were born, I know that would be a horse and carriage thing, but I'd like to bring it up to the present moment, you know. And I think it'd save us a lot of money, so I hope that you're able to get yourself educated on that quickly.
Yeah. The next, the annual SHRM conference is the national one. Every year is in June, and I'm not attending that one this year. I didn't get it in the budget. I'm going to the Prima conference with Warm this year. But next year, they've already been advertising. The entire conference is focused on AI, the whole thing, so.
I'd like to see you do something sooner than a year.
Commissioner Milne?
Danielle, for our hiring, are we doing strictly ads through Indeed, or how's that? Are they headhunters? Are they recruiters? Are they just ads?
So we have not hired any sort of recruiters. Recruiters are super expensive. They usually take 20 to 30% of the first year's salary. So we have not looked into recruiters yet. But that is not the only place. Depending on the position, I try to get in with their, I don't know what you call it. So like for the building official, position, I put it on the ICC council website. For the planning position, I put it on YOPass, and so I
Traits.
advertise all those places as well.
And it's also included under our website as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Are we taking, do they have to go through like Indeed or whatever? Can somebody see the position on our website, come in and drop off the app?
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Do we have the application online on our site
Yes.
that they can fill out?
Uh-huh. Yep, and it was actually updated. Oh, it's probably been over a year ago, but I worked with IT and we updated the application,
Okay,
the whole
cool.
process. So,
Great.
yeah, it's more efficient. Any other questions on those?
Danielle, on, when you say on those, on Indeed, no, I know that to get promoted, you have to pay for it, and then you get a whole bunch more, and half of them you still throw out anyhow, but it does get on everybody else's qualified as well as unqualified candidates' radars much better. So, I'm glad we're gonna do that. I had a question on one of the other line items.
Sure.
On pre-employment testing, it looks like last year was the first year, well, I don't know if it was the first year, but there were, there weren't any budgeted items, and then 9,000, we almost got up to that 8,400. That's drug testing, but is that also employment screening? So if we need to do background checks, criminal background checks, other
Yep.
litigation checks?
That includes all of it. And the reason that you didn't see that last year is because that was a budget transfer from legal's budget, because we moved risk management and HR together. So it was moved from the legal budget into here.
Can you remind me what background checks, not drug screening, but what background checks are we doing on employees and versus, maybe entry level clerks to department heads? What do we typically do?
So everybody gets the same background check. We go through Sterling background checks, and the reason we use Sterling is because they are a worldwide company and they do law enforcement as well. So the city uses them, the college uses them, and it helps with our sheriff's department with their efforts as well. So everybody gets a Sterling background check, and that goes through, worldwide. So it goes off of addresses. So sometimes it takes a little longer to get those back. So if somebody's lived in several different states, it takes longer to get that background check back because they go through all the different states. They go through the National Sex Offender Registry. They go through the EEOC site. They go through everything.
Does it include civil litigation checks or just criminal?
Well, let me think about that.
You don't have to let me know today, but if you'd let me know, and then eviction history. Landlords, of course, want to know that, but a lot of times those two components, civil litigation, if they're collections, for example, it can indicate to an employer a level of instability that could be maybe a yellow flag or at least something to be aware of. And then at what point do we do those checks? Like once we make them an offer, is that the subject to?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Because if we do them in advance, then we don't even make them an offer, we're paying, I don't know how much these Sterling background checks are, but it's out of pocket waste of money.
Yeah, they're $47, and we do it after we make the official offer and they accept. And then we don't even run those until they pass the urinalysis, because we've had issues where we start the background check with Sterling and then they don't pass the urinalysis and we're stuck paying for the Sterling. So we make them we have them pass the urinalysis first, and then we do the Sterling background check so that we don't waste money there either.
Do we do a urinalysis on everybody or just
Yep.
like?
Every new hire. You're an elected official.
We had some other discussion kind of just on one-on-one basis on some of these items. Are there any other questions from the commission, or did I cover it? I know you and I, Dallas, talked about background checks at one point. Yeah.
The Sterling, do they cover for operators, vehicle operators, do they cover the driver's license review or?
They
is that
can.
separate?
They can, but we actually do the MVR check through the state of Wyoming. So it will come back on the national registry if they've had a DUI or whatever, but we still run the MVR through the state of Wyoming. That's why you have to have a valid Wyoming driver's license when we hire you on in order to drive our vehicles, so that we have that.
At
we can do
what
that record.
point do you do the background check? Because I know like we had a candidate apply and it didn't seem like a background check had been done on him at that point.
We don't do it until we make an offer of employment.
Does it cost us money to do this background check?
Yes, $47.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't do it a little sooner than that, though, you guys. I'd like to know what's going on with the person when we're interviewing them. Well, yeah, but
I guess we could do it that way. I think that if we multiply that by the number of employees that are hired by the county, it might be a significant item. I think the other thing is if we see some sort of yellow flag, we can huddle up again. Or the department head and you can huddle up again if it's not a commissioner hire.
So that's typically what we do, Chairman, is when we see something that, maybe it happened 15 years ago and, somebody had an embezzlement charge, but they're going to be a caretaker at the lake. They don't have anything to do with money. Or, they've got a position where
Is that just a
they
hypothetical?
don't have, yes, yes,
Okay, 'cause I can't.
yes, it is. But if they were going to work in the clerk's office and they were going to have access to cash, we would question it. We would talk about it and see if that would truly be
the
a
issue
good
for
hire.
me is if they're gonna drive a county vehicle. I would like to know when I'm interviewing them if they've had driving problems before. I think that's really important. If we're gonna turn over a county vehicle, that's where people can get injured and all kinds of problems can occur. And I don't really wanna spend a lot of time, truthfully, interviewing people if they have a real problem with driving vehicles.
Commissioner Friel.
So Danielle, I guess my question is that when we go through Sterling, it's gonna tell us criminal offenses or driving offenses, but it will not get into things that you wouldn't know without talking to previous employers, correct?
Correct, yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's what I was bringing up with you before, was that while we have this program in order to do this, and I look back at when we do interviews for law enforcement, we'd actually send people out to talk to neighbors, talk to prior employers, and sometimes you don't even send them, you just make phone calls. Most employers are going to probably tell you, yeah, they're available to be rehired. But some may give you some more information, or coworkers will give you information that will tell you, do you have a person that's had, workplace violence or harassment issues brought up against them? Those type of things that Sterling is not going to know, but you're going to find out by doing extensive interviews. And I think that that's important when it comes to, especially department heads within the county, when you're going to look to hire somebody on like that, to make sure that you don't have previous issues, if you can uncover them, that have happened elsewhere, and now we are basically just bringing on somebody else's problem that we're going to have to deal with moving forward if we don't dig deep enough to.
Thanks.
Couldn't we
thanks-
just
thank-
ask these
thank-
people?
Thanks, Commissioner. I knew there was something else other than, I knew there was something else. So thanks for reminding me of the reference check. And Danielle, can you address that? Are they done by you? Are they done by department heads? Is it across the board, kind of on a case by case? What's the practice in that regard?
So it depends on if it's a regular county department or an elected official. The elected officials will do their own. I can tell you, like Clerk Good, she does all of her own interviews and all of her own reference checks. And then once she decides to make an offer of employment, then we take over the background checks from there and do the urinalysis and the full Sterling background. But as far as reference checks, the elected officials do their own.
Or don't?
Or don't, yeah. If it's a regular county employee, I do them. I can tell you with reference checks, when you ask for references, 95% 5% of the time, they're gonna come back and say, you know, they picked somebody who they've worked with, who they got along with, and they come back stellar. I can say there's been an instance here recently where somebody put down a reference, and that reference said, I don't know why they put me down because I had a terrible working relationship with them and spilled their guts. So that doesn't happen very often, though. When I do call employers, I can say a previous department head who had moved here, I did call their previous employer. The only information they would give me was title, the dates that they had worked there, and that they were eligible for rehire. They wouldn't give me any other information. And that's pretty much standard what we do as well, unless the employee signs some sort of release, and we get that release, and we go through, the legal goes through the release with us, and then we determine what information we can give them regarding their employment here and their performance.
Mr. Chairman, is there any reason why we shouldn't, you know, you prepare those questions that we all read? I feel like that's something that should be done, except that the question should be given to the person in advance and let them answer them in writing. Because I would like to say to somebody, well, you're going to be driving a county vehicle. Do you have any issues with your driver's license and with your driving ability at the interview? And that came up at one point, and I've felt like we should have known about it before we got in as far as we did. But your questions, just for me to sit there and read your questions, I think they're good questions, but what I'd like to do is have them answered in writing first, and we've talked about that. And then we develop some questions that are a little more to the point of some of the things we're talking about now, that would solve the issue for us immediately in terms of whether we want to make an offer to somebody.
I don't have an issue with that with higher level positions such as department heads and supervisors. Especially with the 5 of you interviewing and the time that it takes to interview. I don't foresee being able to do that with like a clerk position. There's too many to go through when you've got, you know, I think we could do a couple screener questions, and we could probably even add that one. Are you able to drive a vehicle, or do you have an unencumbered driver's license, whatever, on the application? I think we could put that on the application.
If they're going to drive our vehicles, I'd like to know that information from the get-go. Because we look at those things and we decide, do we even want to give this person an interview, you know? And we sit there for 3 hours and then we find something out like that, and it kind of seems like a waste of time. But I really would like, and we've talked about that, about your questions and having them answer those in writing, and then we take a look at it and make our decision. And then if we want to do the 2 or 3 hour interview.
Commissioner Freeman.
That's me.
I just guess to Commissioner Laird's point, though, I'd rather not spend money ahead of time and just have them answer that question if they've got issues
Right.
ahead of time, and then do the interview and then spend the money afterwards.
Right.
Well, we're going to send out questions to 2 candidates. And so Danielle's going to be looking at questions for those 2 positions in any case. And so, yeah, we'll be able to decide whether we want to do that for those department head type positions and maybe refine that. Hey, is there anything else you had? I had one other thing, and we've got about 6 minutes left, and I think I'm going to need 20. So, did you have anything else you wanted to go over with your budget?
So on the second page of my narrative, I just wanted to let you know, under the warm property coverage, this is under the insurance premiums. That is a commissioner controlled line item. The warm property coverage says $673,000. $150,000 of that the airport pays for. That's the airport's coverage, and the airport pays for that. So we can take that 150 out of that.
Which is
673.
Sorry, Daniel, it's reflected, that amount is taken out of your request on your worksheets.
Is it already? Okay, sorry, I didn't know it was already taken out. Okay. Other than that, that's all I wanted to know.
I had asked you, and you provided to me a job description of a county administrator type position. I've talked with a commissioner up in Campbell County. They like that model. they have had one for off and on for quite a long time. I believe you talked to their HR person about kind of how it worked. Since we're considering budget right now, I thought it would only be appropriate to have maybe an initial, very brief discussion about what that might look like and what that might cost. I know there are a lot of details that would have to be filled in and developed, but my understanding, well, what is your recollection, just off the top of your head, of the salary range for that type of individual, that position?
It would be starting at $140,000 plus, depending on experience and education. So the Bureau of Labor and Statistics suggests top CEOs in Wyoming, the salaries are, the average is 136,000, the maximum is 220,000. The city manager is salaried at 240,000, which we know that's not within our budget. And he has 7 years of service with the city. I can say other CEOs within this county, a couple of them are healthcare, but they're salaried between $160,000 and $175,000 with a chance of bonus. And then I also spoke with Bannock County in Idaho. It's comparable in size to Natrona County. They have a county administrator, and I spoke to them about their process. And their county administrator is salaried at $145,000. So I'm thinking $140,000 going up from there, but it would have to be a minimum of that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know, do you know what kind of background these people have? Do they have a financial background? Because I think we would be looking at that.
Most of them have MBAs, some sort of business background. I know at one point, Teton County, they typically have a county administrator, and at one time, their county administrator was a previous attorney who also had an MBA, so.
MBA, MPA, something of that.
Yeah.
The masters.
Yes.
Commissioner Field, did you have?
No.
Are there questions or comments, or do you just want to let that, just think about it and pick up a discussion maybe down the road?
My thought, for one, is, my belief is, and it's just my belief, and I want to ask you how you feel about it. I think a county commissioner assistant like that would save the county money. Do you think that's true in the long run?
I mean, I guess it's all in how the operations of it work. Personally, just my own personal beliefs, I think that things would move quicker. I think that a county administrator would be able to coordinate things quicker with the county departments and bring things forward to the commission and be in touch with the commission, and things would move quicker.
Do you recommend that we should do that? Well, no, I'm asking you. You and I have had the conversation.
I mean, I personally would like it.
Well, that's-
I've worked for the city, I've worked under a city manager, and I just think that it was a more efficient process having a city manager. So having a
What do
county
you think,
administrator
Madam
would go.
Clerk?
I just would like to listen to more details about it, and when things are being said about, things would move quicker, it'd be more efficient. I would just like to hear those thoughts at some point.
Do you have positive thoughts about the idea?
No,
That was a short, quick answer.
Do you want to elaborate? No.
No, I
but it
appreciate
is-
those kind of answers.
And it is a discussion. Commissioner Friel.
No, I'll just add to it. I mean, I obviously worked for the city for quite some time, and I worked, or I was on, as you were, on city council. And when you have an administrator that's here 40 hours a week, and is got their thumb on the pulse of what's going on, things are gonna run more efficiently. So I'm
Now,
for it.
now, I hope this is not commentary on the current chair's administration. No, I think that, yeah, right. I, I may have misunderestimated the amount of hours that the chair has to put in. I don't mind it. I actually really enjoy it. But it's a lot, and I still feel like I could be spending more time with department heads, elected officials, even at really what is about 40 hours a week on average. Now, the other components of this could be some sort of hybrid where there's, and it depends on the candidate. Now, I think some of us have been around long enough to know that there have been really not as qualified city managers for the city of Casper. And so, you can have a really great county clerk, or you can have just kind of a county clerk. In any event, so it, we would.
We have a
would,
great one.
Yes, we do.
and of course I agree with that, or I wouldn't ever say that. Having someone with grant experience, grant writing, grant administration, that's where I think you could potentially be paying for this position in the first quarter of a fiscal year, depending upon their success in that respect. And in another respect, other duties, could include things like a purchasing agent, so that things are perhaps more centrally managed in that respect, and we have greater buying power. So I do think it's a conversation that should continue, but I think that it's complex enough that we shouldn't include it in that position in our budget for this coming year. But I suppose the commission can mull it over the course of the next few weeks. But I would hope that we can have more conversations in the next 12 months. All right. Anything else for Danielle? Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next appointment is with the fair. Mr. Tom Jones, come on down.
How are you?
Before we start on the budget, I'll give you an update on the restrooms under the grandstand. We did punch list.
Tom, pull the mic a little closer.
We did punch list yesterday. It is complete. The punch list is very small. We had a projected open date of June 4th for total completion. We will beat that. It will be ready. And they look fantastic. I'd like to invite you all out to come and go through them and look at them, and then I'm gonna take you for a tour of the end we haven't remodeled yet, and so you can compare them. But they did a really nice job. They look really nice.
I don't have to look at any porta potties anymore.
I can't say that. Can't say that, but we appreciate all of your help and diligence with us, and it's gone very well, and they look nice. I'd like you to all come see them. Okay, well, now we'll get to the budget. Oh, and with the bathrooms, I know we requested an additional $250, but we're not going to use it all. So it's going to come down some. I can't tell you how much yet, but it's going to be significant. On our revenues this year, we're projecting a 5% increase over the last year's budget. We've got a bigger and better carnival coming in this year. We've contracted with. Also, our rodeo tickets have been increasing 2% each year, and right now they're running about 3% ahead of last year. So things look good on a rodeo. Our building rentals are growing steadily each year. Our biggest problem now is people are calling wanting to book stuff, and we don't have dates. We're just full. We're booked 345 days a year now, and using everything we can. We're using outside facilities, we're using buildings. Sometimes we've got 4 events going on at a time. Everybody seems to be happy with what we've done. We get the most comments on the bathrooms and the kitchen on the industrial building. It is first class and people really like it. Well utilized. We're getting a lot of big Christmas parties. Fremont Motors comes in there and we feed about 1,200 in one night. True Companies has their Christmas parties there and we feed again about 900. So we're growing with Christmas parties. We're booked almost steady through November and December with Christmas parties in there, and there are some pretty large ones. We have some groups that are using our Hall of Champions for concerts and dances, and it's pretty steady every weekend with that. So we're progressing steadily with everything and improving stuff as we can. Just wanted you to know that we're doing everything we can to generate every bit of revenue we can with the facility and yet keep it user friendly.
I'd like to point out that my rock and roll band played in that industrial building 3 times, and we opened for Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, who did the song Wooly Bully. How long ago was that?
I think the last rock concert we had in there was 30 years ago, so yeah.
This was longer than that.
So anyway, our revenues will increase this year. Our expenses, administration, we're gonna have about a 1% increase in administration, and that's due to insurance costs and slight increase in payroll taxes. We're having to pay our summer help more per hour than we've ever had to pay before, just to compete with the fast food restaurants and stuff. We're starting them at 13 and 13.50 on returners. We've got a lot of kids coming back from last summer, so we've got a really good crew and staff in place. We're running ahead of schedule last year. Of course, the weather's been mostly better. The rain's kind of set us back a little bit, but we'll be ready for CNFR. We're cleaning up pretty good right now. Operations, we're see about a 2% increase in operations, and that's due to increased cost of goods and services. Everything's gone up higher. Our biggest increase in costs right now is machinery maintenance. If we take a tractor in to be worked on, you can figure it's $6,000 bill the minute they start on it. So that's our biggest increase on that. Actually, with our increase in revenues, and even with increases in administration and operations, we're still, as far as those two are compared to revenues, we're down $7,000 in our request from last year. So we're doing everything we can to save money. As far as capital expenses, we need to get some portable bleachers. We've been using folding chairs to set up for a lot of our events during the fair, as far as the sea lions and things like that. Well, chairs get broken or disappear no matter how much you try and watch them. So we're trying to put portable bleachers in there. It also helps with our setup and decreases our labor. We'd also like to do one more phase of our asphalt repair, which we're requesting $300,000 to do that. That will bring us to only one phase left, and it's a small phase. And other than that, our budget hasn't changed much. We kept it as flat as we could, and our biggest request is capital to keep improving everything that we've got.
Mr. Chairman, what do you think is your most major issue that you need to improve right now?
We've got some machinery that we dang sure need to replace. As far as water truck, we need to replace it. Those bathrooms on the west end of the Grand, or east end of the Grand, west end of the grandstand, I'm sorry. But we told you that we'd wait a year on that with the additional money you gave us. The asphalt is very important. We're starting to lose some of the last part of it. So we're just patching and repairing. But machinery, the asphalt, and that's our biggest concerns.
What's the cost of the asphalt, for instance?
The asphalt's gonna run about $300,000 to do the next phase of it.
And when would you like to have that done?
I'd like to do it next fall before it starts winter. If we can get it before then, it saves bunch of that crumbling and popping, and it is cracked right now in Alligator, and if we can stop that, we don't lose it during the winter.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Tom, just a question. Have you ever had any conversations with the city as far as maybe use of the equipment that they have? They have obviously asphalt machines there to where it might minimize that $350,000 price tag to use of the equipment, personnel, and asphalt or material itself.
I haven't even asked the city. We, like I said, we just usually bid it out, so I haven't talked to the city about it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think it's just a good conversation maybe to have with the city manager to see if that's a possibility, and then we could maybe reduce the amount that we're actually having to put out
Yeah,
to get these done.
yeah, Commissioner Frill, thanks. I mentioned yesterday I'm meeting with city manager tomorrow. So I can raise that subject for sure.
And the areas that we've got left to redo, we've gotten all of the really tough areas and the areas that have all the water shutoffs, and I think the areas we've got left have only got 2 of the main drains in them, so there's not a lot to go around. It's pretty straight stuff, and
You've previously put together maps. I don't have them in this budget thing right in front of me. Can you refresh my recollection on where the area to be paved would be?
this would be another chunk of the carnival lot,
Okay.
where the carnival's at. Everything else is done. The only thing we've got left is 2 phases in the carnival lot. We've gotten all the roadways, everything in front of the grandstands, everything in front of the arena buildings. They're all done.
Do you have an approximate square footage for that area to be paved?
I don't. It is on the map. I didn't bring it with me. That's my fault.
Do you think sometime today you or somebody with your office could get me that number?
I could,
Even if it's just, ballpark?
yeah. And as far as square footage, I'm gonna tell you now, it's probably about 6 acres.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have that paved. It just looks nicer.
Yeah.
The whole place, you know me, I want it to look nicer than Frontier Days.
I do too.
So I'm up for doing all of that.
Thank you.
As soon as we can talk Milne into it, we might be able to get there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice, Mr. Chairman. Tom, you are slated for 500,001 funds for fiscal '25. So this asks for 300,000 for asphalt in addition to, correct?
It would be, we would decrease the 525.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the chairman's pondering. So if we were able to write a check, I'm not saying we are, to make everything, take care of everything you need to make that place look primo, give me an estimate of what that check would look like.
$1.5 million.
Thank you.
What was that?
$1.5 million.
And what's primo?
That would be everything repaired and replaced that we need right now, except for the outside fence.
Well, and that needs to be done too, because the outside is important to look good. When you drive up there, you see you're looking at something they're going, boy, this is pretty nice. It's better than Frontier Days.
Well, and that, our hardest fence to keep repaired is along Wyoming Boulevard. A lot of people run through it, but the state plow trucks, when it's heavy snow, they come through and throw that wet snow and it bends the pipes over. And of course, once they bend, they're done.
Yeah.
Tom, the 300 that you're asking for versus the 1 cent, 500, explain that a little bit better, would you?
The 500,000 that for 25 would probably do the whole chunk that's left. The 300,000 would come out of that 500,000 and we'd leave one little chunk of it left. So
That little chunk would be 200,000 at that point.
at this price right now, yes. Yep. And you know, if oil goes down and we can, and it comes in under bid, we'll extend it out and cover more of that area and it leaves less I mean, it just depends on the price of oil right now. And labor. But yes, that 300 would come out. We wouldn't need 525.
Well, so the 525 is already allocated per the 4-year schedule. So if you were to get the 500, would you need this additional 300? Or would you just need a portion of that?
It's just a portion.
Just a portion.
Do you, approximately how much, do you know?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
300. So 300 from this year, from this request, is actually out of that 500.
Yes,
And then, so then you'd have 200 remaining, which would take care of the next year.
yes.
Okay. Does that make sense?
And it would make,
Makes sense to us. Boss?
I'll think about it. It's not making sense.
the-
It's all in the same year in my mind.
So,
So we have
so basically,
duplication of numbers.
200 may be carried over to the next year in '26. Or, depending on prices, maybe.
get it all in the
in-
500.
in-
That's where I was going with that. Why would we carry it over if we have 500? Why wouldn't we do all that we could? That was my thought,
Oh, okay, I wasn't understanding you. If we had the 500, we'd do it all.
which the 500 is
Is
allocated,
allocated, so why don't we just do it all? And get it
Great.
done and over with?
which of course hasn't been approved yet, but it is in the 4-year schedule for one
Right.
thing. So this 300,000 is a duplication, is what I'm trying
So
to
does that
get
mean,
at.
Jim, we're gonna give them $1.5 million, get it all done? Cause I'm for that.
You're gonna approve it. Figure it out. You're gonna write the check.
All right, I'll be happy to sign the check.
Other departments may have an issue with that.
That's right. We appreciate everything you guys have helped us do and helped us get done. And we hope we've utilized the money the best we can and done the things that needed to be done.
Okay.
So 500's
So,
already
wait a minute,
allocated.
wait a minute. So $500,000 has been allocated for pavement in the 1 cent approved. 300,000 is gonna be in addition to the 500.
No,
No, it would be included in that 500.
the 300's in the 500.
Okay,
But
So
in
take the
his
500,
budget,
Tom.
but in the request,
Take
he
the 500.
requested this
Yeah, I'll take the
additional
500.
300. That is reflective in your budget request under that 39 account.
Right. Would you have included 300 if, not meaning to include the 300 because there's the 500 already
You can pull
scheduled?
the 300 out. If we've got 500, pull that 300 out.
So that would bring your capital outlay request down to 155,000. That would be bleachers, panels, carpet, and a water truck.
Yep.
Thank you.
And the 500 would be used for asphalt. Yes.
Now, does that make sense?
yeah, it made sense from the beginning. It makes sense to all of us at the same moment.
But he could use that extra 300.
Oh.
So, Tom,
Yes,
one of
sir.
the conversations that I've had with folks that have been in front of us already is that our estimated expenses are forecasted to far exceed our estimated revenues for a variety of reasons. And I don't know exactly how we're gonna cover a very substantial gap. So, you know, when you say 6 acres, I think, well, couldn't they do 3? I'm not suggesting that's one of those areas that would be appropriate, because I don't know your fairgrounds and your business, other than, you know, out there a couple times a year. How do you think you can help the cause, us, you know, if we did have to find areas to cut, where do you see potential for that?
If the 500,000 is in 1%, again, if we needed to delay and do part of it later, if we had just 300,000 of it to do part of that asphalt, 200,000 could be used back for other things that you need to do with it. I'd love to have the 500 and do it all, but also don't want any of the other departments to suffer. We've all got to try and make things work with what we've got, so if we have to do what we can with 300,000, that's what we'll do.
Any other questions? Commissioner Milne, did you have,
No, I'm trying to find the map for you.
any other, I don't see any other questions from this side. Anything else? Thank you, Mrs. True, for being here today. Are you chair now?
Vice Chair,
Vice chair? Great.
Mr. Chairman.
Anything else that you'd like to present to us today?
We have a schedule. If anyone would like one, I can leave these with the clerk.
Yes,
So
that-
you all get a copy.
That'd be great.
Again, we appreciate all you did for us. We hope you can get out and see those bathrooms, and we did the best we could to keep everything under cost.
We appreciate that. Yep. That was a
Mr. Chairman.
kind of a complicated, there was a wrench thrown into it halfway through. So anyway, thank you. Yeah.
Tom, how's the cell tower come
It's
along?
dead.
It died?
Yeah, there was too many places in the contract that we all couldn't come
Right.
together.
But you were working on that, trying to, so what I'm talking about is there was a opportunity potentially to have a cell tower at the fairgrounds. They are, what I'm kind of getting at is they're not resting on their laurels. They are trying to find other avenues of revenue to generate to help assist the county with the budget. This was one of the projects that was being looked at, but apparently it died, but they are trying to gather other revenues.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Milne. And thanks for the update, Tom. And understand that I looked at, the revenue side of what you've presented to us, and I truly appreciate your efforts. I think you've made great progress in the last number of years to find those revenue sources and increase and improve them where you can. So, commend you and your team on that and your board. So, yeah, this is true.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more comment on that. It was to Commissioner Milne's point. We, as a board, looked at the contract, and it was recommended by the county attorney that we finally just forego that, just because she had serious reservations. But we really did pursue and are pursuing other additional revenue streams for the fairgrounds.
What company was that with?
It was,
Well, don't answer that question. Answer this question. What amount were they proposing?
they were looking at 10,000 a year, but it had too many strings attached to it. And then it might have been leasing the ground, but it was essentially you had sold it.
Right, and I'm familiar with the terms of a lot of those contracts by at least two different companies.
I think our biggest sticking point was, and the attorney's sticking point was anything that came to court had to be settled in their state. And we said, absolutely not. If it's not settled in Wyoming, we just can't go with this contract anymore. And they wouldn't budge on it and we wouldn't budge on it. So it came to an impasse and it was over.
Seems to me that I've heard within the last 2 days that some amount, depending upon tower location, can be up to $15,000 per month.
Mr. Chairman, to that point, we will continue to look at options, but as Tom indicated, the county attorney had, to use her terms, severe concerns about the contract, and so we did walk away from it. But I think it is an option that we can look at going forward. It's, and Tom can speak to this, it would have been a piece of ground that was not getting utilized for anything other than, you pass by the gate through there. And so we will, as a board, continue to look at those.
Perfect, thank you. Anything else?
Just
Commissioner Laird?
briefly, how many people a year go through the fairgrounds, approximately?
Over 1.5 million. Just for a gun show, we'll run $26,000.
So see, my point, and sometimes I'm a little frivolous about this, but my point is so many people go through there that judge us by how that fairgrounds looks and judge the whole county. And I've had negative things said, not about the fairgrounds, but about other things from people who don't want to have, say, their convention here, one of them being the lawyers, which irritates me. But that's why I really want that fairgrounds to be a pearl, because so many people see it. It's like if you go to somebody's house and they got a beat up front door and their living room's kind of nice, but then the bathrooms don't work. Unfortunately, there's judgments there. And I would like to have our fairgrounds be top notch in every respect because of the number of people that go through there from this county and from other counties and other states and other places. And so I'm very serious about, I really would like to see $1.5 million check written if we had the money to give to you to get all this done now and have those millions of people that come through there see that.
Well, not only that, but our rodeo is televised nationally, and we make dang sure that everything that's in front of that camera is exactly top notch and is the best to see. And
Yes.
they pay us quite a little a year just to televise a rodeo, which is something we pursued and got accomplished 2 years ago. And they pay us pretty significant now to televise our rodeo.
It's important, I know that.
So we do try and keep everything in first-class condition, and anything that's gonna be seen, especially on that TV nationally,
Thank you.
Thank you very
guys.
much.
And thank you for your 40 years of service or more.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. You guys are great to work with, and I appreciate all you do.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. Thanks, sir. We're going to take just a couple minute break, not more than 5.
Coffee ran through me.
Tom? Sorry. What? You can write that check. He said he would, so I thought.
Gonna give you my card.
So the map that I got, I don't know if it, I don't think it's the right one. I want to send Peter if it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, but.
See, and we shifted some of the lines.
Right.
What we've got left is up here. That's all we've got left. All the rest.
So.
Actually, this
There we go.
yes.
Okay.
This is, these junk are done. We shifted some of the, with our extra. This is the area from here to here, supposedly we have.
section too. Right. And didn't DOT help it out doing some of this? So you're looking basically just. The tree's already done. Tree's already done. Right. And then. That's all done. That's all done. Just looking at it. And then the little piece that you're talking about for next bit would be one. Almost everything's done. And so your number is going backwards. Yeah, we kind of shifted on it. On that work start, right, where our main traffic's right now. Okay, I showed.
Here's Michelle back. Bye, guys. Take care.
So now that you've done one, and you know what to expect. We have the drawings and everything, we have our, that's already done. We got it done. You want to know the best part?
Oh, because I need it. Yeah.
We don't have to call back.
Do I need to, are they gonna call?
No, I'm gonna get Michelle on one, then Michelle right now.
It wasn't a pin.
Michelle's, oh, not her, but.
We had replaced it, we had it laid out on the wall. And it's a just my spirits, we're all in the. They're underground.
Thanks, Tracy, pat on my back. I'm trying to keep my physical education continued, okay?
Yeah, and that's so on the other end, we're gonna do the same thing. We did all the drawings. Oh, thank you.
I'm serious. I think we should give you $1,000,000 today. I don't know, I get it. There's some money there, but you need to think about this. I want that thing. You got that many people coming through there. Make me totally ran by.
Yeah, and you know, most of that asphalt.
It does look. I see it, but it looks like here's this nice rugged and here's a piece of shit right in the middle. And people see that.
Exactly.
And they comment on it.
We're trying.
I know you are. We'll get it. It isn't your fault. It's getting the money to do this, but somehow, hopefully.
Then you go up to the, then you leave people upstairs, have credit card.
Somehow. Talking about what might be this thing was a new.
But who would have it?
Who knows?
Maybe the developer.
Okay.
I think of it, it's like I go down to Phoenix and it's bloody, my heart out of the car.
Oh, can't hold on to those.
So here rolls up, one day here rolls down five, and they rolled up some kind of beat up thing, you didn't want to ride it. We're in this nice car, well, yeah, okay, now we're in this nice car, in the valley, it's a nice tree, and the restaurants are nice, which is bullshit, but it's the way it works.
It is. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you need another raise too. Tell your wife I said hello.
I'll do it. Thank you, Steve, thank you.
See you later.
What the hell are you gonna do when you're not out here?
application thing, what I meant was not an application actually tied to a position, just a general application. Just general. I saw that. I was like, oh yeah, she didn't understand what I meant.
No, sorry. Yeah, I mean, our applications for everybody, but we don't have the paper application. And part of it's our tracking process.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand that. So, but,
Yeah.
when do you think you'll have that maintenance position to the website?
As soon as Garrett gets me the information on what type of position wants, but if the tech goes fast.
It's just a tech. That's what he told us. Yeah, because somebody asked me about it. Why? Why? Whatever.
Yeah, just start to get some of the,
I'll tell them keep looking.
Okay. I'll shoot you a text when we do it. How about that?
Thanks.
Well, not more than 5 minutes-ish. So our next appointment is with Heather and Legal Department. I see Jared's here too. Come on up.
Jared, I wish I would have taken a picture this morning.
Where's the thing?
Really
that
a wonderful
They
picture.
want to spend 300 grand.
That's
What number?
That's number 2.
Okay. And what did they do last year?
She makes you look good.
Number 3.
Okay. And so the little sliver that they have remaining is yellow?
Yeah, they're working backwards. Number 4, the pink
Okay.
is also all done.
All righty. Thank you for getting.
Don't number it if you don't follow.
Yes, okay, good morning.
Good morning.
What do we need to know? What do you want us to know? And then we'll give you a full barrage of questions.
Fair enough.
Hard-hitting, unfair, below-the-belt questions.
Fair enough,
But you're first.
but I'm first, okay. Well, the budget that we submitted is substantially the same as last year. The only increases, I did include the 2% for the remaining employees that didn't receive the 2% increase on their anniversary date. So those are included in the salary line. We're currently down a position. We no longer have a paralegal, but I am looking to kind of arrange that that role into more of a legal assistant, and still have the public information coordinator aspect of their duty. So I would like to retain funding for that position at this time. And I think there's been an increase in the publications and books line, and that is primarily due to Westlaw. We have an agreement with Westlaw that increases a little bit every year. So that would be where the increase for that line came from. Still asking for funding for involuntary commitment expenses in the event that we have a Natrona County patient that is detained in another county. By statute, we're responsible for those costs for the first 72 hours. And I don't know that we've received one in this fiscal year, but it could happen at any point where we have a patient, a county resident that's detained in another county. And then I believe I've left the rest of the lines for membership at convention fees and travel, although I'll acknowledge we've not done any traveling this year. So we've not touched that line, but I think everything else is substantially the same. So I'm ready for the barrage of questions now.
All right, your seatbelt's on?
It is.
All right, no. You say that the previous budget included a paralegal / public information coordinator. I don't know what the label public information coordinator does in terms of an addition to a salary, but sometimes labels have a positive effect. And sometimes it's legitimate. Sometimes I think there are schools of thought that think maybe it's just a way to pay employees more. If, you know, and if it's so, first of all, I think a paralegal versus a legal assistant are in two different pay scale categories.
That's correct. And certainly it is within our salary scale, there is a difference.
What does this public information coordinator add by assigning that label?
I think, well, I think from my perspective, it's more of additional duties to their job description. We're wanting somebody, we would really like to present the commission with kind of a policy and process for handling public records requests, because currently Michelle is the designated contact person, but they're kind of handled in an ad hoc way, and that's not always, I think, the best way of doing it. I think it would be really good to have a person assist Michelle and kind of be the point person to get these requests and try to fulfill them, and then make sure that we're meeting timelines. So that's what I would like for that role.
And I know Michelle works closely with your office on, I don't know if on all of them, but I think on all of them. And some are complex and some are not. Madam Clerk, do you have any thoughts about this and whether it's going to impact your staff, that staff person, to have this maybe more focused, dialed in effort, or the coordinated effort?
Mr. Chairman, just off the cuff, I haven't really had time to think about it or known about it. Obviously, as you know, Michelle will be in my elections department. I plan on bringing her down in probably mid-July. I'm struggling. I lost a key staff position in the election department, so I am going to rely even heavier on the staff that has experience in that department. So, as always, we'll try to work with the departments as best we can, but in my mind, or I guess I would like to request that, she's not bogged down as I need her.
Thank you. Heather, do you think this person will take some of the burden off of that clerk staff person?
That'd certainly be my hope. I think that that's a possibility. I'd also like to point out that the paralegal position, that was created and we did have filled last year, they were also considered the public information coordinator, so they had the dual role as well. So it's a continuation of that role. We just never quite got to where we needed to be with the position.
Okay, but you're thinking we can get there?
I think so, with the right person.
Is there a backlog? Every once in a while I hear of some fairly onerous public records information requests. Just in general, how are we doing in that respect? Are we fulfilling their requirements?
I believe so, yeah. I believe that we are. I think it is very dependent on what we get and who requests what. I don't think there's been, at least that I'm aware of, an extensive amount lately. So I think we're doing all right. I just think that sometimes there's confusion about what can be released, when it should be released, and just a lot of different moving parts. And hopefully we can provide better service if we have a better process.
Okay. Any questions for Heather? Do you think it still is appropriate to have the travel expense allocated amount, budget amount of 5,000? It doesn't look like any was spent this year, although that was May 3rd, and then in previous years there's roughly $1,000.
Wouldn't want to foreclose being able to send somebody on a really good conference. We haven't identified any, I guess, recently. So potentially that line is higher than it needs to be. I would like there to be something in there in the event that we come across something that looks really good, but I'll acknowledge it hasn't happened for a little while.
And the 15,000 for involuntary commitment expense, it shows a 0 as of May 3rd of this year. And then it was 0. Oh no, it was budgeted at 0, and then it turned out to be $4,500. So I don't want to cut that unless it's appropriate, but maybe you can just give me a quick summary of how that might, where that might come into play and where we might need it.
And that one is hard. As I said, it would come into play when we have a Natrona County resident that is detained under Title 25 in a different county. Because under the statute, the county where the patient is a resident of, we're responsible for, I believe, the first 72 hours. And so it doesn't happen super often, but occasionally we get bills for Natrona County residents that have been detained in a different county, and we're obligated to pay those. So that's what the line is for. I will say we do bill the other counties that we conduct hearings for. There was a period of time where our office didn't get the billing out, and we've since recently billed, so there should be money coming into that line from those invoices that we've sent out. So that line can be supplemented with revenues from these other counties for whom we conduct these hearings. So the 15,000, I guess the base amount that we're asking for, I think that's something that you could look at, because we haven't expended, that amount for a little while.
Do you have a ballpark idea of how much that revenue on average might be that's received from other counties on those involuntaries?
I don't right now.
Okay.
We consistently do hearings for Fremont County, Converse County. We're doing more for Park County, Campbell County, so several counties.
Would you bill them out hourly?
We bill out an administrative fee for our office, and then we bill to cover the court-appointed attorney and the court commissioner costs at an hourly rate.
Okay, but we don't mark that up, what the outside third-party fees are, right?
No.
And then what's our administrative fee?
That, I believe it's, I don't know for sure, $100 or $200 per case.
Yeah, and I thought it might be on the low side. Would you look into that and determine if that's ever been raised, if it's appropriate to raise it, the consequences of raising it, meaning maybe everybody else raises theirs in other counties?
Right.
But that sounds fairly low.
It probably is.
I know our legal department is fairly busy. So we need to do statutorily what we need to do, but we don't want to lose money if we don't have to, or at least that much money. Okay? Any other?
Mr. Chairman, how long or what amount of time does it take generally for one of those cases where you're working it for an outside county? On average, just.
So we typically have a few out of counties every week. We just process them with our in-county cases that we have. The majority of the time spent is spent by Lisa in processing the forms, and then putting together the pleadings for the hearings that are usually scheduled the next morning. Hearings themselves are, you know, can be short and can go longer. We're usually done by 10 in the morning. So for out of counties, I mean, probably depending on the week, it could be anywhere from a quarter to a third of the time we're spending is spent on out of county.
15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour.
Yeah, yeah, it just really just depends. And I haven't looked, you know, at statistics to see over the past several months what that time frame is.
Okay.
No, I agree with her.
How long is it seems like, your vacancy in your office hasn't been open that long?
No.
A couple months?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want us to know?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Peter, did you get?
Okay, our next appointment is with the Development Planning, or it's for the Development Planning Department, and Mr. Holbrook is the temporary supervisor of that area. We welcome you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll admit filling in on this can be a little difficult at this stage of the game. Mr. Burrill did prepare the report that you have for the proposed budget. In reviewing it, it appears as if it's substantially the same as last year's, with a couple of differences. I think just starting at the back, actually, one of the differences, there is a request for $48,500 to purchase a new vehicle. If you recall from last year, there was a request during that proposal for two vehicles at the time. I believe that you allotted for one of them. Mr. Burrill did then, after he had started, come and request money for the vehicle and was told to come back during the budget process. I think with where we're at, I believe the vehicle in question is over 112,000 miles on it at this point. So we're now just asking for that remaining vehicle that was previously requested last year. Going back to salaries, Mr. Burrill did list a couple of different numbers.
Question on that item?
I was just gonna ask you, which, is it the white truck that they're looking at replacing?
I believe so, Commissioner. All right. Moving back to salaries, Mr. Burrill did include a couple of different numbers. One with the 2% increase and one with just the standard cost of living. He did indicate that would include a $1 per hour increase for any newly acquired certifications acquired by any employees in the development department. I believe that there have been some recent certifications by our building techs, and then I know Shelby, I believe, is going to be working on some stuff. But those two numbers are included in the event that there is any increase. We do, I believe, in that salary, we have the salaries for both the building official and the planner listed in there, as both of those are vacant. Currently, We do, as you're aware, we have a contract with ECS for planning services. The money from that, I believe, is coming mainly from the planner's salary. I don't believe we've had at this point 2 invoices. They were very recent, so neither has been paid at this point. But I think combined, it's a little over $7,000 in total through the end of April that's been expended. We do have a line for contract labor. The request is for $50,000 on that, which was an increase from the previous year. I think, commissioners, there are several projects that will be coming up that I think could have some sort of aspects of them contracted out. We do intend on revising the subdivision regulations, revising the zoning resolution, and I believe that our comprehensive plan needs updated. We have a lot of things that need done. We'll have to prioritize, but I think some of the work could end up being contracted out. As you also are aware, we're with ECS, we're contracting for essentially standard planning services. They're doing most of our reports and presentations, some of the more technical aspects. I think the time that they're spending is going to eat up the salary budget for the planner, but moving forward, we do anticipate, as just to make it clear, we have not received anything yet, but with the gravel pit situation that is going on, when we do get an application, I think that's going to be something that requires a significant amount of time. Sean Gustafson, I did have a pretty lengthy conversation with him just with the nature of that project, whether their office and him would be willing to take that on in part of their planning services, as it appeared it's probably a little above and beyond where we initially contracted out, and he is willing to take that on. He does have some background in that area, working for the state, and so I think that could be some additional cost that could be covered under this contract labor.
Does that also include this line?
No, Commissioner Milne, I think the anticipation, that one is, I think this was done prior to Mr. Brill leaving, obviously, and we didn't have that in the works, so that was not included in this proposal. I think the idea from that is to use some of the funds from the actual permits to cover that cost. I believe that we've had $1.3 million that was paid in permit fees for that project itself. So that's the anticipation.
Well, it can't work exactly like that with revenue coming in, this year and not being allocated to that. But I think, in consideration of that, okay. And so in the building department, do we just have the one vacancy?
Yes, every other position is filled in the building department, outside of the building official. The planning department has the planner and I believe a code enforcement spot that is open.
And so it seems to me that if when Patrick was here, the idea was that they would be able to cover the wind farm inspections with their staff, not using an outside electrician.
That's my understanding, Mr. Chair.
And so it would seem to me that some of the building official salary would cover some of the inspections, and I know it's kind of depending upon timing when we fill the position and when those inspections really are going full bore.
That, I believe that would work, Mr. Chair.
Just to add a little bit on that, after talking to Brad, right now they're anticipating that they're gonna be requesting inspections just about on a daily basis. So it's gonna take time. You know, but I do agree that the current salary that we have allocated should cover most, if not all, of that expense associated with that.
Yeah, we'll have to play it by ear. Commissioner North, do you know when those inspections are really supposed to get underway? Is that Q3, Q4?
They've already started.
Okay.
They're already working on that, and
On
that's,
inspection.
yes, yeah,
Okay.
and that's something that, that's part of the reason why we needed to kind of expedite and get everything moving on that, is because they are already calling for inspections out there.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. And to the point of using that salary or whatever, if we hired somebody today, that wouldn't alleviate the need for those inspections being going on up there. Whoever we hire it's going to take them a while to get their feet under them. And they may not be able to cover that. So we need to identify that cost somewhere is my point. And contracts is where we should put it, I believe.
I don't disagree, unless the person happens to have a whole bunch of background in administering a building department and in electrical inspections, and so, hit the ground running. So from 50,000 on contract labor, increasing that perhaps by some number, I just don't know what wouldn't be an arbitrary number.
I was just kind of making an observation there. I'd say leave the number potentially as it stands for contract, right? With the understanding that contractor's coming out of that line item for future projects or whatever. If you start running over it or getting close, then we can come back and re-review that and adjust it if necessary. But at this time, I think that needs to be out of that line item, not somewhere else, though.
Yes, I think that's fine, and I think that we'll see how long it takes to fill the building official position, and it might be a no-brainer adjustment. I mean, if we're under on that line item and we're getting close to being over on the contract labor, I think we'll still feel pretty comfortable, so,
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think most of the rest, there were some line items that were reduced from the previous year. We do have travel expenses that remain the same. I don't believe we've actually expended any of this for this fiscal year, but we do, I know, have the WyoPass conference coming up in August, so it will be the new fiscal year, and I believe at least one of the planning commissioners and one or two people from the planning office will be attending that. So we will be expending some of those funds in short order. The last update that I would have is for the community cleanup fund. I believe the previous amount was 50,000 that was asked for. We at this time, commissioners, I believe the report when Mr. Burrell had done it said that there was still 39,000 left in that fund. I don't believe that is a correct number. Going into the week, we just finished the last community cleanup this last weekend. The numbers that I have so far for that is there was $17,014.30 expended. I think in speaking with Lori about this, that there could be upwards of $500 to $1,000 left to coming in for remaining metal bins and some of the last things. But I think most of our big charges were done. My understanding going into the weekend is we had just under $25,000 remaining in the account for that. So we'll still have just a little bit left in the account. Didn't expend quite everything, but got close to it. We would ask for that 50,000 again. I think our idea is to try to do some additional cleanups, as it has been helpful for community members to get some property cleaned up. But I think we'll try to revamp how we do it. There were some issues over the weekend with trucks breaking down and not being able to fill the actual bins, and just had to send people to the dump with dump passes. One idea that we were coming up with right at the beginning of the week was doing something where it was just coordinating with the dump specific days that we could have essentially passes available that we give out that are only good for a 1 or 2 day time period. So that way there's not just dump passes that are hanging out there for 30 days or 45 days or however long that are unaccounted for, but takes a little less manpower for us, but still allows for some of this cleanup. I know one of the examples that we had for this cleanup that was beneficial was the fire that happened out off of Sandpiper recently. Wasn't the landowner's fault that anything happened, and she was able to coordinate with some people to use this cleanup and got the property back into good shape. So I think it is beneficial. Given that we didn't expend the entire fund of this, and we're looking at trying to revamp it, if there were any cuts that were made, that fund could probably be reduced, maybe down to 40,000, and we would still be able to help out the community quite a bit with that.
Yeah.
We're looking at publications. While in the narrative it says reduce 700, it was actually spending so far with 6,000 over 2,000, 700. Reading the narrative of his, said that they bought a bunch of publications and whatnot. They should be good on the publications now.
I believe so, Commissioner Mill.
That was like,
Most of those are your code books
Right.
that come out on a regular basis, and
right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that
Yeah.
stuff, subscription type basis where it's only good for so long.
3 years. Yeah.
So you should be set this year. though.
Yes, this year we should be set, Commissioner Mill.
And Mr. Chairman, we did do a couple internal budget adjustments on that account line to cover the cost of those publications that were bought. I think they were maybe purchased a little ahead of the game, but we have them now, so that line going forward should be good.
I believe that is all I have, Commissioners.
For now, anyway. or
for now.
For, today, for this morning.
I'll admit I came into this a little late.
Well, thank you for your assistance in this effort. Commissioner North, you asked about the color of the truck, so maybe you or maybe Mr. Holbrook have some idea of whether that truck is in good enough shape to keep one more year or not.
I would say that they probably need to rotate that one out
Okay.
this year, because that one is, we've had that one for a while. And, unfortunately, with where they take those trucks, the cost of maintaining it is going to go up dramatically, so.
Do any of the commissioners, um, or does Mr. Holbrook have any idea of whether the abandoned building fund of $10,000 needs to be retained? It hasn't been budgeted for or expended in the years that we show on our spreadsheet. And Madam Clerk, feel free to weigh in on that one too, if you have information on what the necessity or appropriateness of that one is.
Mr. Chairman, in speaking with Patrick prior to his departure, I think his intent was to have that money in there for taking care of problem properties that are a nuisance that need to be addressed. Jared, am I?
That is my understanding, Mr. Chair. This would be a new request. I think some of it came from that last remaining trailer we had out at Alcova, needing to get rid of that after Mr. Burrell did declare it to be dangerous after his review, but we have zero contact information for the previous owner. It's been out there for a long time, so we do occasionally run into these situations where I don't really have any recourse to recoup the money.
So let me just, I remember that discussion, but I don't remember if it's been taken care of yet. It doesn't sound like it has.
Not certain on that, Commissioner.
And so this isn't a rainy day fund. This is, we've identified a particular property that we need to get taken care of.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, is we have that property, and I think the idea that Mr. Burrell had was, I don't know what the exact cost of that demolition and removal would be, but to have this line item to cover those front-end expenses for potentially some of the other properties as well, that we could potentially recoup later on, but we do run into these situations a lot where we can't find the owners.
Yeah, I think there's a dump fee of 2,500. Anyway, I looked, last time I specifically looked into it, it was right around $5,000 and kind of for an all-in number. So, all right. Do you know if our legal department is gonna get that handled in the coming fiscal year? I think we probably want it to or need it to at this point, but it sounds like there are some issues with trying to figure out even what notices to provide and to whom to provide them.
I believe that we were at a point where we were just waiting for Mr. Burrell to put the stamp on it to do the removal. So
Okay.
we should be able to get it.
Michael was up to speed on it too, but I think everything was complete up to the actual notice put placed on the trailer.
And lake funds can't be utilized?
I'm not aware of,
Because there's
of
a lot,
that.
there's a lot of money there.
They can for that. Yeah, those are projects, but I do think Michael, I know Michael's got that on the schedule to get it removed, so.
Would you
But it's just a matter of when we get it.
at
can
least
get
ask the
removed.
question, and it may be ask the question again, and maybe that's what everybody thinks the answer is, but let's make sure that that can't be utilized by lake funds.
I will get that question answered.
Thanks.
Isn't there an abandoned property statute?
There are, but there's so many variations for how different things come into play. If we're talking this specific property, there were several issues that I know I researched a while back, but now can't.
This has been
Remember.
abandoned quite a while, hasn't it?
This has been abandoned since at least 2014
Yeah.
at this point.
It qualifies under any statute for being abandoned. I don't understand how come that hasn't been removed already.
I know we were, when we were initially looking at everything, we were running into some issues with it, personnel transitions, figuring out where exactly we were in the process. So I think some of the steps got repeated, but then we were going in circles, and
Why don't we just sell it?
it's
People
not
will
in
pay a
condition
lot of
that-
money.
No, not this
Oh,
one.
here's, think it out a minute.
I've thought,
If we put it up for sale, somebody will buy that, and they will take it off there at their expense. Well, they have to demolish it, but I've seen a couple of transactions out at that lake where people have paid over $100,000 for $2 or $3 or $4 or $5,000 trailers. And they're happy to get it, and then they get rid of the trailer and they get a new one in there. And the guy that's selling them the new one has a way of getting that old trailer out of there. I think we're missing the boat. I think we can make money on these deals and not cost us money. Because that is and I think Steve knows what those things are going for out there. I mean, it's outrageous.
does anybody in this room have personal knowledge of the condition of that particular trailer?
I do.
It's really bad. You can't even get in it. The floor's collapsed and, yeah, it's in.
But you
very
sell
bad
it as is, and they gotta take it out of there. And I guarantee you, mark my words, it can be sold, Mr. Chairman. I'm serious. And they'll take it and move it, and it'll, at their cost.
Commissioner Laird, I think that while I appreciate your can-do approach, I think that the value of those trailers is not, as we recognize, because of the trailer, it's because there's a place to put it.
Exactly.
And I don't think there's a place to put it. I don't think the BOR would let us put it there or on any of these lots. And so I think, I don't
That
know that
isn't
you
what I'm
should be
saying.
guaranteeing that.
That isn't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you sell it, and they have to remove it and take it to the dump, whatever they do with it, and let them put their new trailer in there, because that's what they'll do. That trailer, nobody would want. Is that the one that they thought was the meth trailer? Or we already junked that
That
one?
was a different one, I believe.
This one has just been sitting there for a long time without anybody.
But there are people who want that spot, and I think Michael Brown would tell you that. They've got a list of people who would buy that, get rid of that trailer, and put a new one in there.
Commissioner Friel.
So Commissioner Laird, this comes back to the conversation that I had with the BOR, that basically what you're saying is to sell the trailer because somebody wants that spot.
Right.
And what the BOR is saying is you can't upsell their lease.
Isn't that what people have been doing out there?
Well, of course, that's what they've been doing, but in this particular situation, there's a difference between let's sell it to somebody and make them remove it, and let's sell this to somebody because it's still usable and they're gonna pay, a certain price to have that. In it, either way, the BOR looks at it as upselling. That's why everybody's kind of treading on lightly on this whole issue, because of the fact that BOR, if they wanted to, they can go back to the way it was, to where this in particular trailer gets pulled off of there, and then you just release it to somebody else, that space. And that's what it was intended for in the beginning, was whoever leased the space put their property on it, and then when they were done, they took the property off and you lease it to the next person and they go in. Over the years, though, everybody's left everything on there, and then they've sold their personal property, which you go out there now, you got 1950s New Moon trailers that
Right.
sitting somewhere else are worth nothing, but somebody's going to pay $100,000 just to have that space out there, and that's what the BOR is against. They don't want that to happen.
Do you think that Commissioner Friel, do you think the BOR would let us recoup our out-of-pocket expense? I mean, and I guess this is assuming we can't use lake funds already in the bank, but recoup that in the event that somebody else does put a trailer out there that they then reimburse the county.
It's kind of hard to say what they would allow you to do. I honestly don't think that you have a problem in trying to sell it to somebody and get your money back, but
Even if it was the cost of getting rid of the trailer. Maybe they buy the trailer and they remove the trailer at their cost.
well, the other way around that too, or another way of looking at it, not around it. Another way of looking at it is the way those are done is that if we pulled it off right now, they would go back onto the list itself, and I don't know if that's a draw itself or if it's just, the first person on the list, but I think it's just put in the computer, and whoever's name is drawn, you can go back to them and say, hey, we've got this, it came up, and the cost of removing that trailer off of there is $2,500, whatever the cost is. You can have that, but you got to pay the fee to get this trailer off of
Why
there.
not give it a whirl? It can't,
And if they say no,
Well, if
you
they
got
s-
like 50 people on the list. I agree. Somebody will come along and say, I'll pay the $2,500 to remove it off just
but
so I
then
can
we
have
get the
space.
rent money. So we've gone for 10 years with no rent money on that property. So the county's lost a ton of money, and then they have crap that they got to remove, and there will be people that will be happy to do that at their expense to get that lot.
Yeah, I don't think you sell sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I don't think you sell the trailer. You just, that spot, you give it to the next person on the list is looking for a spot with them knowing that they're gonna have to pay to remove that trailer.
Yeah.
That's
The
the way it should
the
be.
trailer's gone.
Yeah.
What's that?
The trailer is gone.
It's
Michael just-
gone?
Yeah, Michael just sent me a
Oh.
text saying that it has been removed.
Then you lease the spot out to the next person. There you go.
Well, good. I'm glad it's gone. Now what happens? We lease it now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but that's a big deal because
So, and then do you need the 10,000 then?
No,
For the budget?
Commissioner, I think in case we run into a situation like this later on this fiscal year, it would be important to have it in the budget. Hopefully, we'd be able to recoup costs after that, but at least we don't run into the situation where we don't have anything to be able to take care of a building like this.
one question left. Can we make money on that? Can we get out of that lot what people would pay for it today? Have a lottery and they bid on the lot?
They will. They will. It's gone, so it'll be.
It's gone. The cost of the lot is the cost of the lot. Each year, you're leasing that space. Without anything on it, you have nothing to recoup.
well, maybe there's still a tire out there, or some siding, skirting. Well, I think we should move on. Maybe we'll keep it, maybe we'll cut it in half, maybe we'll cut it all out, but, I appreciate the discussion. I'm glad to know it's gone. Any other final on that one?
If I could just add to that, I mean, you may have a building somewhere else. I think the discussion just now is a perfect way of taking care of things within the trailer park itself, that if it comes up and somebody wants it, they can take care of moving it off of there, and they would have to pay for that. But I think that if there was something else out in the county somewhere where you needed to remove something like that, I think it'd be important to have this money in there.
It'd be nice. In the past, we, former building official had what he called the 37 or something.
30,000.
30 dozen throughout the county that he was trying to work on and stuff like that, where maybe this fund assist.
Well, I don't disagree. I think it's a good idea to build that. I'm just not sure this is the year. Conceivably, it could be the kind of thing that would help tear down 136 West B Street, the old title company building. In any event, I guess I'd like somebody from our planning department, somebody from our legal department, I guess that'd be you guys, to look into the management agreement and just see, A, if we can use lake funds for this kind of problem, and B, whether we can monetize it. So if there is some piece of junk out there, can we be essentially, you know, what folks are doing out there, which is kind of Commissioner Laird's point, which is, you know, yeah, it's a piece of junk and you can give us $40,000 instead of $140,000, and somebody might be like, okay.
They would be.
I will look into that, Mr. Chair.
Fire inspections, Madam Clerk, is that gonna, and Jared, is that gonna be 0 by the end of the fiscal year? It's the last item on the worksheet, 8439.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not exactly sure. It's been expended last fiscal, so it would be dependent upon if that's been done and if we receive the invoice by June 14th.
I'm not certain on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions for Jared?
What other job does he want to take to make additional money?
And I got a couple texts from Michael Brown. You ought to check in with him. I think on those questions I asked you to look into, I think he'll have some answers. It looks like lake funds can be used. People are listening and watching. There's a couple still.
Most of them are county employees.
So I'm just gonna say, thanks, people who aren't in the room. You know who you are. Just need to look at my phone more often. Some people would probably question that. All right. Anything else for building, planning, development? Okay, you're free to be. After lunch, we're scheduled to start with Michael Brown and Parks at 1, Road and Bridge, Mike Hagler at 1:45, our able county clerk and treasurer at 2:30, the sheriff at 3, the coroner at 3:30, and the co-op extension, and then 4 o'clock, assessor and clerk of district court. Thanks for being here, you audience members. I wonder if that was here. Well, Mr. Coroner, Jim, Jill, I'm hearing rumblings that maybe we keep going, and I don't really have anybody else to call on, but maybe you guys. Or if you need a minute, we can give you a minute, but we do have some time. Great.
Jill, would you rather be first or last? I mean, in terms of next year. Okay. Well, just see her sitting in here all day, and I know she has a lot of work to do across the street.
Well, thanks for being flexible, Jim. We appreciate it.
Not a problem. I've been here all day to look at this. For this number of years, kind of all decided we wanted to see the whole process as it goes. And this has been quite enlightening. More along the lines, I don't know if I should probably say this while it's recording, but I don't know about you, but it seems to me like we've got municipalities that are getting 95% benefit of 100% of our money in the county, and something doesn't seem quite right or fair about this, but
It's called the Wyoming statutes.
yeah. Okay, so, for my part, I'll just kind of preface, how I do budgets, so you kind of know, where I'm coming up with the numbers that I come up with. My budget is really almost 100% operational. I don't do fluff and that kind of stuff, and if I do, you're gonna see it in a capital expenditure request outside of that operational budget, which is zero this year, because I don't have anything that hasn't already been provided out of 1 cent funds going on or anything like that. So the final budget number itself is, for the most part, flat to last year. But that is kind of deceiving because the indigency line item, as you know, is being pulled out and moved over to you. In the past year, we have had, well, I'll back up here a second because I was explaining how I come up with these numbers. I will take a look at both prior year numbers and then trend. And I know this was an item of discussion last year when it came to me and the sheriff and probably the clerk of district court, because death, as you know, and types of death especially, has no timeline, and I can't get specific bids from death on what he plans to do this year. So I will take a look at prior year numbers. I'll take a look at current trends over probably a 3-month time period that's the most recent, and try and extrapolate out what that year could possibly look like. For this year, we're not looking good. The types of deaths that we're having, especially in the unnatural realm of things, are just going through the roof. A lot of those are more specialized investigations, take more time, take more resources to deal with that. Last year, I have probably 4 or 5 line items that are actually in the hole, but it's not reflected that way because I have other line items that are not in the hole. So overall, for this year, I will again make budget, and to my best guesstimate, probably give you back $55,000 or somewhere in that vicinity. So the question becomes, well, should I just cut $55,000 out of the current budget? And that's where it goes back to, I'm kind of extrapolating things out and taking a look at what things look like in the future, and that's going to be my best guesstimate. My largest line item that you know aren't just a drop in the bucket would be autopsy, toxicology, and payroll. And again, those are all death type and case dependent and caseload dependent. Bottom line, the budget that you're looking at here as far as the final number is really status quo to last year. There are line item increases, and those line item increases are in areas that I haven't made it this year, such as toxicology. Price increases in toxicology and volume of that has gone up. Biohazard waste. Well, we're to the point where the only option that I have in that realm is to go to the dump, and they've increased their prices, and the amount of that biohazard increased. So that's gone up. Trying to think there's anything else that I've significantly not made, I mean, it's all been kind of pennies on the dollar for the most part, but, toxicology, I think I mentioned that I had to increase because their prices have gone up and the volume of that goes up with caseload. So I'm not making that by about $3,000 this year, so I included that as an increase. Some things have gone down, which makes up for it because I'm not in an accreditation year where I pulled out of the budget what would have been in the budget last year. So again, not to be deceptive on this status quo thing, it's we've taken from Peter and given back to Paul kind of thing in some of these things. But to the question of, as sitting in on all these hearings and getting the idea that we have this gap for the county between what's going to come in and what's going to go out. I will tell you on my part, in the end, when you start making your final decisions, if you need to pull from me, okay. Like I said, every year, except for the first year where we kind of put things straight, I've given back $40,000 to $50,000. That's been pretty consistent. So if we need to pull, for example, $40,000 out of autopsy, because that's really the only one that saves grace for everything else, we can do that in just in the hopes, I guess, that I'm not coming back to you in the middle of the year after something blows up and saying I need money where you may have all that money already earmarked somewhere, and that might become a problem. So I don't know, any questions on what you see?
Commissioner North.
I appreciate you, offering that. My concern is that when you have something like that you can't predict, it's not like so many other things that we can actually predict straight out and say, oh yeah, this is what it's going to be. In your business, it doesn't work that way, and you know that.
Right.
And so it's not a matter of it being fluff. It's just a matter of a contingency, looking at things and saying, can we really do this, and what's going to happen? And, unfortunately, none of us know the time or the day, and
Or the type. Yeah.
And there's just so many variables that are involved. I mean, we could have something happen that could be catastrophic. It could definitely affect us. I mean, none of us planned on COVID, and and I think now we're starting to see some of the long-term effects of that, as far as the death rates and everything else that are associated from the long-term effects of some of the things that were associated with that. So
I'm still getting COVID as a cause of death, when I look into it, and now some issues with long haul COVID, as they call it. But I'm going to tell you that at least with me out there right now, I am very conscious of money. Always have been. As a matter of fact, I refuse a lot of cases based on the premise that it's an expense that doesn't belong to the taxpayer. Okay, where facilities and places may want me to go out and take it on simply because it makes it easier on them. In the end, it's not my jurisdiction, and it should not be being something that's being paid for by the taxpayer. So I do make every effort all the time to try and keep things in check. I've had less autopsies this year, not because I couldn't or maybe didn't need to do it, but we will dig farther into the weeds, research-wise and all that kind of stuff, to avoid autopsy, because that is one of our number one expenditures, usually, to avoid that and try and keep the budget in check.
Commissioner Mill.
Thanks for being here, Jim. Looking at your narrative and the budget, you still have 138 for in line 7031. With losing the in-house, I think we need to keep it at that like we have in the past. Do you foresee seeing that actual expended rise?
I don't see it rising, but like I said, if I've given back in prior years, it's been because of that. So the situation that we're looking at now when we talk about forensic pathologists, we've been going to Scotts Bluff, which in that line item, you know, is stayed intact, but there are a lot of intangible expenses that happen when you have to go outside your own facility and travel. We lose that pathologist at basically the 1st of July. I am then forced to probably start taking people to Lander short term for the only other person currently in the state. Good news on that front is that the person that we've been working on for a number of years now, which works for the Idaho Medical Examiner's Office, we may be very close to securing him into Sheridan, and he's a board-certified forensic pathologist as well as a neuropathologist, which kind of checks off all the boxes. And I certainly wouldn't mind traveling that 120 miles north, you know. It'd be nice if I could have someone in my own facility, but, you know, just to have someone with those credentials that can check off all the boxes makes me really happy. If we can make that happen, you know, I mean, everything seems to be pretty good. If this all falls apart, now I'm going to the conference in July, and we'll be talking to, as Plan B, companies that do locum tenens, which means that, like Bighorn County, I'd end up flying people in here and doing it here in a facility. And the cost of that doesn't particularly raise until, you know, it's kind of one of these weird things. You try and get them back to testify. If you can get them back to testify, you know, Jill's office will be getting a $5,000-$10,000 bill to try and get these people back to testify on homicides and whatever. So it may not raise my cost, but it's going to raise somebody's. You know, as a matter of fact, Bighorn County, their DA is like, you know what, you can use these locum tenens to come in and do this stuff until we get to cases where they need to testify, and then you better find somebody else, you know, just because of that. So the cost of bringing people in doesn't get a heck of a lot more expensive, but, you know, there is a back end price to that does come out of this county as well, you know, out of a county budget. So, honestly, I don't see that 138 increase unless something really went to heck in a handbasket. So,
What is it, Mr. Chairman, what does it cost to cremate somebody?
Retail cost, it's probably $2,500 for everything. When we look at indigency, we're taking that reduced cost of $1,500. It's by statute. But yeah, and don't ask me why, but here it's a lot more expensive than most places in the country. You know, maybe it's a volume discount that you're getting.
How much is it here?
Like I said, probably about $2,500, but most places, you know, in other states, you could get just plain cremation done for less than $1,000. So,
Should we have our own crematorium? Would that save us money?
no, absolutely not. Because I mean, if we're doing our own crematorium specifically to deal with this indigency thing, the cost to build it and staff it with licensed people that can do that kind of stuff, yeah, no. No, that would not be a cost-effective measure at all. There's some places where you have coroner's offices that are attached or part of funeral homes and that kind of stuff, and they do charge and do that kind of stuff, but then again, they've got volume, you know, for the 15 to 25 that we might deal with in a year, you know, it would definitely not be any cost effectiveness to that, so.
I just wanted to clarify, going back to this consultant autopsy services and autopsy supply line 7031, $138,000. I think you said that, well, it says in the narrative, we no longer have in-house pathologist. When did that end? Or is that the July 1st? I think Scotts Bluff is July 1st.
July 1st, but our in-house pathologist, so in the past, we had Dr. Bennett, who was housed in Sheridan, but would come down here and do it in-house. That's no longer the case, and
When did
we
that-
lost him in January last year, so we've been running basically a full calendar year, a little bit more, without that in-house.
What is the typical cost, the average cost of having a board-certified pathologist perform one of these out on a per case basis?
It runs on average, I'm gonna say $1,500 to $2,000 for the pathologist, and then whatever the intangibles are of travel and payroll and that kind of stuff. So on average, I'm gonna say $2,000 is about where we sit, until you start figuring in some of those other things that you may not quite see on paper, so. We went from, on average, doing about 33% of the caseload being autopsied to this last year down to somewhere around 20%. And again, that's specifically because we are putting in a lot more time and effort to avoid that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
So looking back on it, set 21, 22 is 75,000. 22, 23, 55, almost 56,000. Not quite a full year, but last expended on the sheet was 43,000. Do you think we'd be able to potentially reduce that line item?
And that's what I'm saying. If we're gonna reduce anything, it would probably have to be out of there. Because it currently is what's making up for where I'm short in other areas, such as, like I said, we will, even though it's gonna move, we're gonna be, $20,000 down in the indigency fund. I am gonna be $5,000 or $6,000 down in toxicology. I'm gonna be $5,000 down probably in payroll. And
Would you
so
fit-
the one thing that's making up for all that is that autopsy.
Would you be comfortable with it if we reduced it by 38,000, just to a straight 100,000? That'd still give some, historically, that'd still give a buffer where you could move things around.
Yeah, and like I'm saying, you know, I'm looking at this, you know, kind of as a bottom line thing, bottom line number, you know, which maybe I shouldn't, but, yeah, if we need to, you know, make up money because we just don't have it, I'm saying, yeah, I'll offer that up there. And just in the hopes that by running kind of flat line like that, that something doesn't happen in the middle of the year and yeah, I'm now sitting before you and you're going, well, shoot, all this money's earmarked and we can't do this, so.
No, I think, listen, first of all, well, we've had discussions, with others about what we've done, in the past when there's been essentially an emergency. Whether it's the library fire alarm system, whether it's a building repair, unforeseen, the roof fails, guess what? We got to do a roof, got to figure it out. We'll commit to you to figuring it out. If the indications on my phone from the texting are that folks are watching what we're doing in here, and I would just like to say for all the folks watching, I hope you're watching this guy's presentation, because our coroner provided a narrative that's super helpful, super easy to read. It's got, red bold items where he wants to bring things to our attention. The format's excellent. The presentation you've made today is excellent. You've been proactive. You've been listening to what our concerns are as a commission, as holding the purse strings for the county, and saying that, if we had to, this is the place where we could make a cut. So I appreciate you. I think you're doing a fantastic job, not just in this, but just in general. You brought things to our attention that have been really desperately needed to be resolved. So thank you, Mr. Coroner. Well done. Any other questions for Jim?
Nope.
Did you have anything else you wanted to let us know or present to us?
No, sir. Nope. No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and as you know, I'm sure we'll be locked in conversation on one thing or another.
Let me ask
Soon
you a
anyway.
question. I did have, yes, we will be in touch. But on this mausoleum, we're gonna get our numbers figured out. I know Commissioner Friel is trying to finalize some of those things, including trying to put our name on that mausoleum that's available. I don't know if you probably
Friel's,
reserving.
the Friel Laird Mausoleum.
So we're trying to finish that up pretty quick and get a number for the capital side of that. Since you're here and you probably know more than I about this kind of thing, are there any annual maintenance costs that we and future commissions ought to figure into the budget for what is essentially a new structure we're going to need to take care of?
I honestly, I'm going to say I don't know, but my guess is that when you purchase something, from what I've seen from price lists and what have you for the cemetery in general, whenever you purchase something, that includes, it's a one-time, they'll maintain it forever kind of thing, so.
I wasn't sure if that was the case with respect to the mausoleum and the concrete itself, but in any event, I didn't think, it shouldn't be much for quite some time, if anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking years down the road, if anything, yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
That
Chairman,
was it.
just to leave this on a light note, I wanted to read what I would like to hear on that mausoleum. This memorial is dedicated to those whose earthly remains were entrusted to the care of the people of Natrona County. May their souls rest in peace. That's something I'd like to see on there similar to that. Pardon me? Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry, Steve. An email you sent me? Oh, on the county email.
Yeah, we're gonna figure out an appropriate statement to put on that. Thank you, Mr. Coroner.
All right, thank you.
Clerk of District Court. You're no slouch yourself.
No. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. I have provided you with a narrative. I have taken the task of looking at each line item and seeing, as you instructed, to see if the line item should be zeroed out or kept. We can go through each one, or I can just give you the highlight on the line items that are affected.
Yeah, why don't you give us the highlights?
Sure. So on 7201-004 postage and box rent, I zeroed that out. That was $100. We no longer have a box at the post office. Line item 8412004, travel and expenses, that will be increased by $50 as the Clerk of District Courts Association fee was raised from $150 to $300. Then my jury expense, 7033-004. As I mentioned last budget, that we were going to pay the jurors, every juror that served, and we're going to mail them a check and not hand pay them. That has been very successful and efficient for our jurors. So that line item is actually over. The clerk and I have been working that through. So for this upcoming year, I have just asked for an additional 35,000, making that 100,000. Again, I cannot forecast these. I think last year I requested 181,560.02. We have 5 jury trials scheduled left for the fiscal budget. Next year, we're already looking at 19 scheduled. I was just informed yesterday that we will have a 3-week trial scheduled next April. Jury fees are $30 a day. After 5 days, they raise to $50. That's statutory. I do not move money from line item to line item. If I do not use that money, it goes right back. So I'm just trying to forecast that. And also with the events in recent weeks, we know we're going to have trials, and they may be, the judge wants to talk to me tomorrow about this one in particular, as it's going to be a bigger case and more resources, so.
The murder cases?
Possibly, this is not a murder case. Public defender line item 7941, I have reduced that by $90,000. The last 2 years, the bills have come in at 169,423.62 and 154,582.23. That would leave that line item at 200,000 instead of 290,000. I just think the last 2 years show that we can do that right now. Again, all of my line items are hard to predict based on what happens. And then we have we have a clerk of district court budget and a court budget, and then we have the smaller clerk of district court / district judge line item. We have not used any of that money since I have been the clerk. I asked the previous clerk what that was for. She said it was for shared expenses. But again, I guess if we had a high-profile trial or something ran over, we'd have to work that through. But I say zero that out now, but maybe not take it off the books completely. I don't know. Maybe we can see how that looks next year. So just with that increase on my jury line, I still think I'm coming a reduction of $56,700. My salary line item is a little lower than last year due to attrition. Also, in my salary line item, I have my bailiffs in there, and they are paid when they are used for jury trials. So again, I also watch all of my money and try not to go over or spend unnecessarily. Any questions that I can answer? Our revenues for last year were like 178, 194.55. We're projecting 174,563.40 for next year. Again, with the order of mandated e-filing, we are keeping all of the paper right at this moment because there are issues with the system, and we're working that through, so we don't feel comfortable yet. But all of that, I mean, in the past, they forecasted we'd have no supply need because we were going to be paperless, but I think we're going to get there eventually, but right now we're not.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Kind of cut her off perhaps.
Yes.
Did you have anything else you wanted to wrap up?
Not really. I just maybe would mention in my travel expenses, that originally was 25,000. I did cut that to 15,000, but I would like that to remain the same as I have 21 employees. I'm trying to get all of the court staff certified, which I think will be a great strength for the court. I'm the president of the Clerk of District Courts Association. I have many meetings, and again, if I don't spend it, I won't, but.
Commissioner Laird.
So when you have all, because I remember last time we talked here, you had all these jury trials that were
Yes.
set.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess there was sometimes when all of the judges had a jury trial going on, but
Yep.
do you keep track of like the number of jury trials that get set and the number of jury trials that actually get tried?
Yes.
So what would, like, for instance, last year, what would that
I
percentage?
think it was
be?
around 17.
Jury trials?
Yep.
And then how many would have been set where you would say that this is a
I
particular?
don't have that number, but I can get it for you. But I right now have a jury trial set every single week, at least a criminal. Sometimes there are civils that are 2 or 3 weeks and they bleed over into the next week. So,
And I'm just curious
yeah,
of what
it's
you have.
difficult to
Yes, it is.
establish this. Last year I came up with a high number and it didn't pan out that it was that high. So the clerk and I, we worked that through and trying to get that all, the foundation to that.
Well, I see that you have, there's a capital murder trial. Is there a capital murder trial set now? I thought I just saw that somewhere.
I do not believe so.
I thought I saw that in your, maybe you were just referring to the kind of trials, capital trial,
Oh, yeah, I think I mentioned that in my narrative, that if we
Yes.
did have a high profile. Also, I also put in there that counseling expenses may be incurred for jurors, but right now I'm working with the Casper Police Department with a peer support group, and we may be able to use that resource for helping jurors, and that would be of no charge. So, just another resource.
So how many jury trials were tried last year, did you say?
I
17?
think 17, yes.
And how many so far this year?
I just am doing the whole fiscal year. So I'm not sure. We have 5 left set for this year.
5 set for this
Yeah,
year?
till the end of July or till the 1st of July. Just for difficult cases, possible counseling services, or maybe using that peer support group as a resource. I know our last difficult case, the jurors themselves have kept in contact with each other. It's a lot for people that aren't.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize
Yeah.
that. That's traumatic on
Yes,
some
mhm.
jurors to see those kind of pictures and what have
Exactly.
you.
What, the equipment cost, 5,000? What's, going back to the equipment page, I'm still not seeing.
We spent, I believe, 1,300 on our maintenance and repairs. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I just left that as is. That's been used in the past for, I know I've worked with Garrett on the chairs for the courtroom, and he's trying to fund that, but that 5,000 is just used for courtroom expenses or supplies.
Never been used, so.
Yeah, that could be another. I think they just have always left it there in case they needed that funding.
One other question. How many people do you have working for you that their salary range is still in the $30,000 area?
It was quite a few. I do have
Really?
quite a few
few?
people.
So I had sorry,
I'm done.
are you done answering his questions here? Okay, so on, kind of on a salary, note, you're at, 600, and Madam Clerk, you were at 653,000 because of, May 3rd, so that would be 2 more pay periods left. I haven't done the math. I just wondered if you had open positions.
Yes,
How many?
1,
How long has it been open?
and it's February.
Okay.
I have offered 2 people jobs and they turned them down, so due to
What's the
salaries.
salary for that job?
That one's 3,000 starting a month.
A month?
And
36.
both of the candidates turned it down due to pay. So,
So I had a couple other quick questions. But again, you are a good example, and what you presented is a good example of what is really useful and helpful and proactive to the commission in our duties as, holding the purse strings. So thank you, and thank you for being proactive where you can. On travel expenses, I do recognize that you may need to travel in association with you being the president of the Clerk of District Court Association, and what civil rules. You think though, historically you haven't been at the 15,000 or close to it, but is it your best estimate that you'll be close to that?
it is, we, like I said in my narrative, we manage 4 computer systems. So I want to send staff to the child support conference this year. They're gearing that training up for clerks. We enter in all the payments and manage that system. I have been working with the Supreme Court on the jury system. They manage that, and they are going to have in-person training for that. Really, the 15,000, if I divided that by 21 staff members, is about $700 a person. So I'd like to keep it at the 15,000. Like I said, I did reduce it by 10,000. And if I have to reduce it next year, I certainly will.
The only other,
But, sorry, I just want very highly trained staff in the district court. I think that is very important.
yeah, and I think it's important for you and for us and for the community
Yeah.
and for their job satisfaction too, so. Court-appointed attorney, line 7944, in the years I have in front of me that go back to, I guess 2022, haven't been close to the 620. And I know this is another one of those areas that we talked about where you just don't know until
Right.
it's too late.
I left it as is. It's running about 40,000. That also, in that is the court-appointed attorneys and the Title 25 attorney is in that, and court interpreters. And sometimes they pay attorneys just on special cases. That's coming out of that as well. But it could be reduced, but then I could have to come ask for more. So I just left that as is, but. And also, the county legal handles those contracts, and I don't know if there's an increase until they're signed. So I don't know if they're asking for an increase this year or not, so.
What do they get an hour?
I don't know hourly, I just know monthly. I think there's 5 court-appointed attorneys and then 1 for the Title 25.
Okay, well, I know you need some flexibility there, just like the coroner needs some flexibility about the unknowns, and the known unknowns. So, we get that. If we were to cut that item, I don't know that it would be that much, but.
Yeah,
any-
sorry, same with the court reporters. I mean, that's, I think at 20,000, and it's only 7,000 right now, but I just have no idea on trials and what they're gonna request for transcripts. We pay for all of that. So I just left it at the 20,000, just because of all the cases coming down the pike. I just don't know. I think we're gonna be busy. That's what I think. Oh, and we are the biggest district court in the state.
Well, don't be bragging.
I'm not. I'm just saying we are.
No, we're proud of that,
Yes, we
especially
are.
those of us who
Yeah.
have our law licenses. Hey, Madam Clerk, maybe you know, or maybe some of the longer-serving commissioners know, if we wanted to borrow a court reporter for transcribing a public hearing, how do we arrange that, or has that ever been done before? I know we've got audio, I know we've got video.
Mr. Chairman, if my memory serves, we've done that before. And then I would say it would come out of the Commissioner's Professional Services line. It wouldn't come out of Jill's.
Okay.
Yeah, we may have to hire a court reporter.
We may want to.
Yeah,
Okay.
we may find it necessary.
Anything else for our clerk of district court? Anything else you want us to know?
No, just a couple highlights of the office. 64,000 pleadings we processed last year, over 2,000 open cases, the jury trials, over 1,300 criminal hearings we attended. So it's a busy court.
Yeah, but are your judges really that busy? You've got,
They really are that busy. Yep. They're
Excellent.
they're really great.
do you have any sense of the civil docket and how, if it's been, I guess, if it's been the time, the delays that there used to be, if that's improved with the new judge?
That I'm not certain. I know the civil trial stack is big.
Yeah.
That's already set it way into next May.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they all settle.
Sometimes.
Well, not all of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
98%. You can't get any money till you get them to the courthouse steps. Peter, I just settled one where couldn't get them to do anything, and then get it to the courthouse steps, and a couple weeks before trials, they send a check. Literally.
Yeah. Okay. It is noon. Thank you, commissioners, for what? We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Thank you for making time. You guys, like, you wanna get out of here, don't you?
No, I wanted to jump earlier than 11:05 time.
You driving down there? What are you doing, getting on a plane?
Oh. Don't wanna work with you with that.
So.
Oh, you should just make a folder as a rule and everything. You'll see that.
Hey, food.
they're eating real quick. So Jill, I need you need to go get something to eat.
Like, how long do they have to want to support you?
I don't know, they're eating their sandwiches. 10, 15, I don't know.
10 minutes?
I don't know.
No, I'll step out and have a smoke and come back up.
We'll be back in 10.
Get her purse. Kill it.
Oh, I'm like,
I'll just text. Well, she's coming. I think she's outside.
well, I know, but I mean, whatever.
Just put it on my chair. Can you just put it on my chair and I'll tell her?
Yeah. No, I don't think this is a good idea. If
Thank-
people like me wander in.
Thank you.
Yep, I'll put it on your chair.
Thank you.
that. Yeah. I'm gonna write that down. That would help me out. And now. I'll give it to you. I'm just listening. Do you have if I have access, I can get a key. It's true though, that would be very helpful. Another department out. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's true. If you go January or something, it's like an hour and a half of this last week. Yeah. I'll give you my access to this. Yeah. You'll do all that. Maybe you ever offers to give us money, they just want to. Right. Well, I'm offering to tell you that I've got access. Right. Use it. Right. Pulling the creator should be the light pictures where it comes down. I hope you don't take that freaking 1/8. Good. Somewhere. Used to be a paper airplane up there. Maybe you're right. After going back like that. I don't know my place is there. I mean, I am concerned about it. And out, the picture out. Yes, give me that. You probably like me. I think it's function there, probably. You want to go along? No. We know the assets. And that's what I'm saying, the corner point of the tree,
That's what they're doing. Right. Well, all I wanted to know is I already gathered that. See. I wanted to get that the underlying basic. Kids prices. It didn't make it to 20 kilograms. Should have been. And that's what this tool is about. This is the kickoff meeting, trying to, the title is just perfect collaborate. How do we collaborate? And effort? You know, I think where they were coming from, and they come specific. You can see when you look at the total case, with these groups of kids, that just have not been taught. Just morality in that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to tackle that whole different issue. I don't even know what to say. I think it's just
A lot of this falls specifically on the parents that can't play in school district.
right.
You know, my lady is this lot. Yeah. And when I make fun of pregnant, parents are proud. Because they do, because
Yeah,
for one
that's what
kid,
I'm saying.
parents took off and left him for 5 days, 15.
Right.
With no restraint.
But I'm just saying, it's not the parents, they're not even functioning.
Yeah, yeah, no, they functioned, they just gave up on being parents.
Exactly.
That's,
So, where do you go with that? They're probably economically not stable at all. Valuation issue, probably, you know what I'm saying?
no, I think when it comes down to it, it's dealing with some of the juvenile or parents.
Yeah, and you're, like Chris is saying, so I have one Chris's parents that emotionally curriculum in school district, they want schools on it. Then he goes and have another group of parents that want that teacher, and it just is conflict. So, I don't know, that's a little mysterious.
To come up with something across the board is all inclusive, parents don't like it, put 2,000 in private school.
They can afford to, that family too. I don't know, I don't know what the solution is either, but I think it's our culture, or. Yeah.
Biggest thing that affected all this is social media. Social media is root cause of 90% of the problem. Kids on Snapchat, groups on, specific groups on bullying something.
Right.
We get 500 of our kids in a group about bullying one specific kid, and then they change groups. I listened to the police talk about this last night, the resource officer. And give, you know, a solid crowd. Guns and just DA, it's like, give it to them.
Yeah.
And then 2 months later, they kill someone.
Right.
We're not holding parents
Good job to both you two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get your purse?
More
Did you get my check? Yes. Oh, yes, I got it.
He just really doesn't quite understand. how it- Yeah, we need to especially go back and look at the revenue estimating manual for that one. You ready?
Yes. Mr.
Madam-
Chairman,
Yeah, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, before you, you should have a narrative for the fiscal year 2025 request for the county clerk's administration, election, mail, and phone service budgets. So we'll start out in the administration budget, which ends in 01. Account line 7001, which is the salary account line, is reduced due to attrition. However, I did add a step increase, which was approved with the initial market study of 2022. The adjustment is a 2% step increase of the employees at the employee's date of hire anniversary. Please note, this is not a COLA, rather a step increase to continue the momentum of keeping positions at market, to retain quality employees, and to provide consistency and equity. I am, like I've mentioned several times in the past couple weeks, I have lost a key staff member in my election department. I have not hired outside to fill that position. We're going to fill it throughout the election season with my current staff. And then prior to that, I was down a title clerk for probably 6+ months, which I just recently filled in the last month. Any questions on that?
Well, not much of a question, but did you have a staff member leave that's worked for you quite a while and she got a job that paid more money working for a veterinarian answering the phones?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laird, I had a staff member, the key staff member left after about 4 years of service. She did go to another place of employment for greater pay. I don't know exactly what her all of her job duties are. I think it's a little more than just answering the phone, but however, she did go to a private entity making more money and also getting better working hours, 4/10s. So yes.
Well, the thing that struck me on that is, in terms of the salaries here, is that when somebody like that quits, then you have to retrain people, which is fairly costly, I'm assuming. And had we paid them, we would have saved money. Sometimes spending money is save money. I mean, do I have that right, do you think?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that statement, especially when it comes to retaining staff and turnover, the cost of turnover to the county, and working with Danielle and Jill regarding the salary study that she has just put together for us and talking about job descriptions, trying to get those updated and being on that committee if this all proves to go forward. Then definitely the job descriptions need to be accurate. A clerk is not just a clerk anymore. There's so much more to it in not only my department, but other elected departments or departments in general across the county. So I think with the updated job descriptions, and if they are realistic and are in line with what the employee does, then yes, there needs to be a change in the wage structure for sure. Moving down a few account lines in the admin budget, stationery and printed materials, I did increase it a bit due to inflationary costs. That's title, printing of titles, title envelopes. We use a lot of envelopes in my office for correspondence and that type of thing. Travel expenses, I did increase a short amount or a small amount because I am one of the counties that uses the electronic poll books. Not all the counties across the state are using those. And us, Natrona County being one of them, we are asked to do a lot of testing and being involved in future developments of those systems. So I've increased that line by a small amount. And in admin, there's nothing else to add. So if you'd like to move on to elections. In my narrative, it was very vague, other than it's a 2024 election season, so I'll go into a little more detail if you'd like.
Yes, please.
The contract labor services lines, that is all of my election judges. That's for a full election cycle. Currently, I'm needing around 227 judges to staff the polls across the county. Also included in this figure, it's increased because of the temporary position that you had granted me for the election office. So that number is included in that figure. Moving down, printing ballots, obviously, that's exactly is what it states. That's everything it takes. That's the printing of the ballots from the vendor printing our ballots, toner, all of those consumables that go along with that. Stationery and printed materials against envelopes, absentee envelopes, general correspondence envelopes, that type of thing. Legal notices. We all know what, the publication, or my proclamations have to be published, any polling place changes, the districts, approving the districts has to be published, so that's just something that we can't get away from due to statutory requirements. Building rent, we do have several buildings, I believe it's around 13 that we pay rent to, that they are gracious enough to allow us to come to their facility and host us as a polling location. Some of these, the building rent is $75 per election, so they are paid $150 for an election season, which is, they're very gracious allowing us to do that for that small amount of money. That amount has not been increased in as long as I can remember. So, nor has anyone asked, so I appreciate their support in that. And office supplies, again, that's pretty self-explanatory unless you have questions throughout that.
The contract increased by 16,000. Are you paying them more?
No, that's for the temporary position. The temporary election staff member that'll be up in my elections office. I did not increase the election judge pay. However, that might be something we will need to look at in upcoming elections.
Have you been able to fill all those judge positions?
I'm not sure exactly how many we're down as of today. Typically we do, however, at the last minute, someone calls in sick or, has an emergency or something, so it's a moving target, so to speak. But we're pretty competitive as far as pay with the other counties. It is a long day. It's very busy. It's very stressful. But people do it because they're interested, and I appreciate that a great deal. I couldn't do it without them. Anything else for elections? Okay, moving to the mail and phone services, which ends in 04. I kept most of these. I believe I kept everything the same, except the telephone equipment and maintenance, which was per Eileen's request, because the only equipment she's needing is a road and bridge phone system upgrade and some miscellaneous phone repair and replacement, but that project came in at a lower amount than last year's projects. Any questions?
Any questions, commissioners?
Probably at least 15 to 16 now. Thank you.
Well, I guess I got to ask you a question that I've been asking a lot of people. You've heard me ask a lot of people. I know there's not fluff in this. I know that we have a serious duty to the public, probably our most serious duty to the public to conduct elections in a way that, you know, preserves, you know, our whole government and country. That said, you know, the question is, Tracy, are there areas where, you know, if we said we've got to make some cuts, where you would feel like they could most easily be applied? Again, I don't see a lot, but I just wanted you to have the opportunity to give us guidance, depending upon where things end up.
Honestly, I feel I've kept it extremely flat and as close to the numbers as possible. In elections, you know, that's kind of a moving target, like I said, based on how many current registered voters, you know, trying to establish how many ballots, that's an estimate, you know, what voter turnout's going to be and that type of thing. So I'm going to say no, with all due respect.
How many open positions do you have right now?
Currently one.
And this is the one you were referring to that
Correct.
was real recent?
Yes.
Okay. Questions, commissioners?
Do you feel that the postage box rent still needs to be up at $2.25?
I say, I believe so, because current to date, we've expended $206,423.
We're gonna have to bump that up again.
Pardon me?
Do you think we're gonna have to bump that up again next year?
I'm not sure. A lot of that depends on, well, I'm not sure. The reason I left it is because I'm going to be sending out absentee ballots, obviously. So that might be even a low calculation. I tried to keep it as flat as possible, but I might need more in that due to absentee voting. Because we pay the postage of the ballots going out, and then the voter pays the postage of the ballots coming back.
Okie dokie.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So have you gotten rid of all the trailers that are abandoned now? What do you have left?
All right. Our next appointment is with Mr. Michael Brown with Parks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for having me today. We've got two budgets to discuss with you. And gather my information. First off, I know there was discussion earlier about abandoned trailers at Alcova. Two of those were removed last year at a total cost of $15,100. They came out of our building and maintenance line item in the lake budget. Those two trailers were put up in a special lottery. It was advertised to folks, to the public, and those have been occupied. The third trailer has recently been removed. I used a different contractor. He doesn't demo them in place, so it's a much cleaner operation, and he was about 40% less than the previous contractor. So with the updated lottery process now that's been adopted by Bureau Rec, that lot, basically County Parks can determine best use of that lot. I don't think I'll do a lottery right away on that. I need to look and see if it's better used as overnight camping. There's also another trailer lot that gets flooded a lot, and I'd like to discuss with them if they'd like to, at their own expense, relocate out of that flood zone into this lot. And then I would use that lot as a stormwater mitigation area. So, so there's a few things pending on that. I guess, probably go to the mountain first, as that's my first one. Compared to last year, I have a proposed decrease of 1.5%. However, speaking with the clerk, she added almost $854,000 to line item 741 for all of the kind of pending projects, and that's what I'd like to focus on. I listed here the approved 1% cash reserve projects from fiscal year 24. That is the bear trap shelters, $120,000. And the remaining of the contract for the new lodge, that contract was, I believe, $2.85 million, and there's $2.38 million left on that contract. So I'd like to kind of keep that in process. As for the shelters, I sent a memo after the bids came back. They came back over $100,000 higher. I literally just received the engineers' suggestions on the memo I submitted, as well as who they recommend awarding that to, and that would be the low bidder. Their opinion is basically some of the cost-saving value engineering ideas. They would recommend awarding the contract and then discussing those items with the contractor. I'm currently waiting on guidance from the commission on that. 1% 17 approved projects was a new water line to the lodge. I have yet to be able to get that out, advertised for bid. It seems to keep falling at the bottom of my pile. So I'm requesting that money be carried over $350,000. I have two pending contracts with engineers and architects. Those come out to, I just got another invoice on the shelters, so we are down to $98,000 versus $105,000 remaining there. So obviously those are signed contracts that we're kind of obligated to fund. The lodge furnishings, basically this building be turned over to us when Caspar is complete with it. However, it doesn't include furnishings, tables, chairs, any furniture for the staff office, any kitchen appliances, and then I've worked with IT, and we've got a bid for, having some security cameras up there, some door access, the smart controls would be, you know, if a water line broke, freeze warnings, items like that, that we could be, notified about. I do have quotes, from a couple of vendors on the tables and chairs. That's about $50,000 was the high end. Kitchen appliances, I just briefly priced what a range in a fridge and a freezer would be, and that's in the $15,000 range. And then the quote for the smart controls or the security cameras is 15, so that's $80,000 total there, to basically outfit that. Now, I'm working with maintenance on the office furniture to see if we maybe have some desks in storage, some cabinets in storage, some items that we would need for staffing that. Along with the lodge, I've added a lodge caretaker position to my staffing. It didn't increase our salaries very much, $3,051, which is in the salary line item. That's due to some changes with our overall staffing that's happened in the last few years. We had one guy resign, and we replaced him with a less experienced hand, so the salary is different there. It's reduced. And this year, we're not doing a second caretaker since we don't have camping. We are keeping the one caretaker on for the outhouses and general cleanup. You know, still have to deal with Rotary Park. And in addition to that time, he's assisting my full-time maintenance hands on trying to catch up on just general maintenance, painting of signs. He's capable. He'll assist with us on improving some of the campgrounds and whatnot. Also on the mountain, I requested money again for picnic tables and fire rings. We've currently purchased 30 out of last fiscal year. We're trying to purchase 25 this fiscal year before the end of the fiscal year. But we have about 80 to 90 tables and fire rings on the mountain that really need replaced. So we're about 2/3 of the way there. And then other requests, obviously we have an LWCF grant to pay for 50% of these trailhead kiosks that need to be worked through. There's a little additional contractual money with RDG to finalize the designs. That's $34,000. And then our county's requirement for the grant is $230,000. And I believe on here I had Visit Casper funded $110,000 for the kiosk at the lodge, which couldn't be put into the LWCF grant. And I believe those monies were received. So this is a project that kind of needs to get going. If we're gonna do it, the grant goes through 2025, so we need to kind of have that completed by, I think, August or September of 25. And that's a reimbursable. Those grants, we pay 100%, and then they reimburse 50% of the total cost. Some other requests that we have, Crimson Dawn fencing is collapsing. That's lower priority. The RDG wayfinding signs, these are the vehicular signs that I worked on that went out to bid. It kind of fell short during the bid award process in the legal department, so that needs to be rebid. It makes sense to wait till the road is complete and then rebid those. I don't know if we want to revise what's on those proposed signs, the information. There was a subcommittee that Commissioner Kaufman had me.
Hang on a sec.
Sorry about that. Do I need to go back?
Nope, keep going.
So those vehicular wayfinding signs, we can rebid those. What was left off of those under the subcommittee was the, non-public areas. The church camps, the Lions camp, items of that sort that are not maintained, by the county. They do have a lot of people go to those. Girl Scout camp was another one that was left out of there. But the subcommittee decided to not have those, so that's how I proceeded. The Powder House roof, this is a kind of a historic building up by the fire department. It's used by snowmobilers. That roof is in disrepair and really could be fixed. As for the outhouse roof replacements, these outhouse roofs are pretty flat. They're wood and shingled. They've reached their end of life. We'd like to replace those with metal roofs that are sloped to basically allow the snow to come off of them. I have photos of 4 and 5 feet of snow standing on these outhouse structures, which doesn't help the life of these structures. So that's approximately 25 grand for that. So that is the extent of my summary on the mountain budget, and I would definitely be open to questions on the mountain.
Commissioners, questions, comments, or concerns on the mountain?
And I guess one more thing on the mountain, if I was to prioritize the extra funding that was requested, obviously number one would be the contracts with engineer and architect. Number two would be lodge furnishings. Number three would be the outhouse roofs. 4 would probably be the powder house roofs. Number 5 would be the kiosks. And, all we have right now is a grant awarded to us for 50% of that. So I'd like to get that done, but as a cost saving measure, we can always reapply in the future for a project like that. Number 6 would be the tables and fire rings to kind of complete out our process of improving those throughout the mountain.
Michael?
Yes.
So 15,000 for kitchen appliances on the lodge. I thought that was gonna be a warming kitchen.
It's going to be like a catering kitchen was the intent. It would actually, it's designed to have a range with a stovetop and a fridge and a freezer. So if somebody reserves it for a family reunion or a wedding, they have appliances to keep things cool, to warm things up in the oven. At this time, we don't have anything in there, just the sinks and the counters would be.
Yeah, I thought we were leaving the oven and range off.
You all, that's why I have, it wasn't part of the actual build of the building. So, but eventually, it would be nice to have those items in there for reservations so they could utilize that as a catering kitchen, but it will not be a commercial kitchen. And those can be basically moved down the line. If those don't happen this fiscal year, we can see about next fiscal year or something like that on those and take a stepped approach to full operation of the facility.
On that note of kitchen appliances, $15,000 sounds like a lot for a range oven and a refrigerator.
So due to it being a public building, they're required to be commercial type appliances. And so I just did a quick, I did a couple of calls, didn't get any feedback. And so I went online and just looked at what the most economical pricing on commercial type equipment was for that.
You said that tables, chairs, and office furniture, 50,000 was on the high side. or on the high end, I think, of the bids or quotes you got? What was the low end?
If you give me one moment here, I will. Get out. Right around $24,000. And that was through a local vendor here. The pricing, they're American-made furnishings. They have lifetime warranties on that. Yeah, here's another one at same vendor. It was at $31,000. I don't recall what the difference. I think it's the chairs are the difference. The chairs they quoted. Yeah, because these are $136 a chair. There's 80 chairs in the low bid, and then they were $225 a chair in the higher bid. And I believe I have one other bid that I don't have with me, but these were the low bids or low quotes that I got on that.
You said your number one priority of these items was to fund the Ingberg Miller Bear Trap Shelter and the Emerson Associates Lodge. The lodge obviously is a project underway. Is that just 60,000 that was unspent but previously budgeted?
Yes,
that you
so
wanna carry over?
I don't know if last year I may have overlooked actually putting them in a budget line. But those are contracts that we have executed with these consultants. And so these are what's remaining on their contracts. And that'll probably change by the time in the fiscal year that those amounts will be reduced somewhat.
With regard to the Bear Trap Shelter, you did provide the memo. We obviously haven't seen, I haven't seen, I don't know if you forwarded it to the commission, the engineer's recommendation on acceptance of the Bear Trap Shelter bid. I'm disinclined to accept that recommendation at this point for a number of reasons. But with respect to the Bear Trap Shelter amount remaining for Ingberg Miller, is it I don't recall on this particular one if we can terminate the project and then not have any responsibility for that remaining $45,000.
I don't believe we'd be responsible because I think what's left is construction administration and oversight of the actual construction and signing off what is built and how it was built. The information I received from Enberg, I literally received about 5 minutes before I walked out of my office, so I do have a single copy here. And I briefly reviewed that, but I will get that to you guys this afternoon. So yes,
And is that 45,000 for just one shelter construction administration?
no, that would have been for
Three.
all three. And that number is now $37,035. And without reviewing the contract, I'm not sure, I don't think we're have to pay out the remainder of the contract because those services won't be provided to construction administration.
Would you look into that for me?
Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner North.
Michael, on the Amazon, is that just what we have remaining on? I'm a little confused about that.
So the $60,000 is what's remaining with their contract. That includes, I believe there were 3 ad services, 2, but it includes everything that's remaining in their contract.
And they're doing construction administration work too for us?
Yes, yes.
With regard to picnic tables and fire rings, look, I've kind of lost track, so I think I followed you in your presentation a few minutes ago. Correct me if I'm wrong or where I'm wrong. 30 sets of tables and fire rings have been purchased.
Purchased and delivered.
Delivered.
They're currently being assembled and distributed as replacements.
Okay, stop. How many of those have been installed? Any of them yet?
I would have to check with my staff. I don't believe they have yet.
Okay. Next question, 25. I think you said you were trying to get ordered and hopefully paid for in this fiscal year.
Yes, out of this current fiscal year.
Okay. And then it sounds like 30 to 40 more would round out the 80 to 90 total. Does that sound about right?
Yes,
And that would be the 40,000 that you have here in the budget item?
yes.
So my feeling is with the ones that haven't been installed, that would be an easy one to cross off the list. And I know it's a number 6 on your priority list anyhow. You can spend the coming fiscal year installing the 55 that you either have and the other 25 you're hoping to get. That's just an observation, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, I believe we can probably, with the condition of some of them, I think we could probably wait a year or two and get everything that we have installed. Obviously, there's some that don't need replaced right away, but they will need replaced in the next 3 years, 4 years. We have a lot of concrete picnic tables that tend to break, and then others have been burned and are starting to rust out. So, yeah, we could probably hold off on doing any additional tables and fire rings.
How much do we get for the rentals on those?
Well, these are within the campsites. Currently, the gross revenue that the county receives from each campsite is $10 a night when they're being in use.
And how many nights in use are they in a typical season?
So our gross revenue, when I was determining on closing the campgrounds for this summer, was approximately $34,000.
Moving to the commissioners, if you have questions as I hit these specific items. Commissioner North, did you have one on the camp rings or the?
No, mine's further down.
Okay, let me ask my question about kiosks, and maybe that's
Yep.
one of yours. Okay, so when did we receive an award of that grant?
I'm thinking that was
Wasn't this
late
last-
fall of 23.
Was
or
it last fall? I was thinking it was a year before that,
The year before that, it was 22.
because I kind of remember this as on my first year on the
It was
commission.
22.
Was it? Yeah.
Yep.
And we don't have any out-of-pocket costs on that project at this point. We have, staff time, I
Right.
recognize.
Yeah, basically, my time applying for the grant, doing the quarterly reporting on the grant, but, we don't have any out-of-pocket money at this time on that. The ad service for RDG on that was because they had preliminary design for these when we did the wayfinding, project that they were involved in. They did a preliminary design, but to actual construct it, that's where the ad service for that comes from.
Have we been reimbursed? It looks like the total was 460. Have we been reimbursed for everything we have into that, or for our 50%?
So they won't do that until construction is complete.
Oh,
So the LWCF grant requires that they're a 50% match up to a total their max would be 230 grand.
Okay.
And so since we haven't done anything, expended any money on that, we won't receive any match.
You mentioned that one possibility or one option, and this was number 5 on your list of priorities, so on the low end, one option would be to let it go and then reapply in the future, maybe when we have a little more time and capacity to attack that project. Is it realistic that we would get that Land Water Conservation Fund grant? I haven't been watching the different grant application requests that they've been getting over the last couple of years.
You know, the LWCF has been around quite a while, and they do fund some other projects. So I think they have a somewhat steady revenue stream for grants, but I'm not sure what that is or if they reduce that. And, you know, I'm not sure, you know, how they reconsider if you were awarded and, you know, basically say, we can't do it at this time, we need to step away from it. How they deem that on a reapplication, but I can definitely have that conversation with them and see, because probably the earlier we back out of the funding they've committed to us, might be a better option, and, you know, they might be appreciative of that.
Commissioner, did you have something on that one?
No, not on that one. Mine's on the next one down
Go ahead.
there. Michael, have we looked at other options other than a buck and rail fence around Crimson Dawn to reduce the cost of that? Because that's pretty substantial.
Not really at this time. The Crimson Dawn fencing, with Crimson Dawn Road being so narrow, the way snow removal is in there, even though it's been set back since where it originally was, it still gets hammered. And, you know, Crimson Dawn, sometimes it's questionable as to, you know, county's obligation versus association's obligation as to, you know, what we're required to improve. And I don't know if fencing is actually needed.
Well, I guess that's kind of where I was going with that. And if it is needed, if there was other options that we could utilize, you know, other type of fencing instead of that buck and rail, because buck and rail's expensive to build and everything
Yeah,
else, so.
and I can look into that for sure.
Okay.
And the reason that cost is so high is there's a lot of it. There's a pretty good length of it, so.
Like you said though, Michael, is there actual need for that fencing?
Just the current fencing's falling apart.
Okay.
Could
So,
we just take it out?
we could do that. You know, and I'm not sure what CDA, what their comments on it, but yeah, we could take it out. You know, I mean, if we needed to, I think there's some requirements due to that parcel and how it was deeded that I'm not sure if we can stick up. I don't think we can put up chain link, and I'm not sure if we can put up 3-strand barbed wire, but I don't know if it requires us to have the area fenced, and I would have to look into that.
Are we sure that we even put it up? Or was that, or did we just inherit it somehow?
Speaking with Joe, and I'll have to check with him on who put it up, but he's been up there over 20 years, and I think Parks did put it up at one time. So,
There's no requirement for it.
Anything else from the commission on those items? I want to go back to salaries for just a second. You've broken down your 6 FTEs to part-time the lodge caretaker is the new one. Is that full-time or part-time? Oh, that would be a full-time?
Yes, and that position, would obviously need to maintain the interior of the lodge. They would assist in, enforcing trail passes during the winter season for Nordic skiing. They could be another point of assistance for making reservations in the summertime for camping. Obviously, they would, maintain the lodge after, somebody reserved it and utilized it. And then in the summer, they could assist in campground caretaking. So we can definitely keep a person busy doing that. And having somebody up there, over the weekends would allow the meeting area, the banquet hall area, to be opened and allow people to go in there and sit down and have their lunch, because when we don't have staff there, that section will be cordoned off unless they have a reservation to use that area.
What is the salary that you've allocated for that lodge caretaker position?
I have that currently at entry level $17.34 an hour.
My question is whether one of these others or multiples, like you got part-time caretaker and a part-time employee for Crimson Dawn. So they're up on the mountain in the mountain area. A maintenance worker, half-time or half of one position, and then 2 operations and maintenance workers, the parks manager. I'm wondering if you can't get by, or your department, or our new lodge can't get by with others covering the kind of the maintenance and the observation or whatever monitoring that would go on at the new lodge.
So the parks manager, that's Joe, he oversees the mountain and the lake. He operates all the staff on the ground, makes sure that we're in compliance with EPA requirements on our wells and whatnot. So he's pretty busy. Operation and maintenance workers, I have 2 of those. That's Marvin and Morgan, and they do all the snow clearing for our parking lots, the grooming in the wintertime. So sometimes they're up there at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning till noon or 1. So they're not really available to maintain the lodge building itself. The caretaker for Crimson Dawn, she's a summer seasonal position. She's been with us several seasons. She opens up the museum and kind of takes care of the Crimson Dawn area, and she hauls the artwork up in the springtime and takes it down for storage in the fall. And then
The other caretaker.
he's my summer seasonal guy. He deals with the campgrounds and the outhouses. And he's been here several seasons, but he's an older guy and he typically goes south for the winter, so. And at this time, one of my operators, she will occasionally check trail passes. Otherwise, it basically falls on me. I will drive up there at random times and check trail passes in the parking lots and whatnot. I haven't been inspired to get out on my skis and check people, but if I hit all the parking lots, I can find most of them and check in with them, make sure they have a pass.
The last question I have on the mountain is the $120,000 for bear trap shelters on the 1 cent. Some people would say that's way too much, and the bids that came in
Are
showed
much
that it's
higher.
way too low.
Yeah.
And there could be various reasons for both of those, I guess, schools of thought. I have, concerns about the whole bear trap shelters situation. but I'm wondering, if we even have a good enough plan right now to allocate $120,000, because it might be less if we go with a kit, it might be more if we go with either what we already have designed or something different from that.
Yeah, the summary I got from the engineer, based on my recommendations in that memo, they did not recommend removing the concrete for the ADA parking, due to some of the statutes on ADA parking, keeping it level, making sure it doesn't rut, things of that sort. That's a $6,000 line item in the base bid. And so with that, and the cost I got from, or the price I got on a kit from one other company, we're in the 130 to 140 range. If we left the concrete basically the way it was and didn't change the concrete or the footer depth or any of that. So that's kind of where it falls if we go with the most economical all metal kit that fits that footprint of 20 by 34.
Okay. Any other questions on mountain stuff or salaries, park salaries? I guess the only other thing I had, Michael, was I know you've received, this is Hell's Half Acre line 9062.
Yes.
You have $1,000 set for that, but you told us that, you know, we know we've received some grant funding, and I didn't know if that $1,000 is maybe enough, if it's accurate, if depending upon when stuff's gonna really pick up out there.
Yeah, so the $1,000 is basically our limited maintenance going out there. I have staff going out later this week to mow. We have a geologic field camp from the University of Minnesota coming out in June, and I've permitted them to camp near the picnic shelters for their few days there. So we'll be doing some mowing and things like that. The $1,000 is just kind of our general minor maintenance thing. I do have $100,000 from Wyoming Tourism or the Wyoming Outdoor Rec Grant, however you want to call it, which will facilitate a bunch of that. That is going, I believe that's going to be handled through Visit Casper, as well as there's an additional $90,000 through the rec board to construct boardwalk. And that those funds are all tied into Visit Casper right now. And we haven't got clear delineation as to whether those funds will be transferred to the county, and then the county will oversee everything that's going on there, or how that's going to work. I have a meeting next week on that. We do have Pathways on board. They will construct the boardwalk in sections in their fall and spring programs. And then we will get those delivered out there, and my staff will install them on the appropriate type footers for the soil out there. So that's progressing there. So we're besides the $90,000 for the material, most of the labor will be my staff or the high school.
So what you're saying is you don't think we need to adjust the $1,000?
I don't believe so.
Are those grants the reimbursement type, or are they just awards that
The rec board one, I believe, is.
are reimbursement?
Yes, I believe it's a reimbursement, and that's what I'm gonna get clarified next week.
Should we have that in here then, if it could be a initial expenditure? I mean, it's kind of like this Land and Water Conservation Fund reimbursement grant that wouldn't we want to, and our clerk
Well,
stepped out for a minute.
I spoke with the clerk on the LWCF grant, and, you know, if we were to pursue that, we would pay up to $460,000 and be reimbursed $230,000 of that. So we'd have to fund the entire amount, but she said that I should leave it as a 230 as our cost, because it's just kind of a pass through.
No, I was just using that as an example. I'm talking about the Hell's Half Acre grant.
So the Hell's Half Acre, I believe the rec board is reimbursable, so we may want to put the 90,000 in there. Otherwise, you know, they're gonna reimburse us after we have the receipts and invoice them, basically, is the way I understand that.
Well, I know, and if it's in our budget, then the boss will know when to write that
Right.
check, and somebody else will know when to sign that check, or, you know, the voucher, and so would you confer with the clerk on those funds for Hell's Half Acre and see if, we need to include them in some fashion?
Okay.
I guess I have some more questions. Sorry. There are a number of items on your Parks Mountain department that were not reduced, and I don't really think were addressed in your narrative, where there has been consistently for 3 budget cycles an underutilization of budgeted amounts. You know, specifically the ones I saw were 7125 machinery equipment purchases, 8012 buildings repair, maintenance and cleaning, trails expense. Those are the ones I have highlighted that have, I guess, are of material amounts. So did you consider, or do we need to further consider, an adjustment of those requested budgeted items?
So the building repair, maintenance and cleaning. That one could be potentially reduced. I think I left it at the amount due to a brand new building coming online, and we would have to do that work. That could be, you know, I could probably fund the outhouse roofs out of that and some of those. That might be an avenue to fund those items. As for the machinery, equipment, and purchases, that one's at like $5,000. I'd like to leave that at the 5,000 just because we typically, at random points in time, we have to provide replacement parts for our groomers. And they can be fairly expensive, but we may be taking that out of another. Look.
Well, I'm seeing, I know it's only $5,000,
Right.
but I'm seeing a utilization of $150, $341, $459, and so my thought was we could cut that in half without having too much exposure, but again, maybe I'm assuming too much.
One I was more worried about was the cleaning one. That's a significant amount. Worried's not the right word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think the building repair, maintenance, and cleaning, that, I don't see why that couldn't be reduced, or I utilize that this next fiscal year for the repairs to the outhouses.
The outhouses.
Yeah. You know, we do have well, that's just a pass-through, the Bear Trap Festival expense, that's a pass-through.
What about the trails expense on 8650?
So that amount came from a contract for the Summer Trail Master Plan, which was adopted up there. I am working with Central Wyoming Trail Alliance. They're planning on doing a considerable amount of work based off of that, and the Parks Department would like to supply materials as needed, possibly rent equipment, but that line item could probably be cut in half.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Michael, so if you added the 15,000 for the outhouses plus the 5,000 that you're approximately 5,000 that you've been using out of that fund. I mean, you used quite a bit, 24,000 back in 22, but it's been lower since. We drop that to 25,000 or 30,000. Would you be able to live with that instead of 40,000?
Possibly, because I know we just had a large supply order, but I think that comes out of for our cleaning, our toilet paper is 10 grand, but I think that
For the current year.
trying to figure out where that comes out of. So I think that comes out of that line item too, because operating supplies is only $800. But yeah, I think we could probably survive at that amount.
What, 35 or 30?
30, I could live with 30. I'll live with whatever you got, whatever you give me. So
Don't talk to Dallas. He's Santa Claus over there.
Don't talk to Dallas. All right. Anything else on Mountain?
no, I did want to on the lodge caretaker position. I told you it was $17.34 an hour, but with the overburden, that's $38,479.70 a year. Now, obviously, I put in the whole amount this fiscal year, upcoming fiscal year. We really won't need that staff on until December. So really only need about half of that for this fiscal year, but I plan accordingly for the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay, on the lake budget, the projected revenue for the 2025 fiscal year is estimated to be $1.164 million and a little bit of change. My projected expenditure is $1.192,797,000. The reserve balance as of December 31st of 23 was $481,352.97. And so that'll be used to offset the expenditures and will balance the budget. I anticipated having a positive year-end reserve balance of the end of fiscal year 25 of $161,625.97. That would be the carryover request at the end of fiscal year 25. I'll have to wait and see what that carryover request is June 30th when I get a report from Nick and need to start filing that. The leftover 161,000, that is after taking
Is it 161 or 111?
Should be 161. Oh, okay, my apologies. I have my original submittal. I revised it because I needed to add a line item of approximately $50,000 to do the cabin's water and sewer study. Hire a consultant to do that, to determine if we can do any additional water wells or septic systems within the cabin area. And so that's where the $50,000 comes from. So it is 111. I just grabbed the wrong.
So you're saying a carryover, anticipated carryover 111, is that 50,000 though you just mentioned going to be expended in this fiscal year?
Yes, as soon as this budget is approved, I'm gonna put out a request for proposal to get a consultant on board to do the study at the cabins. I've spoken with one engineering firm and they put it at $35,000 to $50,000 for that study and report.
And when would that study be completed?
Well, hopefully they, let's see, probably get it advertised. I'd like to get it awarded mid to late August, and then they can, do their study in the fall in September and whatnot. It would be completed probably by December.
Okay, maybe I'm not tracking. I thought you were saying as of July 1st of this year, there's gonna be 111. Initially, I thought that was gonna be 161. And then the study is 50, so 111.
Yeah, so
But it,
the current reserve as of December 31st, which I don't have a more recent,
no, Michael, let me, I don't wanna
yeah.
waste your time, and I'm sorry. But, and Madam Clerk, if you want to weigh in here, to help me understand, 161 anticipated reserve as of July 1st this year. Minus 50,000.
No, I believe this will be as of July 1st, 25. So through this current fiscal
Okay.
year, this is what I'm gonna have left over out of the revenue I project in my expenses.
July 1st, 2025. Thank you.
Yep. And that'll be the 111. I'm working off an old sheet. However, with that, in our management agreement, the county is allowed to take an administrative cost for administrating all of these private exclusive use areas. There's 255 of them. They don't care what the percentage is. During conversations with the Bureau Rec, 25% came up. So this is with taking an administrative cost at 25% of the gross revenue for fiscal year 24, which would be $291,023.39. We would need to create a new reserve fund to put that in. My proposal is to call it a lake unrestricted reserve. Discussions with the Bureau Rec, this money does not have to be listed in our carryover request, which the carryover request, if we don't spend those monies on the projects, they have the ability to take those funds from us. So this reduces that carryover significantly, and this provides basically a reverse reserve fund for administrative costs. Bureau Rec doesn't care how this is spent, as long as it is spent at the lake. So, for example, Mr. Hagler has a flap grant request for Gray Reef. It's a no match requirement, but some of these funds could be used for that. These funds could be used for, maybe if we have to do additional work in the cabin area or the trailer park, or Bishop's Point Road, which does not fall within the management area, but accesses the reservoirs. And so this is not completely, here's the administrative costs, do what you want, but it is, here's administrative costs. We don't need to know how you're using it. Use it to benefit.
As long as it's related to the lake activity.
For the lake area, yeah. But it allows us to have a fund to assist in some of the private exclusive use areas.
Or to gravel or do whatever for Bishop Point.
Right.
Or stuff in Canyon or whatever.
Yes. And so that's a new thing that's come up in the last 6 months.
What involvement do trailer owners, ski club folks, marina operator, picnic table users, campsite users, cabin owners, what involvement do they have, or what say do they have in these expenditures? Meaning, does Parks involve them by giving them notice of, hey, here's what we're thinking are the priorities for the usage of essentially what's, your money? Because I think almost all of this comes from their
Yeah,
assessments.
75% does.
Okay.
So at this time, not really. Most of this money is used in the public areas. For example, the ski club does all of their internal maintenance. The boat club does all of their internal maintenance. The marina does all of their work. Only improvements in the cabin areas have been the road improvement and there was a caveat to use lake funds that we had to have 2 public picnic shelters put in that area. And only, the trailer park, I know there was some tree maintenance done years ago. But currently we're just working on a water and sewer design and gonna obtain construction drawings from WC, who we have under contract. I'll be looking at 50% drawings tomorrow. And they'll provide a cost estimate so we can determine how to fund a replacement water and sewer system within the trailer park, with the ancillaries being the boat club and the ski club and the marina.
My thought is that we've been fortunate, the county's been fortunate to build a reserve over some time. Now we're talking about spending a significant amount of it. There might be differing opinions on whether this type of gator or that type of tractor or a shop or camp, I mean, it just might be a good idea to get public input. And I don't know when that necessarily would occur, but it seems to me that it ought to occur at some point.
On the operation side of things
On
there?
what we're spending $1 million on. Commissioner Friel?
So, Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, that has been the complaint, I think Michael knows this, that's been the complaint of the trailer court for years, because that is where a majority of these funds come out of, is out of that's where a majority of the money comes from. But they've had complaints as far as maintenance to the road, to the sidewalks and whatnot in there, and I know because I used to be, I no longer am an owner out there, but I used to be. And, you know, the complaints have always been the disrepair of things, or nothing getting done in there, and their money going out to the public areas itself. So I agree 100%. I think they should have a say in, or at least be able to vocalize what they would like to see done. And at least a portion of that money should go back into fixing some of these things. I think the latest thing that was done out there was the outhouse, but other than that, I don't.
So within the trailer park, the bathhouse, we've replaced the roof on it. Currently, we've been doing upgrading to the plumbing inside that old structure. I know my staff maintains the lawn around the bathhouse because that's a public house. There are restrictions for the lake fund from the Bureau of Rec on private exclusive use areas. Those lots are permitted to somebody there to maintain them. You know, so we don't do the tree maintenance and things of that sort. The biggest step we've taken is trying to come up with a replacement for the water and sewer, because that system is anywhere from 50 to 70 years old. It has major problems. Every spring we fight leaks, and they're difficult to get to because they're underneath the trailers themselves. But improvements, you know, the public campgrounds have been improved, Okie Beach and Diabase. But that's where this unrestricted reserve fund can come in hand, is to try and help facilitate and do some of that infrastructure work within these private exclusive use areas.
Well, I've gotten some calls, and by the way, I mean, I'll just say again, the cabin owners were very complimentary of you and very happy that the county is managing the lake rather than the Bureau of Rec. But I'm not looking forward to a bunch of calls about what are you spending my cabin or trailer fees on? Why'd you go do this? I think your priority should do that. It's always easier for me to say, to defend what you and what we are doing as a county, if we can say there was public involvement in the thing. And for example, on this next item, which is additional projects, line 9070, $100,000 for new shop building site plan, West Side Campground construction reservation system. To me, there's not a lot of detail there. And so maybe you haven't had a chance to talk about that yet, but it's just kind of in general, my feeling is maybe it's not a bad idea to maintain a greater reserve than what you show here for the next fiscal year, and during this coming fiscal year, have some public input. Maybe have it at one of our regular commission meetings and say, these are the, or maybe it's a open house and say, here's how we think we ought to spend your 500 grand or your $1 million, whatever that is. But I'm just a little concerned that we're gonna catch some heat for this if people want to second guess us, and I can't say that we let the public weigh in.
So-
Sorry, I don't know if you want to respond to that or if
No, go
Commissioner
ahead.
Creel.
Well, so just a couple questions then. Like, let's look back at the outhouse or the bathhouse. How much money did we invest back into that?
Between the roof and the repairs, we're probably in the $25,000 range.
Okay, so 25,000 goes into that. What do we generate out of that? Just the trailer court itself. What gets generated out of that annually?
$455,000.
Okay.
Actually, I'd probably give you a better number.
So if I'm hearing you right, I lease a spot out there and I've got trees on it. I'm responsible for the maintenance of those trees. If they need to be trimmed up, got dead limbs, whatever, I'm responsible for that and whatever's on the lot itself. But funds can be put back into, like you said, the water and sewer systems itself, but they can also go back into the pavement, correct?
Yes, and yes. Now, I've looked at the pavement and there's a few spots, but you're not driving 30 miles an hour through there, so I don't have as big a concern, but the tenants may have a different view on that. So the question is the private exclusive use and what the Bureau Rec will allow us to expend money on. The bathhouse within the trailer park is considered a public bathhouse. Anybody can use it. Technically, anybody can drive the roads and sidewalks. So that could be another site. Part of the deterioration of the entire park system is the staffing. I have 2 full-time staff to cover all of the lake area. I have 2 full-time staff on the mountain, and without more staffing, which obviously means more money, we're just trying to keep our heads above water.
I think the point that I'm trying to make, Michael, is that to what the chairman's saying is that over the years, I mean, I don't know what all you have done out there, but $25,000 invested back in, and I don't know what other projects have been done out there, say in the last 5 to 10 years, but it's a minimal amount for the amount that everybody's paying out there, and I think that that's what they're looking at. Resurfacing a road isn't necessarily your staffing issues out there. I'm sure it's
Right.
some that would come from, having somebody come in and contract it out to do that. So that has nothing to do with it. I think the biggest complaint, and I'm glad that it's being brought up, that the public should have some input in it, because the biggest complaint is that's one of the biggest sources of income out there, that and the cabin sites themselves. But the people in there, and I know you've heard it for years, the people in there just feel like nothing ever comes back into the trailer court. It's going everywhere else, and everywhere else looks great. It really does. The public's got some great stuff to use out there, but those end users right there just don't feel like they're getting their money's worth, frankly.
Commissioner Mill.
Michael, do you want to respond?
No, I understand. I'm not in disagreement that we should have some public input in some manner. Sometimes that can it's just a matter of figuring out how our management agreement allows us to do things within the private exclusive use areas. And I believe you're right. The roads and whatnot can be done with park or with lake money, because they are public access areas. Maintaining the roads in the boat club, ski club, and marina, that's not gonna happen. Those are their sites to maintain. And they have gates. Well, the marina does not, but they're a concession contract and they make money off of it, so. Yeah, so I do agree, we should probably try and figure that out. I don't know if that's through the Parks Board and their public, them addressing public comment or special meeting. Like I went to the cabin owners meeting, I can try and attend the, trailer owner meeting and get some input there.
To your point, the boat club, ski club and whatnot would be no different than somebody leasing a spot in a trailer. They're responsible for what area they're leasing.
Yep, they have a lot permit, just like the trailer has a lot permit, just like a cabin has a lot permit. It's very similar.
Yep.
So, looking real quick, you had 15,000 on your sewer expense approved last year. You went up to 34, according to my sheet currently, 1,000, and you budgeted for 20,000, or requested for 20,000 this year on that, which would have met the current expenses out. And then down around the water line, you're at 100,000, but you only expensed out currently for this page 28,000. What kind of going to that point, and maybe using this unrestricted lake reserve thing with funded through the administrative fees. What would it, just a knee-jerk rough estimate, what would it take to get the trailer court water line and sewer up to snuff?
To replace the systems?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if the engineer's estimate's in excess of $3 million. It may be closer to 5. We have 155 connections. We have to run new lines. We have to update a lift station. And the intent of the engineers is basically to run those systems within the roadway. So obviously, there's gonna be trenching and patching there with probably a roto-mill after the fact. So, yeah, I'm thinking it's probably closer to the $5 million mark. It's gonna be significant. And you were talking about one line item on the water and sewer that went negative. That's because our aerators in our sewer lagoon, one's completely shot, another one's about to fail. So I went ahead and ordered replacements because we have a reserve fund for lake and sewer, has money in it, and that's why I didn't carry that increase over, is because that significant equipment expense won't happen again.
So I understand for each lot, the sewer to the street would be their responsibility?
No, so basically, we're going to run a main down the street for water and sewer, and then we're going to tee off each side of the trailer, sewer on one side, water on the other, alternating. So basically, from our endpoint valve in between the trailers is where their responsibility starts. So they would have to tie into our valve like they do now, next to their trailer, and tie into their trailer.
Okay. And those funds, the BOR doesn't want lake funds for that.
I believe we could use that for that. They don't really, our sewer reserve fund, they don't care about. That's the service cost that we charge each lot, and we charge the ski club for water, the boat club for water, actually boat club's water and sewer, and then the trailer's water and sewer costs.
Thank you.
All right, we are out of time. You've got some complicated stuff going on.
Yeah.
Your departments are dealing with every day some of the people who are hardcore, meaning they love that mountain and they love that lake, and so they're pretty passionate sometimes. I know that is not always the easiest thing to deal with. So thank you for being the point person on that. Are there any other things, comments you want us to know?
No, the new shop building, we had that, consultant in for OSHA. Our current shop is inadequate and has a lot of issues. I am starting the process with the Bureau Rec to see if I can get them to approve a site. Once that's approved, then I would want to go forth and see about actually getting a site plan laid out. The maintenance building on the mountain is a good template for something similar. Sheriff's Office may have some Coast Guard grant money that can assist in that manner as well, so.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Next, we have Mike Hagler with Road and Bridge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I suppose we just go through this like we have in the past. Start out with the road and bridge. Have reduced the budget a little bit. We've got 17 employees, one road and bridge superintendent, one assistant office manager, 14 operator positions, of which 4 vacant. Excuse me. And then we also have overtime pay in the budget. Salaries increased about $4,754 and some change. Wyoming retirement went down $57.43. Social Security increased $294. Medicare decreased for $843. Employee Medicare stayed the same so far. Unemployment insurance decreased $53.60. Workman's compensation $1,425 decrease. Contract labor decrease. I decreased that $2,400. Machinery and equipment rental, I also decreased that $92,756, and that's driven by the snow event we had. We were all kind of running gun shy there for a while, myself included. So we jacked that up last year. But building repair and maintenance, that also decreased. We did some maintenance on the buildings out there. We still have crane inspections and things like that that come out of that, but I can decrease that. We still have a roof repair to do out there, but I think Jared or Garrett's going to take care of that. Machinery, equipment, and parts, that increased, obviously with cost of everything going up. Anticipate needing that. Road oil and hot mix, I took that line item down 1,000, which gets rid of the line item. That's going to be absorbed in asphalt line item. Tire repair and maintenance, took that down $800. So that put the budget at, there's a typo on your sheet probably. The budget's now $2,128,228. So it's an overall decrease of about $90,674. Any questions on that? Okay. Capital fund request, Buffalo Creek gravel pit, which is underway as far as engineering. This would fund going forward after we get the engineering done to actually put the pit into production. Anticipate, if we compare it to the Herbst gravel pit and that project that's going on right now, it's probably going to be around $2 million to do that same size project. Pavement maintenance, that's the road and bridge, some paving out there that's needed. It's, I've got an agreement right now with Ramshorn on that after I quoted it, but they aren't going to get to it probably before this budget year ends. And it went over a little bit. It's more like 44,000 instead of that 30, but I'm going to take some of that out of asphalt. 2 pickups, $60,000 apiece, and the loader for the Mountain, which is an old 18-year-old 950 cat machine with 6,700 hours on it, and it's seen its better day. That's $350,000. So altogether there's $2.5 million worth of requests. One set number 17 funding, haul truck is on order right now. That's a carryover from this year. The Herbst Gravel Pit Phase 1 is underway. That's also a carryover. Buffalo Creek Engineering's underway. That's a carryover. And then the neighborhood road funding is just the commissioner's preference on that, at $25,000. So that's $1,515,000. And for the road fund account, the Gray Reef Bridge replacement is under contract with YDOT. This to be our portion of that. The road assessment gravel roads is a contractor we hire to assess the gravel roads under the GASB rules, so that'll be due next year. Hot mix, $250,000, gravel, $350,000. The Long Canyon culvert, I never got to that this year. It's still holding together, and it needs a head wall built on it, but I need some significant engineering, and I just haven't got it done. Squaw Creek Engineering Design under contract. They're still working on the right-of-way. And anticipate going ahead with that if we get the right-of-way squared away next year. That project would be about a $3 million project. I did move some money around. I'll explain that in a minute for the Herbst Gravel Pit. Ramshorn portion of that, $550,000, will go back towards that other contract, which is on the other page here. The 1.25, that completes that contract for the bid price. And then the Badwater Bridge, that's a YDOT bridge improvement. That's our portion of that for their study. And then I delayed the Goose Egg paving project out of this fund, moved it out further, so that won't be happening. Any questions on that? Okay. Cordis Road, here again, that was one of the FEMA projects we started out with, and we've got reimbursement coming from a portion of that. It's nowhere near what we expected, but we put CEPI under contract to engineer that project, $91,840. They're still working on it. The project estimate is $1 million. So this year we are planning on going out to bid to do the tree cleanup and some repair on the very first culvert at Black Beach, and try to get all that debris picked up that came down through there so it doesn't go down through there again. And so they estimated that at $500,000, and then there'll be another portion of this later on. It won't be in this next year's budget, but we'll have to move on up the road and do some more road repairs up by Cottonwood. Strawhacker Drainage, that again is a FEMA reimbursement. This one's still eligible for reimbursement. We have to spend the money to get the money. So Worthington Lenhart's the engineer. We've paid out some of their contract. We still owe them more. And they're planning on going out to bid with that here real soon. So they anticipate that culvert going in there's going to be $500,000. So that total FEMA request is $1,182,655. And then the tribal consistency grant, I believe you set aside $600,000 last year, to to build a new building and the voter machine, take the old voter machine building out and accommodate it into this new storage building. I upped that. I don't have any engineering on that yet. I'm trying to get somebody to take a look at it because it has to qualify for the Build America. So it has to meet all those requirements to spend the money. And I want to make sure that's done right. So we'll get that document ready to go out to bid and take a look at it and see where we're at. But I anticipate that we can get something. And that building maintenance shop too, that's something that Garrett's gonna look at. We had a leak in there and he knows about it. So I don't know if you need budget money in my budget for that or not. And the vehicle. No, it's patching. It's skylights that are in there and he's gonna just tin over them. We don't need the skylight because we got all brand new lighting in there last year. So, and I believe he's also looking at, the end of the building where the sheriff has radio storage and stuff too. There's a leak there. So I think he's taking a look at that as well. Vehicle equipment budget, includes 4 full-time employees, equipment maintenance shop foreman, mechanic 2, 1 administrative assistant, and then 2 mechanics, heavy mechanic and a light mechanic. So the salaries increased by 7,105. Wyoming retirement increased by 1,090. And the reason these increased is that position last year wasn't there. Part of it wasn't there. The guy had quit, and I didn't fill it. And this gentleman came on a little higher paid. So Social Security increased 441, Medicare 103. Unemployment went down a little bit. Workman's comp went down a little bit. Motor fuels. I, here again, took some money out of there. We also jacked that up last year, but in doing the numbers and the prices we got right now, projecting, I still think we'll be all right for our fuels. Unless we have another winter like we had, but you can't really prepare for that. Auto body repair, we're increasing that. We've got some cars and vehicles that we need to get fixed. Department heads are asking for them to be fixed. So, county vehicle servicing, that increased based just on what everything's going up, part-wise. So that budget's $1,179,935, and any questions there? So the combined total of the two budgets is $3,308,163.
Thanks for coming, Mike. Take a look at 8418 8 on the administration page.
Paint supplies?
Yeah. Have it clear up at around 30,000, but it's consistently not going up to that. Is there any reason why it needs to be that high?
Well, we get into a grant, not a grant, but a contract with Whiteout when they buy paint. And we buy paint. We also do Mills in Evansville as a trade-off. Mills gives us water. Evansville just works with us. But we've always painted their streets, and we've always painted all Mills. Mills just took on more streets that used to be ours. We've given them. But a year ago, we didn't get as much painting done because of all the flooding and whatnot, so that didn't draw down. And I don't know if the latest purchase is showing up in here yet, because we just got a shipment of paint. But I'm not sure if that's showing up yet. Can you tell? Oh, 3 weeks ago.
I just shown expended, total expended 2,979, so more than
Yeah,
likely
but it
not.
hasn't shown up yet. But that's That's what goes on there.
But do you think that 30 is still appropriate or can that? I mean, I don't know what that shipment you just talked about, if that's a $10,000 item.
It was, you know, I want to say it was 20 something. Yeah, I can check on that. We're gonna need it because we're gonna play catch up this year, trying to paint all the stuff we didn't get painted.
Who's the vendor, Mike, do you know?
I don't off the top of my head.
And then, shifting gears just a little bit, 8422, 008 machinery equipment. I know that you were lower than expected a little bit for when this sheet was put out at 165, but
That-
in the past though, you've had overrun, and I know parts and stuff is just stupid, crazy expensive. That's what I'm saying. Do you need to maybe increase that though?
Well, there's expenditures that aren't in here yet. We just did a $45,000 engine the other day that I don't think that's gone through yet. But I increased it by 25,000.
Right. Do you think that's enough?
Well, you know, if you have a motor grader go down tomorrow and an engine goes.
I'd rather see you go the other way. but
Well,
do
I
you
know,
think-
but you guys asked us to cut this where we could, and I feel, I mean, you know, if we have to go over a little bit, we've always been able to make it up somewhere in the budget, where I try to. So I feel comfortable. I mean, we've got a blade that's out getting fixed right now. Haven't got the bill on that yet. It's gonna be extensive. Some of it's under warranty. And then this truck motor thing that happened, that was not expected. Cheaper than buying a truck, but it was still 40-some thousand. So that hasn't hit this yet, but I don't expect to do that again next year. I mean, we've gotten some new equipment, so I'm hedging that I'll be okay.
That was it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think your narrative and then your presentation today, covered some of the other things that stood out for me. Some of the things that stood out to me, on the year-to-year comparison. You know, I have been trying to figure out additional ways to maybe save some money, cut expenses. And I mentioned to you, this $350,000 loader. I realized that the desire is to replace an 18-year-old 6,700-hour machine. If we decided we couldn't do that, I mean, obviously you've still got that same machine for a year and you limp along and maybe have some repair costs. Maybe you rent a machine if you have to. And I didn't know if you had other machines that maybe a little bit newer or better that might fit better up there on the mountain. And then you take this older one and put it in someplace where you can kind of, you know, have easy hours on it.
Well,
What are your thoughts on that loader?
I have another machine the same year and style as that one. It's set up to carry the snow blower down here. It is a backup for that machine, but when it goes up there, then it can't carry the snow blower. So, and it's designed for that machine. It's all internal controls for the snow blower. So, we've had that machine up there, backing this machine up when it needed repairs, but, and that price I've got on that machine is also got a big dozer included in it, because that dozer on the mountain's been there long before I came, and it's had it. We've rebuilt it. There's a big ball joint in it, and we just keep rebuilding that thing. It hits so much stuff. And, yeah, you know, I'm gambling that we're seeing telltale signs that we're probably gonna start having some problems, but you don't just rent a machine to go up there and have that dozer on it. You can rent a machine that's got a flimsy dozer on it, which is similar to the new loader we had the accident with down here. That that dozer won't take the hits up there. It's designed for highway, and it's not designed for pushing boulders and snow, frozen snow. So you need, I'm not saying I can't I'm going to a smaller machine up there because they're more efficient and they're hydrostatic now. They get around great. But I would have to order, in which I am, if we buy this machine, a new dozer for it that'll take the hits. But, yeah, that's the hard part is, will there be that size machine that I can rent if this one goes down? Granted, I can take the one that I have now and put up there and do something different down here and try to retrofit the snow blower to something I can rent. That's a possibility. So, it's, see what you come up with.
The two trucks, and I'm sorry if I missed it in your narrative.
Pickups?
The two pickups, are those just kind of this F-150 type, half
250,
ton?
250s,
Three
three
quarters.
quarters. They haul fuel and toolboxes and cutting edges. And
And
yeah,
just-
they got to be 3/4 ton.
Just kind of replacement of,
Replacing some of the stuff I still got.
what is the mileage on approximately? Are you over 100,000
Oh,
on
yeah.
those?
Yeah. Probably 165, depending. Some of them are higher than that. We just got two, we've been fighting just getting pickups. So it's that battle too, but I understand.
So, Mike, for fiscal 25 in 1 cent, you're scheduled for grader, pickups, and a heavy haul truck. So these other two pickups, are they in addition to what you're scheduled for in 1 cent?
Right there at the top.
In 25, so we had the motor grader and yeah, these two pickups are part of that 8 that was original.
So these other two that you're asking for in your 39 account in your equipment line are in addition to?
No, they'd be this.
Okay,
Sorry.
so that's a
Sorry.
duplication.
I
Okay.
see what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I put that in the wrong place. But
So we
anyway.
can cross that off the narrative because it's already on the 17 schedule.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, and you could, if you're gonna do that, you could take the load, because swap the loader out for the grader that's on here.
And that's what I think you told me
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah.
The grader you're
Yeah.
not gonna get this year. Grace, Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So both the grader, the two trucks and the loader can come from 17.
Yeah, they're on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll make a note of that here.
Are there other questions or comments for Mike?
I have a couple. But they're about Coates Road, so I think I'll talk to him about it a little later.
That'd be great.
It's getting graded today. That's one of your questions.
Well, I heard from some Poison Spider people, thank you was what I got, so I guess
Oh,
I
well,
should
we'll
pass
take
it
all
on
those
you.
we can
I was
get.
just gonna take it and keep it.
We haven't even been there, so that's really good.
I don't know. I got one call. Yeah, they wanted to give me credit like I was the operator or
Yeah,
something.
let's say thanks.
Hey, Mike, on Squaw Creek construction, the 3.1 million for that, that's based on, I I guess, current and
That's an
maybe-
engineer's estimate
Engineer's
with the
estimate.
newest numbers we've got.
which are always just
Yeah,
Right on.
right in there.
Um,
Depends on how long we wait.
is that, just remind me, is that the entire road?
That's all the way from CY up to the end of the pavement.
And does it, wait, but that's a, I can't remember how far the pavement goes.
That's, I think it's about 2 miles,
Okay.
two and a half, something like that. So it's in the ballpark. It's a grind and mill and overlay, and some borrow pit work, some minor culvert work.
Do you think, the engineer will get, do you think the right-of-way work will be done like by this fall and then get it
I'm
bid
hoping.
this winter?
I'm hoping, yeah. And then we'd bid this out.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Hagler? All right, thanks for
All right, thank you.
your presentation.
You give me that in writing, right?
Madam Clerk, my understanding is our treasurer is going to call in,
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
okay, at 2:30, so I see we have about 3 minutes.
Let me reach out and make sure that they're still going to be available.
That'd be great.
whole lot about the budget expenditures for Tom, though.
How are you? We're doing okay, thanks. We are here for our budget sessions, and I think Commissioner Milne is setting up the microphone so we can hear you a little better. Nick is at the table in front of us just in case he needs to answer questions, but
Okay.
just thought we'd go over your budget for this coming fiscal year, and maybe you can, this is not your first rodeo, so you want to just take it from here?
Okay. Well, generally, it's what it was last year. The salaries show an increase because of that new stepping grade or whatever it's called now that we're using. But other than that, there is not anything anything really extreme. There's the few things that I put on here because of situations from the past where we got caught without budgeting for them and had to expend. But those I try to keep down as low as possible. It essentially, and that third one up from the bottom, the abandoned vehicle expense, I don't know why I have that, but it's something that we are required to pay, so I guess I got stuck with it. But other than that, there's nothing really out of line.
Mr. Chairman, on the abandoned vehicle expense, that's just a placeholder, and we do a GL correction or a journal entry at the end of the fiscal to offset that expense. So there's no budgeted figure in there.
Actually, I've been doing it on a monthly basis.
Tom?
Yeah.
How, are you fully staffed right now, or do you have open positions?
We are fully staffed currently.
For the budget line item for salaries, my calculator indicates that it's a 3.5% increase, and maybe Madam Clerk, you or maybe I think we're going to be talking about kind of where we are with wages and salaries after our budget sessions, but that was one that my math showed that it was 3.5, which I thought was a little bit high, so I don't know exactly how that adjustment was made.
Mr. Chairman, on the treasurer's budget, he has a couple staff members that would be changing to different clerk levels. He lost a longtime employee, and one of the employee is moving up the ranks to that. So there's some adjustments as far as job descriptions and clerk levels go.
Okay, so there's some of that going on too. All right. Tom?
Yeah.
The second to last line, 8631, investment expense, it's only a $3,500 item. Some years it's used, some years it's not. But what is that?
Nick, do you want to explain that?
That is usually used for like bank charges or investment fees or charges. It's hardly ever used as far as I know.
Okay.
That's what that line item's used for.
The next line, 8632, motor vehicle temporary forms. It looks like when that's been used, it's been at $1,800, and I think the amount's 4,700. So I don't know that we need to make an adjustment for such a modest item, but first of all, what is that? And then do you think that $4,700 budget amount is still appropriate?
The motor vehicle.
Based on, like you say, the past, it probably doesn't need to be. Those forms are just something, the temporary that goes on, that we have to purchase every year. But yeah, we could lower that a little bit.
What's that? Yeah, you want to ask?
So Tom, this is Jim.
Hi.
Line 7101-012, repair and maintenance and contracts. You've got it set at 20,000 across the board for the past few years. In general, it looks like the most that's come out of it is only $1,000, no more than $2,000 that's come out of it. Do we need to have that at 20,000?
That's one of those that we got hit with. I don't remember, but we had to purchase one year. It's quite a ways back. But yeah, we could probably lower that too. We got hit with a $20,000 something several years ago, and had nothing budgeted for it. So I just been carrying that year to year, just in case. But yeah, we could.
If we lowered it to about, 5,000, would that work?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just one of those just in case things.
And the last one I had, Tom, was the contract labor, $5,000. Just wondering, that's not a ton of money, but it hasn't been used in the last 3 cycles. So I was just wondering what kind of contract labor that might be.
That is, one of those situations where, if we end up short-staffed or needing to meet the requirements of the public, that we'll bring in somebody, and usually I just give it back.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another one of those things that is there if it's needed.
Okay, just in case.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Tom, it doesn't look like we have any other questions or comments. Did you have anything else you wanted us to know?
I wanted to talk about the, I got an amount of valuation from Renee in the assessor's office for, I think Nick's gonna submit something tomorrow with the revenues. And I'm going to, that's just going to be pretty much a wild guess at this point until they get approved in June. But I'll try and get something for that line for the revenues.
Tom, I went ahead and got that valuation from Renee, and I went ahead and did the estimate based on that.
Oh, okay.
But I also said that it was temporary until we got the June, or when they sent that into the state in June.
Yeah.
I came up with about 17,000, and that might be high or low, but I said it was a rough estimate, like you had said in your email to me.
Yeah. She was pretty shaky on it because they're still working it. And like I say, part of that does, it is valuation directly from the state. So she wouldn't have any clue on that as yet.
And I emailed that estimate to you just before noon or afternoon, the budget spreadsheet that I prepared that includes that estimate for property tax.
Okay.
Yeah, along those lines, I see the estimated revenues for the coming fiscal year for property tax at 17.7 million. It's a decrease of right about 1.3 million from last year. One thing that I'm curious about, and I'll ask our assessor later this afternoon, but from the treasurer side, estimated revenues again were 19 million for the current, and actual as of May 20th.
Well, if you look to the
is
right, Peter,
14 million.
look to the right, I have that calculation based on the estimated that Tom hasn't distributed for May, and also the estimate for the ad valorem.
Right.
Comes to about 18 million.
Oh,
Okay.
I took
Okay.
that actual, that actual is only through the end of April. Because Tom hasn't done
Yeah,
the
that's,
distribution for May yet, and he'll do that in June probably.
okay, well, that makes
But I
me,
did it for 20 days of collections in May.
plus I've got two more ad vals to add
Brings
to
it down
that
to
too.
18 as of the 20th or so, bringing
Yeah.
it up to date.
18's a lot closer to
Right.
19 than 14.
Right.
Okay, thanks. It's a little bit small.
I know, sorry. They have a lot of footnotes and,
And we did get this over the lunch hour,
Yeah,
so
sorry.
that's great. Okay, Tom or Nick, anything else you want us to know?
I don't have anything at
I
this
might
point.
review this and ask, if you have any questions, just send me an email and I can answer.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us.
Oh, you're welcome.
You know, I did have a question. I think Commissioner North and I, and we were visiting a little bit with the clerk about it, and that's the PILT funds. This is, the federal monies, were estimated this fiscal year to be 3.9 million. Next year, they are estimated at 4.2. Your note indicates that you used actual dollar amount received last year.
We're capped out in Natrona County. We will not be getting any more additional money than what we have in the past. And they had also talked about reduction, congressional reduction in some of that funding too. So that's where,
Oh, okay.
That's
I
where the
hadn't heard
concern
about
was that I had-
mean, based upon prior years, we've always just used the full amount.
Yeah.
Because we always received the full amount. We didn't have that reauthorization that we had to discount it by.
yeah. So
Okay.
that was my concern, is that's the information that I'd been told. I know for a fact that we
Yeah,
won't
plus,
be getting-
they're not real certain how long this is gonna continue to.
Right, because it has to be reauthorized on a regular, on an annual basis.
And I can drop
so-
it down to the 2.9 if that, you know, if you're more comfortable with that.
Yeah, the 3.9, I think that'd be,
Okay,
I
I
like
can
the,
do
four-
that.
I like the 4, but,
Yeah, me too.
but I think the 2.9 is more realistic.
3.9,
Or 3.
Okay,
yeah.
I can drop it
Versus
down to the 2.9.
Isn't it 3.9?
That can't be right.
Oh, no.
It's on page 5 of
Oh,
the estimated 2.964.
Yeah, 2.9 projected.
Okay, I'll revise it to that number.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think I have other questions I need to go over now on the revenue side. We'll digest this a little bit more and be in touch with you and Nick.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. I'm not seeing any other hot burning questions, so thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, thank you, Nick.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you have any questions after you review this spreadsheet, just send me an email and I'll research it or tell you where I came up with my estimate. I tried to note on here where I came up with the estimates as best as I could.
And obviously, those notes are some of the things I need to look at. a
Yeah,
little more carefully.
there's notes to the side that are pertinent.
Okay. We did our county clerk, report meeting over the lunch hour. And so, Mr. Sheriff, if you're ready, we're ready for you and your team.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Don't take it personally.
That's okay. I know where to find them. Thank you for the opportunity to come visit about our fiscal year 25 budget that we've submitted. If it's the pleasure of the chairman, I'll start off with a brief overview of my budget narrative and some of the key points where we have some adjustments, some increases to the budget from last year, and then I'll certainly stand for questions.
Very good, thank you.
So when we looked at the, it's actually 5 budgets put together that we'll talk about, but really the changes we had, the increases, were salaries and related burden benefits line items. Depending on the budget, some of those numbers went up, some went down. And that really accounts for how we move people in the office and the step and grade increases of their salaries. Sometimes the step and grade goes down when we have a retirement from somebody on the upper end of a grade. They're replaced with somebody at the lower end of the grade. So you see some fluctuation there. There's also changes in the employees that were not on our health benefits previously that have decided to enroll in that benefit. There's changes there as well. So that really accounts for the majority of the salary and related burden benefits. And in the submitted numbers, you'll also note that I added in an increase of 0.9% for the employer contribution to the law enforcement pension plan. So this last legislative session, the statute that controls the percentages of contribution has increased. And that increase is half of what the overall increase would be. So the statute requires an increase of 1.8% to the combination of the employer and the employee contribution to the benefits each year for 3 years, for an overall increase of 5.4%. So trying to be conservative, we understand certainly on the employee side as well as the chiefs and sheriffs that in order to have a viable pension plan, money must go in order to come out in basic terms. So there really was no opposition to that. The legislators did see fit to spread that 5.4% increase out over 3 years to ease the burden on the employers and the employees per year. So you do see that in there. That accounts for about $84,000 and change in the overall increase that I requested. And then specifically after the salaries and related burden and benefits, you'll see there's a increase of $8,000 to the subscription line, and that is primarily, well, that and a $4,000 increase to the investigative purchases line. Those two combined really, that increase accounts for adding to our forensic digital analysis capability. So technology constantly increases at an exponential level. So in order to stay on top of that, we have to leverage technology during our investigations, and those are minor adjustments that we make in what tools we're using to do that. And I've also asked for a slight increase in community outreach. We have been engaged with the citizens quite a bit. We're hosting an emergency services expo every year where we give prizes to children as they go around and talk to emergency responders and view their equipment and have a chance to interact with them, engage with them. Coloring books and bracelets, keychains, water bottles, those type of things. So that's really kind of a increased footprint in the community. We're hoping to build those relationships a little bit more, and I felt that certainly that's a conservative approach at looking at funding that program. Mr. Chairman, that kind of sums up, I guess, the overall increases. I will say that the budget accounts for full staffing of 158 people at the sheriff's office. That includes myself. I'm proud to tell you that we have 2 openings across all of our positions, and those 2 openings are deputy sheriffs. We have 1 very qualified candidate halfway through the background investigation that we're looking at bringing on, and a couple other good candidates that we're looking for the remaining position. So I'm sure, as you've heard and as you're aware, across the country, not only the state of Wyoming, but across the country, that is unique to law enforcement agencies. I'm very proud of that. I'm proud of all the employees that we have working for us. I think the citizens of Natrona County are very lucky. They're blessed to have such a great workforce providing service to them and working on their behalf. So certainly the praise and thanks goes to my staff. They're the ones that create a great work environment, and essentially they're the best recruiters that I have. They're spreading the word. They're talking to friends, family, friends of friends, friends of family. They're the ones that are engaged in different groups on social media and whatnot. So as a matter of fact, this morning in our staff meeting, we had a conversation with one of my staff members that's kind of the first line that potential candidates talk to when they put in an application or they're seeking more information. And we were told that these candidates are seeking us out. So we don't have a high-tech or elaborate recruiting strategy. We kind of throw a large net, and what we've seen is that lateral transfers and people from out of state, they are doing their homework. They are researching different places, different states, different agencies, and they are coming with interest to us. So that's a great thing, and that is all attributed to the people that I work with. They're creating a great environment to work at.
Well, that's a great batting average, 2 openings out of 158 people. So I think that does speak volumes. So good job. Maybe you can tell us how we can fill some of our positions a little more expeditiously. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
No, sir, I stand for questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions?
Just a comment, that's remarkable what you just said. I saw some article recently where, was it the Sheriff's Department in Cheyenne putting a big billboard up in Denver where a bunch of police officers quit and advertising for deputies down in Cheyenne. I think that's what that was all about. And I thought, wow. And then for you to say what you're saying, we do have a good Sheriff's Department, and I'm happy about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Laird.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sheriff, there are some things I'm going over with, I think, just about all of our departments. And those are where I'm provided historical information on budgeted amounts for the last 3 cycles, and amounts expended for those cycles, just to see if I can spot trends. And I think the majority of time, there are case-by-case, fact-specific situations that explain why maybe we need to keep that item open, even if it's been underutilized, the budget line item. But I do have a few of those types of questions for you. I'm going to start with the one that might get me into the most trouble. 8416 under Sheriff Administration is firearms and ammunition. And you have historically had a $30,000 line item. In the last 3 cycles, it's been $900, $2,700, and $4,300. So in this process, my question would naturally be, does it need to stay at the 30,000, or is that an area where maybe, for example, 15,000 would be appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. I would ask, Madam Clerk, are they looking at February's numbers?
We're looking at May through May 3rd. So, Mr. Chairman, he has expended $27,039.58 out of that 30.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I can, real quick. So we've discussed a little bit before, but for everybody's memory, so the philosophy in creating the budget for the Sheriff's Office really has to do with budgeting for full staff. And of course, 87.7% of the budget is employee cost. So that includes all 158 people. Now there's times through the year where that staffing number fluctuates a little bit, and that money remains unexpended. So this year, as part of this philosophy, I'll tell you, this year, if my projections hold, which they should, there should be about $700,000 unexpended in fiscal year 24 budget, about $700,000. So So given that idea, there's, when I go through the budget, every year, I look at, when you take into account the ups and downs of law enforcement and the possibility of events and how events in our community go up and down, whether they're search and rescues or disasters or fires and, different types of crime and things like that, as well as there is a very wide range of potentials at the detention center. So, we're responsible for a lot of different inmate medical costs. Those are all dependent on the inmate themselves that you have currently in custody. So the projections that we work off are to account for most of these scenarios. There are years where we don't encounter every scenario that we budget for, and there are years that we do encounter every scenario. So it's certainly not fluffed or padded. It's conservative in nature, but it does allow us to continue those services throughout the fiscal year to the citizens, given those fluctuations. So there are also, as you look at your expenditure reports, there are line items that, as an administrator, I choose to wait till spend until towards the end of the budget, in light of the fact that that may have to be borrowed for a large emergency, a catastrophic event that we have. So it's needed, but we might not need it at the beginning of the budget. We may need it at the end of the budget, so we still have that capability or that equipment or service we need, but it's purchased towards the end of the budget in light of trying to make sure that we can maintain the vital services during the rest of the budget. Not sure if that was too long-winded, but it's a large budget. Law enforcement is very up and down. It's very dynamic. A lot of employees, so it's very complex, the theory that goes behind developing a budget that's conservative, reasonable, at the same time accounts for all these variations that we experience.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the answer, and I think it is responsive. I think there are a number of, I think there are about 3 different points in there, and one is maintaining maximum flexibility over the course of a budget year, so that there are some things that you've absolutely got to have funding for. And then there's some things that, well, if we're gonna, if we get up to the end of the year, these are maybe more discretionary. I think that, and so I get that. And I also get that from year to year, because of the dynamic nature of your department and the complexity and the number of employees and the 5 different budgets you have, that it may be 2 years before the stuff really hits the fan on a couple budget line items. And so, you have to look at it over the course of time, and I think a professional like you has to look at it, over more than just a one budget year analysis. So I do understand that. I think that there's kind of this push-pull, if you will, in that I heard early in your comment that there are years where there are monies that are unused. In some cases, maybe that's $700,000. The county appreciates that. We appreciate it. Our constituents, it's hard for me politically to say our budget is this amount. Not the budget necessarily for the sheriff, but our overall budget is here. And then just tell them, if they're sticker shock, then to tell them, but it's going to be okay, because we'll probably, or historically, or we're likely going to be coming in at a level that's, a little bit lower or a lot lower down here. So it's this kind of back and forth where we have to do our job, ask the
Sure.
questions, and make the uncomfortable decisions sometimes. And so I think it's just kind of a natural state of how our system is set up. So I guess that's just kind of a response to your observations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the comment, and I agree with you. And when I talk to our constituents as well, there is some understanding that there's ups and downs, but I think the conservative nature of it is this money's not being, it's being spent wisely. It's there when we need it. So I don't know if it would be ethical for me to know that there's these probabilities out there that may happen, and in turn not account for those in a budget. I don't know if it's proper for me to provide services to the community, or say I'm going to provide this level of services to the community and not have the funding for it unless I come back and ask for extra money. So certainly the budget accounts for different things, and really the majority of unexpended funds are in salaries. So if somebody retires tomorrow, that position is unfilled, therefore that money is unexpended for a number of months before we get somebody hired to fill that position. So that happens. If you have an average of 4 or 5 positions unfilled during a year, that happens. But I can't submit a budget to accommodate that shortfall, knowing that the goal is to be up to staff, and that's what it takes to provide the level of services that the citizens demand. So I can't budget short of that. So essentially, the due diligence, the conservative nature of budgeting is not expending that money when it's there and it's not needed to be expended. So in the conversations that I've had, to your point of what are constituents looking for out of a budget, I think it is responsible, and I do get that feedback from them, that the opinion that I'm getting is, hey, we want you to be prepared for things that can happen. When something happens, you need to be able to take care of it. And I'm trying to do that to the best of my ability, and historically looking at what we do. And this has been fairly consistent. We've tried to narrow it down a little bit. There was a time where there was quite a bit of unexpended funds, as in millions. And we've tried to get that a little bit narrower to give you flexibility to spend elsewhere, while still accounting and having the flexibility to meet the needs of the community.
Mr. Chairman, I looked into this at one time, and I'm going to just use a term that may not even apply, but kind of a sliding budget's almost what you're saying. But some entities have gone to a bi-yearly budget. So you would have your overall idea, but then we calculate that 6-month budget, and then at the end of the 6-month budget, see where you are, and then work that into the last 6 months of the budget. And I don't know whether that would work, because what I'm hearing from everybody that comes in, some of these agencies want money, and if we could get everything leveled off, we could get them more money than I think we're going to be able to give them, like a couple of agencies that really do need the money that are walking that tightrope. So if at the end of the year you have 700,000 and 200 of it could have helped another agency, I would feel kind of guilty about that. But I also want to see your agency be able to meet problems that none of us really want to meet, but we know that in your agency you do have that issue. So I'm wondering if there isn't another way of doing this that would be helpful to you and to the commissioners and to the other agencies, because I hate to see 700,000 sitting around at the end of the year. That would have been the difference, say, for this one agency that takes care of children, that if we cut them by 168,000, they lose 5 beds. And now with all this stuff going on with children, you probably have about 3 of them up in the jail. I'm also thinking about how do we balance that? And maybe you have some comments on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Laird. Very good comment, Mr. Chairman. Again, if you look at the budget, the sheriff's office budget, when 87.7% of that is salaries, 158 people, 87.7%. So when you look at unexpended funds, really the vast majority of that is coming out of open positions. And those positions just naturally ebb and flow. Every year we have retirements, we have some coming up. We have quite a few retirements in the next year or two because there was a mass hiring 21 years ago, and now those people will be eligible for retirement. So there's strategy involved there to how you hire people and get them on board around the same time that somebody's retiring, so you don't have more people than you're budgeted for, but you don't have too big of a gap between when they leave. But essentially, that's where the money's coming from. So if you're looking at the budget as in there's 700,000 unexpended, maybe we can take that down to 200,000. Essentially, what you're doing is not funding the full number of staff that I need to accomplish the mission. Hoping that balances out somewhere in the end. But the philosophy that has been adopted throughout the years and something that I support and that I understand is budgeting to full staffing and again, being responsible with that money is not expending it at the end. If we don't need it, we don't expend it. So, you know, I also understand that the county does not budget as a whole to a zero balance every single year, where every penny comes in is every penny that goes out. So how you apply that unexpended funds, you know, that's certainly in your purview. But again, it's, you know, trying to plan and trying to staff those positions. When you think about the overall budget, if 87.7% is salaries, that doesn't leave much for operational expenses of an agency this size. So there's really not much in there. And most of that operational expense is at the jail. Their inmate costs, their inmate medical cost, that's a lot of where the money's at. And there's variables in there. So a lot of those services that we provide, even the services to the people that are in our custody, are constitutionally mandated. We're mandated by the Constitution, by law, by statute. There's things that we have to do, and I have to be able to account for those. Now, if we don't have those high needs, high medical needs inmates in the detention center during that fiscal year, that's a good thing. Then we're not spending the taxpayers' dollars on something else. So, in my mind, I think that's fiscally responsible. Not sure what to do about the unexpended funds and still account for everything that we need.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, we're on the same team.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to be clear also that we know your staff provide some of the most important services, life and death stuff, to our community every day. And we respect that tremendously. I recognize that 87.5% or 87.7% is salary staff expense. But I do the math on a $19 million budget, and that's still $2.3 million basically for other things. Now, I'm not, so I guess this exercise of us asking about, well, $8,700, has been pretty much unused for 3 budget cycles, based upon the information we have, and we don't have information that goes back before that. And I know we could get it from the clerk if we felt like we wanted to or cared about $8,700. But the point is, and maybe these are just minuscule items, but it's been, you've been in enough of these over the years and over the last 2 days to know that I've been asking these kinds of questions to everybody, because we're trying to figure out as a team, because we're on the same team, where can we do the stuff that's most responsible and not reckless. So, I'm not suggesting that we dive into your staffing and that 87.5%. But what I am suggesting is we take a hard look at where we can say, well, we want to do community outreach, but maybe this isn't the year to add the additional $2,500. That's just one that comes to mind. Again, it's not a minuscule amount, but it's not a material amount either. So it's just this kind of exercise. And so maybe instead of that, I just ask you, where do you feel you have the most discretion and breathing room? And maybe it's not line by line, but just in general, for if this commission did feel we couldn't fully fund our departments, including yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly I agree with your comments, and I appreciate them. And I understand, when our community, when our taxpayers tighten their belt, it's time for all of us to make sure our budgets are tightened as well. Typically, historically, what we have done at the sheriff's office is if there's a large dollar amount that needs to be trimmed out of the budget, that does come out of positions. Because again, the operational costs are kind of fixed on what the service that we provide. So what we've done is essentially held or put on hold some of those open positions. And if we don't have the open positions, then we trim through attrition, so we can safeguard the employment of our people that are actively working. So that's kind of the worst case scenario. Certainly, if the commission has a direction they want to go with dollar amounts, that's easier for me to go back and apply. If there's some specifics that you would like to see as far as dollar amounts, I can go through line by line and try to, see where the most effective and efficient way to take a few dollars out is. We run a pretty tight ship, and the consequence of being tight is that there's not much room. So when I asked to increase something like community outreach $2,500, is that a necessity? Probably not. Is it something that the community has requested and something that they like? Yes. So I guess the direction would be how important or where or what type of budget cuts are you looking for? Certainly, we have a couple projects that you see that I listed in there. One of those is there's 2 project requests. Project number 1 is the detention center intercom system. I'll give you some more context there. So the detention center is 100,000 square feet. Everybody on the commission has been up there. Any given year, month, or day, we have around 250 inmates. A shift of detention officers is 12 deputies. So in order to effectively manage 250 inmates, we use a combination of the design of the facility, the secured doors, the walls, how people are divided up. Another tool that we use that's very important is the intercom system. So the deputies and the employees, they use radio communication. And in order for the employees to communicate with the majority of the inmates in our custody, we use an intercom system. So we have control towers. We talk from the control tower into the inmate areas, but essentially with 12 employees looking after 250 people, you need a way to communicate. Most of the people in our custody are compliant and they're responsive to our request and our communication, and a lot of things happen that way. They notify us of problems, we give them instructions, things like that. So long story short, this communication system, this intercom, was originally put in 1996. The same technology was expanded in 2006 when the jail expanded, and it's an old analog system. So if it breaks, when it breaks, there's no replacement parts. They just don't make them exceeded Technology has far exceeded what this system is or was. We're looking for a digital system. So that project, total amount is around $230,000. There is, again, unused funds that reside in the security update line under grants and capital projects. If you decide to apply that, then the total project's around $137,000. Now that project, it's not an emergency today because it works. Yes, sir.
John, have you thought about bringing that to the Joint Powers Board?
We certainly can, yep.
Well,
That,
that's where it needs to go.
we can bring it up there without a doubt. Some of it, only a fraction of it would apply to the Joint Powers Board because half of it is on the Tower 2 side.
Right. But at least part of it would be shared costs, and that's the reason why I'm saying that.
Sure, we can have that discussion, but that project is a whole. We can put that on hold till next fiscal year. You know, if it does break, then it would be an emergency that we'd have to address at that time, but we could certainly put that on hold. Project 2 is Axon Equipment and Services. That is a little more important of a project. And of course, that is accounts for all of our vehicle cameras, all of our body-worn cameras, the recording system in our interview rooms, and the storage and management for all of that data, as well as tasers, training, updates, and all that related equipment. So we can't really do without that. Our contracts through the years have been piecemealed together as we expanded our fleet, as we expanded deputies, our services. So we had a whole bunch of different contracts, most of which are expiring this year. I was able to renegotiate by lumping all those services that we utilize and equipment that we utilize together, and came up with a cost savings with the renewal of a contract that includes all that. So that one, that would be hard to do without. We'd have to explain to the public that we no longer have those capabilities of recording evidence and interaction with the community and things like that.
Mr.
But
Chairman? I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, certainly stand for questions here. I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but yeah.
You're not, Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, thank you for showing up today.
Sure, absolutely.
Just a couple of questions. You're on your admin spreadsheet under subscriptions. Is that for like IT subscriptions, software, stuff like that?
Those are, yes and no. They're specifically law enforcement investigative tools to download, extract information from devices, phones.
Right.
So it's,
Might check with county legal and general county IT. She said something, they talked about something yesterday or whenever they were here about there being some laws that the subscription stuff has to go through IT now.
I'll certainly check into that.
So take a look at
I
that.
did hear that testimony. I'm not familiar with it. I know it's standard practice across the country for law enforcement agencies and their investigative teams to manage that because it changes so.
Right.
But I'd certainly, yeah, that's on my notes.
Something to, yeah. to
On my
look at
notes
and just
to
make sure.
see what changes there were.
The other question I had to do with your jail spreadsheet. On there, you've got buildings, repair and maintenance and cleaning. Shouldn't that be under Garrett's? Or what are you using that for?
Mr. Chairman.
I see her shaking her head, but I need to hear it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Millen, thank you. Sure, so some of these line items, they're fairly accurate to what we use those for. But that one probably could be redefined maybe, I don't know. But that is used for not facility maintenance necessarily, but maybe some of the, brooms and equipment, cleaning equipment that the inmates are using to clean their pods or the kitchen. Do you have anything else on your mind?
I better not.
She doesn't like retitling things.
Yeah, well,
The reason, it's not that I don't like it, it's because it's standard across all the account lines, all the chart of accounts. But
Yeah.
if he needs something renumbered and renamed, I would be happy to do that.
well, and I don't know if that's necessary. But the fact is, it's not maintenance as in the terms of building maintenance like Garrett takes care of. And by the way, I'll thank you very much. Garrett has done a fantastic job for us, and he's really getting a handle on these maintenance issues at the jail and has a plan moving forward and been very responsive. As a matter of fact, over the weekend, they were up there. So thank you again for that, talking about maintenance, but.
Sheriff,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add one thing. I don't want to give you the wrong impression here. I'm always 100% for the sheriff's department. I think what I probably should have told you is this: it appears as we're not going to have as much money coming in as we did last year. So if our pocketbook shrinks, it's easy to see what we have to do. That's all I'm saying, because you don't have to justify any of this to me. I know you know what you're doing. I know you need all of these things. I want to see you have them all. Now, the only thing that hit me was if you had 700,000 at the end of the year, and I've told the juvenile center they can't have their money, I'd feel pretty bad. So I'd like to figure out a way to solve that if that's possible. Not cut your budget, not say you can't have what you've said you need, because I think you do need it. But when our pocketbook shrinks, I know what happens when mine shrinks a little bit. I don't sleep well at night, and I'll have to cut down on a couple things. So that's all that's going through my mind now. That's it. You're a good sheriff. You got a great sheriff's department, and I want it to get even better. So there you go.
Mr. Chair.
So the last thing I wanted to bring up was, I know, but we're almost out of time. This is important. Dallas is Dallas. Sir, when I was on joint powers for the detention center, and Eric was here, now over at the city, we discussed and looked at the paperwork for the joint powers agreement between county and city for that facility. When he was here, his advice and our understanding was that it wasn't just for the old. How it's written, it covers the entire facility other than the juvenile detention center. So we may want to pursue that in full rather than have the mindset of, oh, it's just the old side, but continue that thought process of it being the whole detention center, not excluding the juvenile.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Millen, thank you. Yes, and many of you have or do sit on the Joint Powers Board for that, so I'd certainly be willing to show up there and give you my 2 cents on it. I think there's interpretation, you know, what the county attorney gives us
Now that he's
direction
over there,
on.
it may be a different interpretation
It might
now.
be different. But again, I think that in the long run, that project needs done. That's what the ultimate cost of it. There is a dollar amount that is unexpended in a similar fund. We were able to have that unexpended funds by renegotiations and moving things around to accomplish the project that it was originally intended for, which is a good thing. We saved the taxpayers' dollars. So again, let's have that conversation of who or where it gets funded. But if you decide that there's a chunk of money that needs to be set aside till next year, we can certainly pause that until it is an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. I wanted to, we were just hand-delivered a letter from Cornerstone Programs over the lunch hour.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to address that before we go today. I'm not seeing any other questions regarding your budget request. Are there any other items you want to go over with us, or any last comments or statements you wanted to make concerning the budget?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the relationship that the sheriff has had and that I've had with the commissions. I think you're absolutely correct. We are all on the same team of providing the best services and resources we can to our community. I know everybody's invested in that. I certainly hope that I didn't sound confrontational or defensive. Sometimes I talk a lot and I ramble a little bit and I get loud, but I am passionate about the job, and certainly we're, you know, an active partner in this entire county, and when it's time to tighten our belt, I'm more than happy to do that. We will sacrifice and sacrifice greatly for the citizens. So I just think that maybe what I wanted to communicate, and to the good folks that are listening to us, was some of the theory of how this comes about, of the theory of putting together a budget for a dynamic, moving target to try to be able to hit that target and be able to continue those services to the community without coming up short. So really, in essence, that's what my comments reflected. And I think that the easiest way from my perspective, if you have a target that you want to hit, then I will certainly try to meet that. I will go through dollar by dollar and see where it's appropriate, that I can maintain, you know, the majority of services and still meet your target requirements. So in my mind, at least, how I process the information in the budget, it doesn't work well for me to go to each line of what was unexpended at what time, because those change so much, and trying to provide that service is just so dynamic. But certainly didn't want to sound confrontational, just wanted to be informative and throw some of that out there on theories and philosophies and how I try to make it all work.
Very good. I appreciate those comments, and we all respect the job you do. I respect the job you do. I think you do a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And I think your department, I'm proud to be a commissioner with the sheriff's department that we have.
Thank you, sir. It means a lot. Appreciate it.
So Cornerstone Programs, they are requesting an increase due to labor costs of $396,000. Our contract with them, the provider agreement, expires June 30th. In summary, they're proposing an increase. They do say that we're happy to meet with the board to discuss their proposal. Since you're here, I wanted to just carve out a couple minutes to get your observations. the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever you want to tell us. You know, we just need to, I think, educate ourselves a little bit before we meet with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, I am invested quite heavily in the operations of the Juvenile Detention Center. By statute, the sheriff is responsible for being in charge of the jails. So it's not delineated in statute that, you know, which jails those are. It just says jails. So essentially it works under the authority of the sheriff. I'm certainly aware of and sympathetic to their need to adjust salaries. It's a very difficult job. I think everybody is very aware of some of the challenges in juvenile justice that we're seeing currently in Natrona County. And as a key part of that system, how do you staff that facility? Speaking with the director for that facility, he was challenged because he's essentially competing with the same pay range and the same applicants as fast food restaurants. And yet we're asking them to watch over and safeguard and take care of our children. So it's certainly a challenge. I can tell you I'm not involved in the administration portion of that. That's essentially what we contract out. But I'm sympathetic to those challenges. You have to have good employees, especially when you're talking about who we are entrusting to look after our children. I don't know how more simply than that to put it, sir.
Well, do you think they're doing a good job?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you think there are options to Cornerstone that are available that would do a comparable job?
Mr. Chairman, I haven't explored that. Typically, the sheriff's not involved in the negotiation of that contract. I don't know what other private services there are out there, but you know, even from a basic argument, if you brought in another corporation, another private company to manage that, they're going to be hiring from the same pool of people. So I think the salaries or the wages that they're paying their employees, regardless of what company that you choose to provide the management, is going to have to be similar to attract and retain the quality of an employee that we want, that we can trust to perform that duty. So I'm not aware of, you know, what type of profit margins are involved in that business, or what corporations have what profit margins. So I can't speak to that at all. Certainly what I can speak to is if you hire an employee at $15 an hour, you might have a different pool of people if you're offering them $20 an hour. So I think there's, you know, there certainly could be a market analysis for what those positions are paid. I will tell you in the state of Wyoming that most sheriff's offices do not have a juvenile detention center. There's some that are regional, and most of those are staffed by deputy sheriffs at a considerably higher cost. So again, I think if you went into the weeds, if you wanted to look at each dollar and cent there, you know, there could be some analysis that goes into that on what other possibilities you have, but it's going to come down to really what they're paying their staff, and are they attracting quality staff at that pay.
Thank you for your thoughts and comments, and you do raise a good point that this contract isn't between the sheriff's office and Cornerstone. And so I'll get together with our legal department. I know they have more information and assess further what options we might have, but I appreciate your perspective.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Sheriff, I can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe you can. How long has Cornerstone been operating the detention center or the juvenile? Were they? I couldn't remember if they were gone already. Okay. Thank you.
great. Anything else for the sheriff? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next appointment is with Jody Jacobson, Cooperative Extension. Good afternoon, welcome. Sorry to be a little bit behind.
Nope, hit it again.
Hold it, yeah.
A little, no, it's red, so it's good. So just keep touching it. There you go.
Ta-da. Okay. All righty, okay, cool. Well, otherwise, Commissioners, I'm happy to be here to represent the University of Wyoming Extension and Agricultural Resource Building. From our previous budget requests, we really haven't changed a bit. We can go through it a little bit here. We still have our contract labor services, and again, I'll remind you that is between my two colleagues behind me that I'll introduce here in just a moment. There is a cost share between the county and the University of Extension on that. Our educational supplies, our travel, that's a lump sum that we three share equally as educators out at the building. And we do have a research and demo, mostly Donna and I and the horticulture and myself. Those are usually our longer day or 2 day long workshops, events that we put on is where we draw from that. Our office supplies haven't changed for a number of years. And we still have our training budget that's mostly for our county staff, for our administrative assistants, so that they have at least one training per year, but we try to have 2 to 3, or find things out in the community or up at the college for them to also attend. Or also do, for instance, even, like an Excel, like an advanced class or something like that, so that they continue working on their skills. And then our vehicle maintenance and repair, that's our $5,000 there, along with our gasoline. We all use those on our extended trips for the most part. Our sensible nutrition program probably uses them the most because they're out and about in the community almost every day, between shopping for their classes as well as administering the classes well within the building, as well as out in the community with different, the food bank, lots of nonprofit organizations, and they're in many of the Title I elementary schools. But I do have one request, and before I get to that, I do want my colleagues to be able to introduce themselves, if that's all right with you.
Yes, great.
I'm Donna Hoffman. I'm the horticulture educator. I've been on staff at the extension office here in Casper since 2002. And this year have taken on the role of the Wyoming State Master Gardener Coordinator. So we'll be
hopefully hiring somebody to take over the role of Natrona County Master Gardener Coordinator, but will still be serving in the role of Natrona County Horticulturist, so making sure that all of the horticulture-related questions get answered.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, I'm Joshua Bliss. I am the 4-H educator in the Natrona County Extension Office. I'm basically the guy that just likes to make sure that the kids have fun, they have a positive place to be, and that all of our volunteers are able to care for them diligently as we go through fair, as we go through club meetings, as we go through every youth activity you can think of. We have just under 500 kids enrolled in our program right now, and we're very happy to be serving them in Natrona County. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
And please don't underestimate the amount of work that goes into both their jobs. Having had the 4-H job, I know that that's just not an 8-hour, 40-hour week type thing. Definitely since COVID, we had, of course, a little bit of a decline in all of our programs. We're really starting to see a rise now with youth participation, as well as more adult volunteers coming on too. Donna too, she just had a very successful, I forget the name of it. The spring conference, thank you. And if you saw that, it was pretty much jam-packed for folks attending that. We've also been a large increase in our outside user groups. Of course, our 4-H folks, and we have some quilters come in, and we still have some of our homemakers from the past, but lots and lots of user groups, so there's really hardly an evening that there's not an additional group in the building. So that has really escalated in the last couple of years. Myself, I'll just give you a couple of highlights with the community vitality and health. That had now, gosh, I guess we're a year and a half into that being reinstated in the county. What I've been working very hard on is I've been doing a number of board trainings with appointed boards as well as nonprofit boards. I've been very interested in working with our business community. I've been partnering with our Chamber of Commerce. We've been doing a lot of customer service training with things, trying to bolster business with, there's nothing better, for a business or the county or the city than trained staff. They can make or break you, right? So that's been very important for us. We're really working hard on our leadership development. One of our big health issues right now is something called Wyoming Walks. I instituted that last summer. We had 6 individual walks. We try to get people out moving. It's a free program, but we try to put an educational bent to it. So we did everything from doing the murals downtown to going out to Edna's Kimball Park, doing a photography walk, things that are just of interest to folks. And that's a free service that we offer, and we've actually extended that. Oh, excuse me?
Is that year round?
We're going to try. We're going to try.
it's always
Yeah.
hard, right?
Like I said, I've got 6 walks planned
Okay.
beginning in June. And so, trying to get indoors is a little more difficult, but yeah, as we continue to expand the program, but now we've expanded out into 8 counties. And so hopefully by the year 3 of that program, that we'll get, if not all, but that's what I'm hoping for, is all the counties in Wyoming. Simple program, but very, very effective. We had a lot of good feedback, and we probably had about 25 to 30 consistent walkers on each one from last year. So lots of folks from the community with us. And then in the fall, I hold, for lack of a better term, kind of a wellness type thing, and it's wellness for mental health, it's wellness for nutrition, it's wellness for exercise, it's also wellness for financial help and leadership. So that'll be my 2nd annual that I'll host that again in October. So we do try to keep really busy out there and definitely be out there and working with our clientele and stakeholders. So I do have 2 requests. We have a wonderful county staff. We have 3 full-time and we have 1 half-time. One of our gals came on, and she has just really, really taken off, and she primarily helps in the 4-H program. She has really gone above and beyond, and I would really like to be able to bump her up a little bit in pay, and I've asked for a 20-cent per hour raise. She will receive a step raise later in the year, but she, as I said, she has really gone beyond what the role really calls for. And I certainly want to keep her. She's a real asset to the 4-H program. And then we do have 1 part-time person who does work 20 hours a week. Her position used to be a full-time position, It went to halftime, I would say 4 years ago, maybe 5. I would actually like to increase her 5 hours per week if we could go to 30 hours and then, to do an additional 5. Everything else will just keep totally status quo. We can work well within our budget. We try to be really frugal and pay attention to what we're spending and how we're spending it. And just trying to do the very best we can through our extension services to do what we can for not only, our citizens here in the county, but also even statewide, that we can be, an influence there. Any questions for me?
Any questions? Commissioner Mill.
Hey Jody, thanks for coming down.
You betcha.
The only question I had, the only one that I was curious about was the contract labor services. In the past, it's just been generally running high 20 to 20,000 or so. You have it up to 41,300 some.
Let's see, I was gonna
And
say,
that-
last year was at 40,238.
Right.
That's the 2 positions.
So you increased it by $100. The 2 positions, are you talking about the,
That's the 4-H position, and then the portion that the county pays toward the horticulture position.
okay.
The
So,
cost share.
right. So why is it showing that it's half that basically, and then but you're requesting is up around 40?
Mr. Chairman, it's a timing issue with invoices, I believe.
Okay.
And something that you should know too is we've had quite a bit of change in our state extension office. We have a new director now. We've had an interim now, oh gosh, for almost a year. He's now back in his regular job and much happier, believe me. So Mandy Marnie, and you've met her. She was here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
She was an associate director. She's now the director of extension. So she's been in the job about 10 days. So
So with this though, it needs to stay at 41,000 then?
and that I can't really answer to. I don't think it will be more than that. It might even be less.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Historically, it's shown less.
Mr. Chairman, it's billed quarterly, and it's the timing when the fourth quarter bills come in. But per the contract, I would say that budget amount needs to meet what the contract reads, which is up in legal now. Is that correct, Jody, or?
Yes. And what I figured it on was what we have paid. It's an even payment per quarter. And so I just timed it by the 4 quarters so that I could get an amount.
I believe,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe only 3 quarters are being reflected each fiscal because of the June, the deadline that we have for submitting vouchers in June. I think there's a timing issue with invoicing.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have not seen the 4th quarter. It has not come to me yet to send, to have a voucher prepared to send to you.
Okay. And you get those from the state, Jody?
They come from the extension office.
Is there any way we could do it more regularly or to show a clearer picture of the
So,
expenses?
Like more monthly or
Yes, that might be,
I'll make an appointment
Okay.
with Mandy and put that on the table and see what we can do.
That'd
I
be
don't
great.
think it'll be in the immediate future,
Okay.
but I could certainly talk to her about it so that maybe in the next few months.
I think that just
that we could
provides
do-
the commissioners a more clear picture as far
Right.
as
Right.
expenditures in that line.
I mean, if you look at it, we're asking everybody to cut, and then you've got a line item that's $20,000 over basically every year. So if we don't, see what I'm saying?
No,
It's-
I
it's a
understand exactly.
perspective.
Yeah, like I
So-
said, yeah, not having that 4th quarter already billed and no, I understand exactly what you're saying. And yeah, I'll get a hold of Mandy and we'll get that talked about. And maybe we can do, like I said, on a monthly basis or
Great.
be
We
better.
don't mind the extra paperwork on this end if you guys could do something like that. That'd
Okay.
be great.
All right, no, I'll speak with her about it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anything else you'd like to tell us?
Just that we're thrilled to be here. UW Extension, it's really our ultimate aim to, touch the lives of as many people as possible. We've talked about, as an educator staff, we certainly have our traditional ag community, and unfortunately, that's shrinking. And so we're making much more of an effort to contact everyone. And, my thought is if you eat, you're part of the ag community. So we definitely want more people in Natrona County to know who Extension is, because there's still people out there that have absolutely no idea. So that's kind of my ultimate mission, is to bring people to the Extension fold and at least have them have an understanding of what we can do, because there are so many things. We can do that. They traditionally think it's just something that only farmers and ranchers can take advantage of. So anyway, that's usually my biggest thing, is to bring people to the Extension family and know that we're there for them too, and can provide services for them.
Well, I appreciate it. And to that point, I think maybe there is some messaging there. You're in our packet as the ag extension, because I think historically, that's what everybody has thought of, and that kind of defines the parameters in people's minds of what you are and what you're not.
Well, it really does. And I think when it really comes to mind, the first thing people think about is 4-H.
Right.
And a lot of times then they think about livestock, and that maybe you sow and you cook a little bit, but that's kind of primarily it.
Right.
When there's probably 25 to 30 projects that have nothing to do with livestock. There's a lot of things in technology, STEM, outdoor, leadership. There's many things. So we just continue to do our darndest, and also try to get our state extension office, to help us. That's probably where we are weakest, is in our marketing. But it's like everything else, it costs money. And
Right.
so, you try to get that word of mouth out there. And as I said, even just my Wyoming Walks program, how many people were surprised that that was an extension program? Or, many of the programs that Donna does. I think there's still a bit of surprise that Extension actually does that sort of thing. So we'll continue to walk the walk and get folks to, encourage them more to be, part of Extension, that there's probably something that, that they would be interested in.
Good. Well, and I've just changed from ag extension, my little tab here, to
Oh, there you go.
co-op
To
extension.
UWE.
Yeah. Hey, thank you very much.
There you go. I appreciate it. Thank you.
May I interject something
Oh,
else?
certainly.
Should have said something while I was standing up, but I sent all of you an email about 3 weeks ago, I think, promoting a program referring to COMET, which is changing our mental and emotional trajectory. So one of the communities that has the highest percentage of suicides is our ag producers community. And it seems to be something that's somewhat hidden from the communities, because it's easy to say there was an accident on the ranch. In October of 2020, I lost my dad to a suicide, and they were ag producers here in Natrona County and Carbon County. So I've gotten involved in communities and programs that are focused at reducing ag-related suicides. And so I've also become involved in the Western Region Ag Stress Assistance Program. And one of the things projects that's connected to that is this COMET program. I have extra handouts, unless you all just had seen the ones that I emailed to you. Okay. There was an explanation connected to, that's okay. No, yeah, thank you. I'm hoping that some good comes out of that, and that I can have an effect so that other families don't face the situations that we did. Anyway, we are doing a community training and a train the trainer for people who interact with ag producers or the ag community or ag families. And would love to see if any of you could come to that community training. The morning starts off with a train the trainer, and we're going to be training people to do those community trainings. If any of you were interested in that, that would be great. But if there was any way that any of you could come to that community training, we'd love to see you there. We're also seeing an uptick in fentanyl overdoses, and we're including 2 naloxone trainings in that day.
What date is
June 4th. Well, now that I'm looking at this, it's not highlighted on there, is it?
It's right by the QR
Oh, there
code.
it is, by the QR code.
Yeah.
So I sent that email to you on April 30th. I didn't bring extra copies of this particular handout. but it does a really good explanation of the comment program.
Give it to Tracy, and then she can make sure we get copies.
Okay.
But I thank you for sending it. I'm actually going to be out of town. I'm going to be out of state on the 4th. But hopefully one or more of us can make the session.
Okay. And then I have one other program I wanted to let you all know about. The Wyoming Bee College has been going on in Laramie County for the past 10 years. The educator who had been doing that retired last June, and I had been kind of pestering her to make sure that it didn't just go away and get lost in the weeds. And we'll be bringing that to the UW Casper College and Casper College facilities here in Natrona County in September. We're working with either the 13th and 14th or the 20th and 21st. And once we find out from the facilities on the campus which dates are available for facilities, we'll pick the date and start pigeonholing our speakers into a schedule.
Cool. Great.
Again, thank you. And as you said, I'm with Comet, I'll actually be taking that Train the Trainer myself and making part of that my programming to get out and work with, civic groups and citizen groups to help them know, to help them, really recognize the signs and be able to know what to say and help refer them to someone who can help if someone is in a state where they need help, with their mental health. So,
Excellent.
yeah.
Great.
Alrighty. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Yep. Our next appointment is with our assessor, Miss Salisbury, and one of her right-hand mans.
There you go.
Miss Berry, nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. No, I was actually going to say that, but we're the most hated office, so what can I say? Actually, it's been a good year so far. Very good. So, all right. So, I have my budget. I have changed a few things just based off of about the same procedure as we did last year. I'm seeking 2 additional positions for another team in my field appraisers that are included in my budget line for salaries to help meet our 6-year rotations of all properties in Natrona County. The other part of my budget, due to the size of my staff and unfortunately the prices of today's traveling, we travel about 5 times a year. Most of the time it's only 2 or 3 of us. And 2 other times I've noticed that the Department of Revenue, most of the classes are geared here in Casper. So this year we for a big group of us, we travel twice this year. The rest of us, it's usually around 2 to 4 people traveling to the conferences and meetings. So I did up that budget slightly. On my budget line remaining for this year, probably about half of that will be used up in about 2 weeks remaining. So the travel expenses, I increased it $8,000, but I could probably cut that in half. I did have to amend my budget immediately because I forgot about, we do contract out to T.Y. Pickett, who does our industrial valuations for Casper and surrounding areas. They increased their rate. I had already done budget and you guys had settled on it before I really knew what that contract was going to be, and I didn't know that until late last year. So that line did increase $6,500. Exactly, yeah. And as far as the rest of the lines, they have remained the same. Any questions?
Probably.
Okay.
Commissioners, questions?
Well, it's not directly with your budget, but indirectly. So is our tax, the money that we're gonna have to carry these budgets, is it gonna be the same money as last year or less or more?
Well, can I interject?
Yes,
Commissioner
please.
North?
Yep.
We did get some numbers from Nick. He indicated that he got these numbers. They're kind of hot off the press from Tammy. And I think I would like to have some just kind of preliminary discussions on revenue as they relate to property tax. But if we can stick with some budget questions, I had a couple. So maybe we deal with those first and then transition into
Sure.
revenue.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure and hit that question.
Thank you.
Tammy, did we add, I'm trying to remember if it was last year or the year before, we added a team of.
You did. I had
Just last year?
additionally asked for 4,
And we
got 2. I have since lost one, and that one is soon to be replaced. I do have 2 staff members that are within or less than a year to retire. One within a few weeks, actually. And the mapper will go shortly after next January.
Well, it's good. I'm really happy you volunteered that information because this is one of those areas where, I think we were hoping to do these 2 additional positions this year. I think that was kind of if not the discussion, then at least some of the thinking last year. Now looking at where we're at, I was thinking, well, is that an area where we can maybe defer another year? But if you have some staff rotating out through retirement, et cetera, you might want more training under their belts and you might want to bring them on sooner rather than later.
I would like to do some cross-training. On June 3rd is when a new employee will start. And in that rotation, I lose one of, I don't even know, Jim Clark is going to leave the office about the end of June is when he's planning on leaving, and then Julie the beginning of next year. So one of my field appraisers, Erin, is moving upstairs with Julie to train with her while we have her this year. She also alluded that she could stay a little longer or go to a part-time position to help with training. And I've already asked Eileen and Nancy from GIS and our IT team to help implement some training for Erin as well. The biggest part of that training was learning the CAMA system, the RealWare system in our office.
Are you, then how is your staffing currently? Or you just have one, are you just down one, or maybe you're full with this person coming on?
With this person, I'm still short one person. Once Jim leaves, that would give me back my 3 teams in the field appraisers. And we could get by for another year. I really don't know what the impact of how bad it's going to look right now. We are looking at about 9.5% as of right now, up in value compared to last year. And that does not include all of the state assessed numbers. We only have about half of them downloaded into the system so far.
Tammy, on litigation legal expense, you have 40,000, which is the amount budgeted for last year. Do you think you're gonna need that much if you don't have as many appeals? And I think that's where you were hoping to be headed. What are your thoughts on the appropriateness of that amount?
So that's where I'm still a little unclear, only for the fact that we still have one appeal from last year that is sitting at the state board level right now. Rumor has it he's going all the way. And so Lita in our legal department did some estimation on appellate court fees, and that's around another $18,000, depending on how far it goes. And he, with that particular case, he has also filed those 3 appeals for this year too. So I think it's whatever the decision is on those cases versus this year, I don't see any of the other ones going that far.
Okay.
What case is that?
The
Is that the con?
Conroy
Oh, Conroy.
condominiums, yes.
And so I'm hearing you say that you didn't exactly, that you kind of like to keep that where it is for now.
I would kind of like to keep it where it's at because I still have on retainer our lawyer, and she is still writing briefs and submitting that documentation. We had to have it. Yeah, I think June 5th is the next deadline for that hearing.
Commissioners, other questions?
Tammy, thanks for coming. Okay, so I'm still a little confused as far as your salaries wise. I understand that people are leaving and you're rehiring people. That's not a problem. But this number, that reflects the replacement, the staff that you have now and their replacements, but then also an additional two person?
I did include the 2 additional into this line item.
Okay, so regardless of whether people are leaving or not, you're rehiring them to replace,
Correct.
but then you want 2 more people on top of that.
Yes, my ultimate goal would be to have 4 teams in our field appraiser office so that we can, it just makes the workload a lot better and a lot more efficient.
The other part of the question that I have is
Sure.
with this salary number, does that include any wage increase?
It does, yes.
Which is?
It is the 2%, what's it called? The 2%,
Based on the market study of the
Yeah.
2022.
and then it also includes, the staffs, or the members of staff that will get a $1 increase when they
For their annual.
are permanently certified next year.
Can you give us another number reflective of what you just said, the step and grade, the certification bump in pay, but without the additional two field.
It's minus $72,000 just for the salary line. Does not include
Minus
burden.
what?
72,133.
And how does that affect the rest of the numbers down the road?
The burden?
The burden?
You can add, I can do the quick math for you really quickly if you want to keep talking.
That was the only question I had, was related to that,
Okay.
is I'd like to see the numbers.
Is it 12% or 72, on top of $72,000?
It's more like 52% burden.
Private employer, I'm sorry.
I'll do that. If you just, I'll get that for you, Commissioner Mills.
Well, if it's 50%, then there you go. 100,
Yeah.
yeah. 100 large. All right, other questions for Tammy? On the budget? All right, anything else you want us to know on the budget side of things before we talk about revenue?
Nope, it's
So
pretty
I-
simple.
So I think Nick said you're waiting for the state, and I think for the numbers to be a little more firmed up. And I think you probably just referred or alluded to that yourself, but that at this point, I think you said it's looking like revenue will be 9.5% over what it was last year. Is that what I heard?
As we sit right now, it's 9.5% over last year. And that, right now, I only have at least half of the state assessed in. On what?
That's just local, the 9.5 was just.
Oh, just for local, sorry.
No, I just didn't.
Okay, we need to, it's important for us to understand this. What does that mean? No, when you said just for local.
So,
Yeah, the state
local
market.
assessed, so it's anything other than state assessed. So all the revenue that's brought in minus the state assessed.
Okay, and so the number
So
says 17.7. And I don't know if you have what we're looking at or if you want me to bring it over.
I'm
Yeah, where did you get
Where's
17?
17.7?
We're gonna get over my head here pretty quick. But, because this is kind of hot off the press, and so.
Oh, he put, okay,
Oh, he included state assessed in his numbers, that's why.
okay, okay,
And that was just for the percentage from last year to this year.
yeah.
round up.
So I'm going off of this 1,476,000,000.
As it is the assessment.
Uh-huh, and then this is what it was last year.
Okay.
So it's 9.5% more this year than last year?
Right at this moment, yes.
So you have it at 12 million. No, that's 12 million.
This was last year,
Right.
and this is this year right now. This one, right?
So what's the
Yeah,
difference?
so that's our-
What are the
But in
exact
terms of
numbers,
the
Tammy?
Property taxes, because see, we're talking kind of apples to oranges, where you're looking at assessed value of property. We're looking at,
You wanted the collect,
so we have.
the actual dollar amount?
Yeah, that's
or-
what, sorry.
That's what that is.
So what is the property tax number, revenue number, we're gonna have for the coming fiscal year?
So we have the assessed value, but it's not broken out by tax district for us to calculate tax dollar. I mean, we could ballpark it.
I can ballpark it at the 72.89.
Okay, well, let's do that, and then we'll,
We need to know how much money we have in our wallet to finance everybody that's asked for money.
let's ballpark it, and then we'll confirm with Nick.
Oh,
Do we know how much we're getting from the state? Peter,
Estimate annual.
does he have how much we're getting from the state?
No.
So it's the same
I
thing,
think
right?
that's
We
one
don't
thing
have to
that
do the 9 and
they
a
don't
half.
have.
Well, that is the 9 and a half, isn't it?
goes to them.
Or no?
Because they give it.
That's
they
the,
pay that
so that is.
Yeah,
nine.
that is
So
nine.
it's that times.
Okay. We're looking at 10,763,000,000, or, good Lord, 10,763,865. Based off of mills of 72.89.
How much did we get last year? I'm looking at you, Renee.
Well, I'm thinking, well, the reason I just, that's Tom's Ballywick.
This is what Nick,
Yeah.
these little lines in yellow.
12,135,838. So we are down slightly, but we do not have all the values in yet. Yeah, I use this one.
Okay.
Well, that's a far cry from the 19 estimated revenues we have for this fiscal year. 17.7, he's estimating for this coming fiscal year. So I think we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, because I think that state number is gonna be big enough that this isn't gonna be a very useful exercise. No offense, but I just think that if it's, off by 30% or more, 40% is a question mark, then why don't we wait a week or two?
Yeah, that way we don't guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just starting to get the state assessed stuff in.
So how did the rates go up 9% with a 4% cap?
Marshall and Swift.
We have put on quite a few new houses, so that's part of it. Yeah.
Well, we better prepare our answer for that. Yeah, interesting, okay, well, does anybody have anything else they want to go over, with the assessor, or do you have anything else on your resume you want to go over?
Not at this moment.
So I've had a couple phone calls so far where people are actually complaining because the value of their property, their home has dropped. Is that happening across the board this year?
Slightly. There's only, no.
It's okay, Renee. Don't go away, Renee.
Yeah, no, that is not. If we have re-stratified and redone our land LEAs better, I think next year and the year after that will even continue to be better. And making sure that we have our sales in the correct areas also has helped that, and that is by double and triple checking. So there are a few areas in town where some of the structure, because of Marshall and Swift, have slightly come down on the replacement cost new values. Concrete, brick, all of that is still quite high. I think that has helped, but I think just being more efficient in checking our statistical calculations, that has helped a lot. On our sales that are still coming in for next year's values, they have slowed, but they have not dropped like hardly at all. We don't just appease the taxpayer by by them coming in and complaining that I'm gonna go, oh, okay, we'll drop your taxes. That's not it at all. We look and review every single complaint that comes in, and if there is a change that happens, it is because of an error or that a piece of land might have been missed and put into the wrong LEA. And that is how we make those changes. I'm even hoping for this year compared to last year that we don't have all the tax roll corrections that occurred last year.
These were just changes on structure, not the land or anything else. It was just structure where the price or the value of the structure actually came down. And I do say they complain because they, now the complaint is, well, my house isn't worth what they said it was worth last year, which in reality, if you're going to go sell your house, you're not relying on your value, you're relying on an appraised value.
Yeah, they would get an appraisal at that
Correct.
point, because we look at an entire area, not just one house. So, depending on what that structure is made out of and the water hookups or the amenities that actually calculate a value in our system have changed, or those prices have gone down in Marshall and Swift, then it's going to lower that value slightly.
And lower their taxes.
It correctly.
Yeah, okay.
Can I ask, do you mind?
Yes, no, go ahead.
Commissioner Friel?
Yes.
I just want to ask a question to clarify, because we've had quite a few people come in with strange questions because of the new look of the notice of value. And when the cap has been applied to their property tax assessment, at the bottom, it says negative and the amount that was capped. Do you know if they were referring to that, or if they were referring to, did they reference what they were looking at when the value went down?
Let me see if I can pull one up, because they were referencing their tax notice that they got.
Okay.
So I bet it's the cap.
We've had a lot of confusion about that. We've tried to help the taxpayers understand what they're trying to show in that line, but it's confusing, especially if you've been looking at the same tax notice for 20 years to all of a sudden have a negative. That's the amount that they're not getting taxed for, and our actual, like, the values that we have don't show the difference with that cap. It's
No.
not even included in our valuation.
Yeah, and this one just, now let's see. Trying to find where maybe you guys can read this better.
Yeah, so on the new notices, there's basically 3 columns that have last year's, what it would be normally, and then if it received the cap, then there's that value, the negative assessed amount, and the negative tax dollars. And then down at the very bottom is the new estimated taxes. So they are a little bit confusing. I wish I had one.
Yeah, if you, anyone else, come on in, because it's confusing.
Good. This was just an overall value itself that showed that it dropped about $70,000 in value, but, so it wasn't necessarily just on the structure and looking on this one here.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Thank you both for
All right.
coming in. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Yes.
With final numbers.
Yes. Definitely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.